Victorian thing, is it? I'm just gonna type lamp. I'm lazy. Nope. That's not lamp. My hands are off the keys. Yep. Wasn't seen from props. I remember that either. Anyway. This lamp will just default on, I guess. All the time. Yeah, YouTube sends a message like, hey, yeah, you're streaming. Very good, YouTube. Very good. Very quick to the punch. You got this, YouTube. I believe. I'm not sure I even want to have this table here. I might just have the box on the ground, because if I'm just going to build a little city here, I'm probably just going to get rid of this. I don't think I'm actually going to change any more about those, about these little console things, or maybe I am. Because I could make a little alcove thing or something like that. Could also just build the alcove in the other thing too. But indeed. This was untied for a second there. Felt kind of weird. Yep, kind of weird. Well, I could just put things here. I mean, the battle arena is obviously going to have its own separate thing. Probably need to have an area for the Fool wherever you get it, which might be over here in this area, and I'll build like a little jumping thing up to get it or something. Maybe. Kind of awkward that you run off to the sides though to get it. I really don't know about handing out the Fool here. Or I can drop her off, you know, in one of these side things and make her run over to the center. That kind of puts the Poppet box in the middle of nowhere, though. Kind of with the Poppet box in the center. Kinda. I don't really think there's going to be any of these books here. Project can use some cleaning up. Okay, we're waiting. We're still waiting. I believe. I believe if you believe. Crashed again. Taking a moment to really boot this up, isn't it? Games have to come together more. I'm gonna have to maybe change up some of the enemies and places, have less of them. And I don't know how I'm gonna do it. When it comes to enemy placement and things like that, I really just random them in a lot of times. Now I can just have it in random places. The fact that these leap though I didn't think about. The fact I can just leap off of stuff is a problem. Might remove some of these books off here. Oops. That one too, thank you. Let's Control Z a couple times here, so I'm gonna copy paste that book. A bit laggy today, ain't it? Oh. That's you, navigation. Building navigation right now. Hey JG, how's it going? Yes. I'm gonna let you on a little secret on why that is. Because I tried to start it basically at the same time every night. You just happen to have a coffee habit that matches my streaming habit, thus creating what we call a perfect world here. Yes. Or the more obvious answer that my spies just, are working overtime and they know exactly when the best time to do things is. Got them, binocular upgrades a little farther, know what everyone's doing. How's your morning going? Place a couple things here. Go on, foul chairs. Not welcome in this realm of debauchery. Use the chairs you can easily jump upon that don't look weird. Just when I did this already. This table's not even the right kind of table. We'll grab one. Little copy pasta never hurt anybody. I have to re-H load a bunch of this stuff. In fact, I need to re-H load just about everything. Probably should go through and select everything again just to speed everything up. Yeah, the problem. I'll add a whole army of things and then wonder why things are lagging. It's because they are all perpetually loaded and not in the H load. Bad news. Shouldn't do that. Table next. Actually, a friend of mine's tried to start his stream and poor dude keeps crashing over and over and over. I think he's crashed like 7 times or something. Yeah. Them's rough days right there. Oh bueno. The opposite of bueno has been had this day. Maybe instead of having these poles over here, I just have lanterns here instead. Just kind of keep the aesthetic. I don't hate it. I kind of want to build a steampunk everything, like even steampunk looking things of these instead of gothic looking things. I'm really tempted to just make all steampunk designed lights, like steampunk, even these poles. Technically, these do fit a Victorian era. I don't really like these down here though because they are, in the dirt. It looks like kind of far. Okay, this room's not that important right now. It's just kind of a kind of thing. Something you could do, but not that necessary. More than ways I can't see what I'm doing. Put the phone in the center of my desk so I can always have it facing me. Camera. Learn that, but pretty much want to plug it in the whole time so I don't have it go dead. Well, plug into the computer while it's standing. outlet on the ground that's got the better charger, and it's a little too far from my standing desk. Sometimes that cord gets in the way. No bueno. Basically, life ruined is what I heard. Not sure how I'm gonna make it. That'll already be in Hidden Grotto, but this won't. I still got one more chair to switch out. I figure it doesn't hurt to reduce the number of meshes involved at the game. I mean, you know, maybe. Did I like where was move to at? Didn't look up actually how that what causes these to not on all the time. There's a setting. I just forget what it is. I'll fix it at some point, but it doesn't super matter. They still count as casting a light anyway. But probably a memory saving thing anyway. I should almost have a. I almost kind of want a second rock wall right along here, right? Kind of have it along the bottom. Maybe. Of course, these rock walls are they need to be replaced, but they aren't that important. Just replacing all the stuff that yeah do not wish to have to deal with later. I guess I can make my own one of these. This will be in the game. I'm going to be doubly lazy. Browse to asset. I just didn't want to navigate to that, so I just decided to move around instead. Probably takes about the same amount of time, but I think it's akin to the you know, opting to drive away. You know, like drive towards like your work or something like that. Commute, I should say. Well, taking the way that involves less stoplights, but might be longer, just so you get to drive more than the one with more stoplights. Picnic table. Put that up. Got to open it. I can cheat here though. Private like that. At some point I'll find a different material for this, but since I don't really use red in a lot of locations, it's probably better to pick some color like this or something that's not used no matter which texture I decide to pick in the end. I can even hang it off the sides and not even care because it doesn't gotta be perfect. It acts as a tabletop in its own right. almost think I like it better with just being huge. Not like that huge. Thinking more like this. No I don't. First I was like maybe, and then I'm like, nah. Nah, man, this ain't it. Almost it. But it ain't it. Okay, if we're gonna whiz around this, actually, how big are these in here? Stuff's on top of everything. There's 6. Hey Crits, how's it going? Awesome. I'm always glad to help, yeah. Teach people how to do random things. Especially art thingies. Definitely an art guy. I like my visuals. Yes. And I also apparently like spying on people, so I know when they get their morning coffee. That guy shall remain nameless, the one who has been spied upon. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yes. What are you building in Unreal? Or I guess how long you've been using it since you said you're learning it. What you doing? Right enough. I just need to grab the edges. And then this side, this direction's a catastrophe. Just a straight up catastrophe. That should be fine. And let's dupe it. Drop one down to the bench here. And really shrink this one. Might be a 0.3 day. 0.3. Trying to understand the UI. Oh, wow. I might be able to help with that. Maybe. By maybe, I mean probably. What don't you understand? Like, what's going on? See, right now what I'm doing is I have these blueprints here. Okay, I have like a static mesh here. And then I have these blueprints to grab hold of, right? Because I'll show you. I have a grab mechanic, and you can only grab these red things, so I guess that's not a big enough jump, so it doesn't make it up there. Okay, so you can grab like that. But problem is that every time I place it, I gotta place one of each of these things at just the right thing. Or copy paste them all and move them over. But then if I make a change to one, it doesn't change them all. So instead, I made an actor blueprint, just a generic actor blueprint, nothing special. And I put the static mesh of the table in here, and then I put 3 of this blueprint inside it. And I'm resizing those blueprints right now. So this way, I can now take this blueprint and just place it in the level. And now they're just attached to it. And if I make any changes to the blueprint, it changes all of them. Now I can just get rid of this crap. And then this one's just golden. Like, yep. I think I'm going to stagger these two. Make it more interesting, because it's just boring when they're all in a line. I might put one in the back corner here, actually. Now I can just copy paste this thing, and it gets all of them. I'm starting to really learn that just having regular static meshes in the level isn't very fun. I prefer them to be more, not be that, right? To be up in the air or something. Kind of. No, not. I prefer them to be interactable, and if they're a blueprint, they can interact with them. So I've been replacing everything with those, and for the most part, it's been better. Right? Because kind of annoying otherwise. Actually, to be honest, it makes the most sense if they're over in this section, doesn't it? Like with how this is built. That's probably true. Okay. Talk myself into this one. You can hold Alt while you drag in order to make a duplicate. So if I just hold Alt and do this, it makes another one. I don't want this table in this direction. I'm going to grab this lamp, though. And I kind of want to rotate this one to the side, too. Or have two tables out there. That's fair. Two tables. That looks like it'd be uncomfortable to use, though. But then again, how many picnic tables have you seen that were uncomfortable to use, right? They crammed them next to each other? Eh. I want some open spaces to fight on. This particular project I've been working on for about 9.5 months. This area is not exactly full of combat at the moment. I could put combat in here. I have enemies I could just toss in and go, but I just haven't got to that yet for this particular spot. You can click spacebar to cycle through these things, so you'll see me do that periodically where that's what's happening. It took me a while to get myself to do that. I used to keep clicking it every time. Yeah, I mean, I definitely just kind of work on things so you can learn a fair amount just how I do things. Whether or not this is the correct workflow is, of course, you know, maybe true? I don't know. I guess I have hanging lanterns here, so I don't know if I need little lamps. I do like my little steampunk lamp. I kind of want to make my very own hanging lantern that looks like very steampunky instead. These? I don't know. This is the only room that is in the demo that looks like this type of look, so all the other rooms are designed to be more regular rooms. I have these little steampunk lamps I made. They're glorious. Very interactable. Yeah, I can show you the actual, do the quick tour if you want. I'm doing the quick tour. I'll open this door because then I can run through a bunch of areas. Exciting. Of course, I need to nav mesh bounds volume down in order to make everything move. Well, the AI does not understand it otherwise. You can make an AI that doesn't use it. All right. I'm down to show you the tour. I'm also down to hit number lock so I can, actually, yeah, I can have numbers. Yeah, nav meshes show everywhere that the AI can walk. You can hit P with it, it's like this to bring them up, and you can see everywhere that the thing could now successfully move. Anywhere that's green is a place that the AI could walk upon. Give you the idea. I made a really big one just so I didn't have to get too crazy. Okay, too big in this direction, of course, but when I make the final one, it's going to be obviously a little different sized. Yeah, I make all the map stuff. Oh yeah, let me show you my world. The game's called Poppet Quest. You play as Poppet, is a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll, and she's trying to escape the, click off that, Whimsy Wonders toy store I'm currently building. The steampunk game, I'm going to turn this camera up because it's going incredibly slow. By the ocean, built this city around here. Mostly everything you could see from within distance of the building. outside any windows or anything like that. The game's played inside the building because you're powered by a curse that's entirely around the building, but you can go out on the pipes and also look out the windows, so I figured I'd have the city around it, you know, just because. Still messing with the HLUD settings to make it work well, but, you know. I'll get there. The game's maybe like 20% done in the best world. Okay, so with all that said, show you things. Yes. I keep my past streams up on YouTube as well, so you can, if you want to look back through them for some reason. So the main mechanic of the game is there's lights around the place, and here, let me use the her cursor. When she's in the darkness, she gains curse power, which is basically just the thing that powers all the toys. But she loses her sanity. If you hit your sanity up at 0, the curse takes you over and you die. So that's bad. If you go back to the light, your sanity goes back up, but you don't gain any curse power. So you got to bounce between the two in order to basically play the game in order to have powers. Is one of you spawning? That's weird. Maybe a bunch of you that spawn. 1 second here. Why is there a bunch of you spawning? I think I defaulted number differently. Yeah. Let's get a war going on in this room. I made changes to the spawners, like the default, and I didn't change the default on there. I don't know what that explosion is, but yeah, she uses tarot cards as weapons and all of her abilities. This is the Fool. It's a squeaky toy. Oh, thanks. I decided the Fool should be comedic, so whenever you miss or hit things, it makes funny little things. There's still a lot of bugs, so you know. Get the idea. This is the star. It trades sanity for health. Or health for sanity later on. Just let you travel farther in the darkness. What is that explosion noise? We're trying to figure it out now because I don't know what's causing it, but something's loading information causing it. Oops, I'm all out of sanity. Faster! Get back to the light. I put a light back there. Just see this would be easier on you, but you just have to be in a certain range of even the light on the desk is enough. So there's a potion over here. I was working on item drops last stream and like what things should drop items, but I haven't really set these ones particular enemies up to do much yet. So take screenshots of whatever's currently going on. Very important. All the various tarots. So the Empress makes plants grow or shrinks them, whatever you prefer. This is the bouncy couch. It's important because it bounces. That's it. Wing. Ooh, she saves by jumping into toy boxes. But also bouncy couch is important, so I must bounce on it one more time. Wing. This is the Magician. It manipulates objects in the environment, such as opening windows, or at the low distance set list, you can't see much, or other things that I'll show you in a bit. I like to ride the plants up. Just a weird habit of mine. The Magician can also manipulate light switches too. I'll jump on top of this so I can jump on top of that. Yay! If you have the right keys, you can open certain doors. Keys labeled the same as the door. For now, strength is just double jump. Oh, I keep turning that on and off. It keeps feeling noise. We're gonna make this pumpkin grow large because it's happy. We'll make the emoji pumpkins later because they're funny. That noise is gonna bug me forever. Oh, turn on the light so I don't run out of sanity here. Turn on both lights. There's something's making noise. I don't know what it is. Probably the H load thingy is not set up right, so it's loading the wrong things. I'll get to it. The first of the old bosses. You can use a magician to throw objects too. Kind of like control. Actually, exactly like control. Oh, missed. Re-equip the star real fast. He's just doing his thing, huh? I gotta work on his phases more. He got some new attacks in his first phase, but now he's standing on nothing. Guess, well, you know, the game's still buggy. We working on it. He summons helpers that explode. Keep bashing him a bunch. Aha! Because he's standing on that. I gotta make it where they're smart enough to jump down if they're not above, if they're not at the same Z as the player or something. They don't stand on the block. He has jump ability, so he can jump off of things, so it's not like the end of the world. As you can see, he goes pretty crazy on his last wave of jumps. Also, photobombing explosions, very important. And make it so you could save him. Or dodge. Well, has a super mode where it goes huge. Doesn't last very long though. He moved just as I did it. You gotta give a cost to it. Really? You're gonna be like that? He's like, I'm just sitting up here now. Well, technically, I can get up there. I think. Can I get up there? Thought I could. Guess it's too much of an angle, huh? Sucks. Okay, I knew he'd come back. Giant mood. Kind of irritating. Also, the music keeps on restarting, which is annoying. I don't know why. New bugs every time. It's not game dev if you don't have a new bug every once in a while. By every once in a while, I mean... Well, that's what I do on stream is fix all the bugs, right? I just set my damage higher just to make the tutor the thing faster, because right now the damage set to what it's supposed to be, and fine for actually really doing the fight. For the tour, I do the tour like 4 or 5 times a night, I think. Pretty funny. Okay, I mostly test combat anyway, lately, so gotta keep the damage where it's supposed to be. Try to cheese him by blowing him up like that, and I don't know why his music's set so low. Oh, he's retarding. Must be he's getting too far from me or something. Almost dead. And down. You know what you did. Get my sanity back. There's a light here. What are you light up to? They're just kind of standing. Huh. That's weird. I guess if they don't spawn in? I just recently put them in the H load, so... Huh. Show off a few of the other random thingies. So there's possessed objects in the game, and they will pretty much just throw you if you try to use them. But if the Hierophant's active, you can use them as platforms. Thus creating weird platforms in places. I gotta figure out why those guys don't actually move though. It's usually I just spawn them in, but I started putting them in the H-load themselves, and it's like they get confused. The enemy spawners work in the H-loads, so triple jump there. One day she will be in the game. I always look at her. One day. Made her, but you know, that's just a picture of her. Takes forever to optimize things and put them in the game that I've made, so. Just jump. Okay, good. I was able to make that. The H-load thingy makes it kind of laggy, so we'll have to figure that out. Really laggy. We'll fall now. I want the key. This is the Hanged Man. It's a bubble wand. All of our weapons are toys. It's not like production ready or anything. It's just not even in the demo. But I made it anyway. I guess I don't have many enemies set to spawn in here. Oops. This is the chariot. It's a concept thing right now. I don't know if how much I really like it, but you can fire it around and then shoot little balls out of it, like cannonballs. It is like pure concept, so it's just not really going to be... It'll probably get replaced, honestly, but I'm going to have enemies you can fight. You can definitely shoot things down. If you can hit them. Aiming on it's pretty terrible. Why won't you move? You ruined my day by not moving. Let's look into that. We got the magician. Shoot at the magician. Oh. Can't open doors without it. Also some goodie boxes, yay. Friendly landmines. There's also a toy box here, so I used to just jump right on in. You can use a magician in order to like open drawers in order to platform as well. And also use it to fall like an idiot too. It's a skill, don't question. I can actually play a good portion of the game with the enemies being a little weird, but just visiting all the places. I'll go this way because different rooms are more fun to go into, I think. You can go into pipes to get places. You can attempt to go into pipes to get places. You can fail like I just did a bunch of times. Yeah, the H-load enemy's got to be some sort of a problem. Optimization is just not there yet, you know? Okay, though. One day. I believe in optimization. Where I do. All the storage rooms are really creepy. Important. Apparently the Hierophant effect doesn't necessarily end when you swap off it. Because it's supposed to be doing this. I guess because I hot swapped off it, it doesn't do that. I'll fix that. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Definitely, I ended up making some changes because I switched to UE 5.5, I think like 2 days ago or something. Yeah, because I did, I think it was 2 days ago. And it changed all the lighting around, so I've been tweaking things because Mega Lights is now a thing. I guess there's a hidden key down here too, a storage room key. Get that too. Attempt to get it. Where's the storage room key? How do I even get it? Actually, I double jump. Oh, I'm almost out of sanity. Quick! Get back quickly! I'm pretty generous with the distance on these things, so you know, not SOL too quickly. You'll actually get upgrades to the sanity stat so you can actually go farther. I just, you know, haven't got that yet. Can't really see your face. There you go. Your hair gets in the way all the time. Okay, yep. All the best you're gonna get is Poppet. Her hair collision's terrible. That's okay. He's a patchwork doll. This is the room I was messing with. This is the Wonderland themed area. In the demo, it's the only one of the second biome you go into. The only room with the second biome. Second biome. I'm talking about that. The area's mostly designed for, you know, it's like a giant toy store where you can play with the toys. So I'm gonna put various things like places like themed areas, kind of like almost like a Disneyland in a way, but in a building. Except for the area where you start, which is the hidden area that, you know, the public's not supposed to see. He gets tarot cards to upgrade her abilities. This is important. This requires context. If you've ever seen the meme with, like, you know, the Lion King, where, you know, it's like they're raising Simba up and like that, you know, and then there's the meme version where they like throw Simba into the just off the cliff, basically. I decided I would Twitch chat required that I have my own version of it, where you can stand on the head here and eat the baby turtle. Very important. You've done well, baby turtle. Took all life and all that. Bye. Bye-bye, turtle. You know what you did? Important. There'll probably be an achievement for eating the baby turtle. I probably mean I'll put one in. I can't. Oh, it's a star. No wonder. Yeah, you kind of get an idea of what the game has going on. Also, I missed the jump. Water kills her, by the way. Yeah, errors. It kind of gives you an idea of all things, some of the mechanics and stuff like that. There's lots of rooms that I didn't go through, but you know, some not so finished, some very finished, like the boss that I'll almost certainly fight later to show people it. I go back and forth between fighting Patrick and Voodoo, the boss at the level, or well, the major boss, I should say. Sweeten my teeth. Yeah, give you kind of an idea. But I don't understand why this is not a thing. I'm going to open all these doors here, and then I'm going to run back and forth to see what's up with this H-load thing. Also, whatever that noise is. Like, there's just a loud noise that happens. I think it's from one of these guys. But they have a noise they play, and the noise is active to start with. Almost certainly that. Sounds like a projectile hit, actually. Cannon noise. None of these things actually do anything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put print string on these. I just put a bunch of them in the H-load too. That's terrible. And let's get the current action. Actually, let's not put it there. Let's put it all the way over here. The actions thingy here. Just so I see what's happening when they hit this point here on average, you know. I'm running around here. Actually, I wanted the print string as well. The other print string is just gonna be whoever it is, I guess. Reference to self. Token report. I'm gonna run by a bunch of them and see what happens, you know, because well, actually, to be fair, the ones at a distance didn't work. What we're gonna do is I'll just open this door and run the distance. Go in the distance. See if I can attempt to figure out the error here. It has to be something when they spawn. Yeah, that enemy must have some sort of a explosion noise strapped to it somewhere. Yeah, they're just not even running. That's awkward. If I hit them, does it do anything? Like, are they just not running at all? Huh. That's been kind of the experiment since yesterday. I put everything at H, so thinking I could just place enemies where they were going to go in the level and it would work. Does not work. Could go back to the spawners instead of having those. Like instead of having the enemies exactly where I want them, they could just be randomly spawned in areas. Because that method works. But then I can't have more of a tailored experience. Like I can't have just one sitting up here or anything like that very easily. I guess I could try. Put the spawner up here and have that work. Kind of solves the problem more than having them just in the same locations every time. Is that better? Maybe. As it stands, I don't 100% know what caused it. I'm obviously don't want to not H-load them, because if they're not in the H-load, then they're all loading at once. Across the entire level. Maybe I just spawn them in. Maybe I just make the whole game spawn in things, and I just have them randomly spawn within a certain range of things, and just call it square. Right? Less specific, but faster. Because then I don't got to individually place them in a level. I can just kind of drop some spawners and watch the fun. Alright, I talked myself into it. Because individually placing them means that every time you come to this level, they're going to be in exactly the same location, which I guess is normal for most of these games, right? They're just kind of wherever they're going to be, and that's just that. But that just seems kind of unnecessary. Or I could also have like individual. I could have spawners you could destroy as well. Not a bad idea. Fair enough. We will solve problems in the easiest way, the best way. I'm just going to use default numbers in these. What's the default on this one? 3? Every 3 seconds it spawns a dude? The default is 1. Let's do 4. And yeah, duration 1's fine. Every second it spawns another one. And I could just get rid of these. You can right click and select move to move into like, you know, whichever location, including creating new folders. It's really good to organize these big levels because otherwise you'll never find anything, and it's very difficult to just select things or keep track of things. Not the best plan in the world. Then if you copy paste it, anyone you copy paste will of course be in the right thing. You won't have to find it. Most of the enemies I'm probably just going to put in locations that are more open for fighting anyway. Especially these guys, because they just jump anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Like they'll just go flying off of something anyway, so if you try to place them in on top of one of these little things up here, it won't do anything special. I could reduce the spawn range on these too. That'd probably help. Okay, let's turn this camera down. This camera's the bane of my existence at the moment. It knows what it did. I'll just put a 1 over here. Having an individual spawner basically does the same thing. I kind of want to improve these a bit because they also continuously play the same spawn particle. It should in fact fix the make noise problem. Hopefully. Kind of depressed if it doesn't. I won't be oppressed for long. History. That's kind of what game dev often is. You just solve a lot of mysteries, many of which you create yourself. Yes, yes, indeed. Many of which create yourself. Might not want these to be the first enemies in the game, but let's put one up there. Then move this one. One up here. This is actually how I had it previously, so you know. This is me just returning home with my tail between my legs kind of thing. Sort of defeated. Not super defeated. Just sort of defeated. Did I not like copy? Thought I did. Browse to one of these things here. So this way I can, because it's selected, I can just click this in order to put it as the thing in there. Laziness. Guess I can really spawn stuffs here into the H load. I guess they're already all in the H load. I did copy paste one, so that makes sense. Sure. I'll rebuild the H load after this, but you know, we'll get there. Alright, so we'll spawn two of them up here, I guess. A couple biteys can be up there, I guess. Kind of mix it up some. Put this one in the right room. Copy paste them, they're all in the correct room. Edition room. Let's put a few of them over here. I think this game's going to be almost kind of brawl heavy. Master asset. I have 3 of them on there. That should be more than enough. Switch to like 1 for this one here. I almost want a little icon for this thing here. I mean, I can see where they're at, so it's not like it's the end of the world, but also not ideal. Get rid of these. Well, that ends that experiment. Time to save it all and build the H load. I'll just build everything. Make it fast. The thingies, the previous ones. Yep. Save everything again. This should make it work. Because the spawners just perpetually keep spawning things, so they seem okay. I'm gonna need to set them smaller than the H load though. Like with their distance for despawning. These are things I didn't think about when I was initially designing. To be honest, my knowledge of the H load is only growing, but it wasn't very high when I was designing initial concepts. I have to give some loot tables to the little bitey minions too. All right, this should work. Hope so. Worked before. If it doesn't work this time. Hey there. Definitely been working the 8-hour days and then the long streams. I have like the 8-hour streams often. I just things like shaving have just kind of fallen by the wayside. Not that one that has it. But they just keep playing the little spawn thingy. It's awkward. These guys are just broken in general. But the problem was never them, huh? The problem was, that's embarrassing. How did these guys get broken? What happened? Did I just make a bunch of changes like an idiot that I didn't need to make? Why are these montages? Alright. I bet you it's just this. These montages are messed up somehow. My god, could that really be it? Did I just remove everything and now I gotta maybe put it back because I like the other way better, but I was just doing it this way because I could. A bit of a sneeze break there, apparently, unintentional as it was. Alright, so there's probably just that. I broke the enemies. Forgot about it because it was last night, and yeah. Because of that, well, it could have been in the H load. They could have worked. Didn't. Yep. Why are the bites there? Not the bites I was after. I put the wrong one, huh? Yeah, okay. That was my fault. Well, now it makes more sense to put these back rather than have the spawn thingies. I guess, kinda. I mean, the spawn thing, this only spawns, did it even have a spawn rate? I guess I could have random what was spawned in the area. As opposed to just having static spawns. Static spawns do mean that I can literally just put them exactly where I want them. So if I have enemies that are, you know, they move, like they don't move or anything like that, they can just be in specific spots and be kind of cool. Randomly spawning them in is not ideal. All right, now fine. Back, boys. We're back. Not the first time I've done something incredibly stupid, but and not the last, I assure you. We'll do many more incredibly stupid things before all is said and done. Let's be real here. What's the fun of being a game dev if you can't make really dumb decisions? Because, you know, sometimes those dumb decisions actually lead to really cool stuff. Other times they're just dumb. And you regret all your life choices that have... Put a couple of more here, because then they'll chase after you a bit. And they can be hyper aggressive instead of waiting for them to spawn in. Guess I could point them in the right direction, I suppose. I don't think it actually matters because I think they'll just turn anyway towards you. Because they're proximity based, it's a Metroidvania, not a stealth game, so I don't really care too much about changing the directions, I suppose. I guess by that standard, I just kind of leave them with this one will probably be facing that way anyway. Kind of stand there doing a weird thing. Okay, that's kind of a terrible camera size for working fine work like this. This also means that patrol points could work. Maybe I'll start doing that. Instead of having it move random, I'll move by patrol point. Don't know if my enemies are going to be that smart, though. Probably not. You also have them not move until you get nearby, too. Close enough. I might do that. I might just have them wait where they're at until you get near. These ones can all worship the light a little bit. I don't even want to waste my time with that. You'll see it, but you never know. Maybe. Yeah, floor level, huh? Here's some biteys. Good enough. I got a bitey. Honestly, I think the biteys are probably easier to beat than the other ones, but maybe not. They look similar in kind of a way. I'll live up there. Okay. Build them again here. Actually, the bodies might not be in the edge load. Thought the H load build real fast. Yeah, build canceled. All of you in the H load? I think so. Better not. Also, the biteys are not even in the right one. Hopefully this works. Feel really dumb if I got to undo it. Since I had it searched up, you couldn't actually go to all of them. I guess I could have broken the search up there, I think, in this thing up here. Counterpoint, I didn't do that, so yeah. It be what it be. Add them all to the H load. You only have to worry about this H load stuff if you're doing, open world things. If you're not doing open world things, just not relevant one bit. And honestly, I question why I do the open world things sometimes. I mean, to be fair though, if you have levels and you plan on going back and forth between them, you have to set up a whole system to make it where it actually knows where to go. So it's not like it's complete free roll on that. Because it doesn't save information between levels. The only thing that stays is the game mode. And your save file, of course, if you have one. Which player character then just gets a complete reset, so you gotta account for that. I save everything to actually the save file every time you go to a different level, and then I put it back on the player. I love auto saving. I mean, only when you jump in the travel to a different level, or if you jump in the toy boxes. Other than that, you don't get an auto save. I guess that's not really an auto save. That's a triggered save. All right, let's make a run. I have no idea how far I have to run, but I mean, the problem. I saw the problem from all the way over here, so I might as well keep the testing conditions the same. Yeah, it's the Stitch voodoos that have an explosion noise on them of some sort. That activates once and then is good. Yep, they're all working now. Okay, so that knowledge in hand. Doing an ad break anyway. If that's the case, I'm gonna take a quick bio break. listen to me munch something. That was a problem with those, but that's not one. Unless the NPC has a noise, it's perpetually on. Edit the NPC, please. This noise isn't perpetually on. It's the same one for all of them. Well, it shouldn't even be auto-activated, right? Projectile arrow. Why am I setting the volume on this? That's dumb. I guess, wait, do I have to do it that way? No, I don't. Let's deactivate it, right? I don't want the noise perpetually playing, so that's just, you know, more resources being wasted. Instead, let us just deactivate it and reactivate it. The beauty of having a NPC parent that all the different, you know, enemies are based on, and I'll show all the NPCs in the game. This way, if I want to make a change to anything, all I gotta do is change this. It's better to activate and deactivate components than it is to, you know, in this case, I was turning the volume down to 0. I set this one up a long time ago. I've since learned many better things than what I was doing. Now it'll be different on this one, but we'll get to him in a second. The variables open. Yeah, there's a spawned sound. Thanks for the follow, Mayhem Simon. How was it going? You're just in time to see me puzzle over where a sound is coming from, because I know it's coming from somewhere. I'm 100% certain it's on these thingies. I think I'm gonna drop one in the middle of nowhere and then listen to it, see if it makes a noise. It's certain it will, though. Waiting, we're waiting. Yeah, it's like a explosion noise. But if I take him out, yeah, it's 100% those things. Pausing it. Just to double, actually, wait a second. Let me double check that it's not all of them. This will solve a quick mystery, because if it's on all of them, then it's on the NPC parent, and then I just change that. But if it's just on that guy, then something on there is weird. Maybe there's a sound effect tied to one of the animations. No, it doesn't make noise at all. Okay. So the cause here. Why do you have a noise attached to you? Nobody else does. Responding noise is set into said nothing. Death noise. Really fine. No other noises to worry about. I didn't set any of those. Like instance editable noises though, so not playing those. Bright character behaviors. This will tell me if it's some sort of thing that comes from the NPC parent, but a sound that was set on this specifically versus. Yeah, it's not that at all. Okay, so we know it's not on these. Then what is causing this? There's no sound links at all. Nothing. I can't even attenuate it. Really just... How is that possible? An explosion noise. Break the parent begin play. Tell me it gains off a parent begin play. They don't all have it. I'm half tempted to just duplicate this entire thing by, you know, duplicate one of the other ones, dump it in here, and then I don't have to figure out where it is at all. What runs on event begin play then? Let's go down the list. See what's broken here. Event begin play happens. A lot of stuff happens on event begin play. That doesn't play a sound. Savable shouldn't play a sound. This just creates dynamic actor material so you can change some things. I actually don't even need this. Good to know where that was. Alright, so I have those, but I don't care about that. Health bar, set text, unlikely to be the problem. Wellness, this, combat check. Okay, it's just checking to see if it's in range of the player, sure. Fair enough. Spawn sound, play sound at location. Is it somehow picking up a spawned sound? I mean, it sounds like it is, but there's no sound selected anywhere. It is most definitely not. It's not the spawn sound. But it is something it gets from... It's something it's told to play. Could its weapons have it? That might be the case. It might be the weapons that have it. Because the biteys don't have weapons. They just use a regular collision, but I might have left a sound on this. Yeah, this sound here from the hit noise. There we go. I forgot that the way I did the damage for these things was to attach 2 little weapons to its arms that are just like, invisible weapons. So this way it actually, like, represents these, because these are part of the model, right? I can't attach a weapon to them because, I mean, they're part of the model. I can't remove its arms or anything. What I can do is put a ray trace attached to them. Like an invisible weapon. And so the Stitch Voodoo weapons are exactly that. They're just dorky little ray traces and nothing else. You can't even see anything on them. But if I activate the ray trace, you could see it. Set it to visible. That will do. Just invisibility. Should be visible. Or is it just so small you can't see it? That's possible too. I guess you can't see it. Too small because it's smaller than the arrow. Well, I guess for purposes of showing it off. Remember 45. Remember hit number lock. Okay. Doesn't show it? Oh, I gotta compile. That's weird. It used to show visibility. Maybe that's a change in 5.5. Oh well, I mean, I'll just leave it persistently visible as they're walking around. You can see it. Hey Warner, how's it going? I'll show you in a second. I was just testing a thing here. Just showing how you can see he's like got little fake weapons attached to him. Showing how I was doing the ray trace thing for the people who were watching me solve this mystery that I had created for myself. Alright, so we'll remove this enemy because he doesn't need to be there. Also, I'm gonna remove one thing real fast so we don't have to see it perpetually spam there going all the behaviors that it was doing. Nobody wants to see that. By nobody, man, I want to see it. And strings. Nightmarish. Okay, so I'll give you a tour. You know, who doesn't want the tour? Where are we at here? That room? Nope. We should start the tour in this room because it's probably the best one for starting a tour. Let's not leave that open. Put a lamp on the ground for purposes of showing this off better. Light is on. Okay, I don't know where that went, but I don't like where it went. Perfect. Alright, so the game's called Poppet Quest. It's set in a steampunky world. Make the camera not an abomination. This is my city with my pretty moon that everyone loves. Things up in the sky, blah blah blah. Stuff. Yeah, you're playing as this woman who has been killed and her soul's been put into a doll, and she's trying to escape this toy store, the Whimsy Wonders toy store. And the whole place is cursed, and this curse comes to life at night, causing all the dolls to come to life, all the toys, not just dolls. But there's a serial killer who's been killing lots of women and putting their souls into dolls, so you are going to encounter them. The curse drives them all crazy over time, so you're trying to escape before you go crazy too. Okay. I think the ambush is still down, so. So, the main mechanic of the game is, I'll use her dodge here. The curse is what powers all your abilities. When you're in the darkness, you gain curse power back, but you lose your sanity. When you go back to the light, you don't gain any curse power, but you gain your sanity back. If your sanity hits 0, the curse takes you over and you die. So, don't let that happen. Bad news. He uses tarot cards as weapons. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. And currently the most developed of all the weapons. Yeah. Just kind of doing things. Woohoo. Sometimes they whip though. Those two are just riding on top of each other, don't worry about it. Part of the fun of knocking them around is that they could land on top of each other. As you can see, there's more than a few bugs. Or what am I talking about? Game features. Yes, game features. She gets tarot cards in order to improve her abilities. Yeah, that'll be a demo. This is Poppet. Her hair has a mind of its own, unfortunately. I definitely made her, though. So. I'll show you some of the mechanics. Beat up the Empress. The Empress grows or shrinks plants. Just in case, you know. This is the bouncy couch. It's great because it bounces. Wing. Probably comedically high, but it's fun, so I don't care. He saves by jumping into toy boxes. The Magician can be used to manipulate objects in the environment, such as opening windows. I have the low distance set really low, so you can't see the full city at the moment. You can grab the red surfaces. You can turn on lights too. I like these lights. I went to the trouble to make a couple days ago. It's a steampunk game, so you know. Gotta have my steampunk lights. I'm gonna write it up. I'm gotta write it up. I want to write it up. If you have the right key, you can open doors. We're gonna grow the pumpkin because it's just, you know, a happy pumpkin. Strength is currently double jump. I don't know if I like that, but we'll see. Feels kind of weak as far as abilities go, but just boring, I guess. I guess I want to fight Patrick again. I'll do a different area. I don't want to fight Patrick again. I'll show you a different boss. Now we'll do the Hierophant room. As I did actually I didn't. I did part of the time. About 9.5 months. I've been streaming on Twitch for I think a month and a half now at this point. But you know, surprising results from people seem to like it. I streamed on YouTube for a while before that, and YouTube isn't really very friendly to game devs, so I just thought nobody even liked the game, so I was like, hey, there's no one on YouTube. No, I'm just not very good with the algorithm. This is the Hanged Man. It's a bubble wand. It bubbles enemies. It's not production ready or anything like that. It's a concept weapon. Not going to be in the demo, but... So there's possessed objects in the game. If you try to mess with them, they'll just kind of throw you around. They don't do anything. Get my sanity back real fast. Step into the light. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so with the Hierophant active, they become platforms, and you can use them. There's not a lot of balance in the game yet as far as how much abilities cost, so I'm gonna have to experiment with that to make what seems fun. But, you know, we'll get there. Right, the purplish color of the ambient? Yeah. It's, you know, to give the look of you being in the dark, so you can actually still see. Because that's kind of a problem I was having. It's like, oh, you can't see. The game kind of sucks if you can't see it, right? So I've been putting fake light. This is my Annabelle reference. In case you know about Annabelle in the Warren Museum and the warning on the case for Annabelle. I haven't put the model in yet, it's just an image, but it'll be in the game eventually. Hey Lepus, how's it going? Just in time for the tour. Gotta show the new people the stuff, yo. Chariot's gonna be probably a blimp or some sort of like vehicle you can fly around. You're not gonna get to way later. It'll fire like cannonballs. It's a pure concept at the moment, so it doesn't even have very good aim, but you know. Yeah, tour party. I need to make a tour emote. Let's go in here. As you know, the tour emote, very important. Yay, fun landmines. In my game, you will pay to save. You will pay in blood. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, battery's running out in my headset. I thought I charged this thing, but one of my chargers is terrible. One of them is perfect and brand new, and I forgot to label the new one, so let's swap them in a second. Turn this on. The library is actually less interesting than the other way now. I went the other way last time, so I'll have to make the library interesting. Boing, boing. The fool can break things if I had it equipped. Except I don't. I might put sound effects on everything. Like comic sound effects. They're too fun. I totally missed this jump. Oh, I didn't. Aha! Yay me! Oh, actually, there's chess pieces over there. Yeah, I made emoji chess pieces and checkers. They're just a test. They have emoji faces, though. So when you get too close, they make it angry. Okay. You can also pick up throw blocks. These don't actually have damage animations yet, but yeah. It is what it is. Thanks for the follow. I'll get. Oh. Shout you out in a second. Boing. Put my hat away. Thanks for the follow, Krypton246. So, well, most of the people end up as dolls. One of them they messed up with, and she ended up in the paintings instead. So she haunts the paintings, and she lets you travel through the paintings to the painting world. A liminal space that kind of connects all the paintings. And also you can rescue toys and bring them in here, in which case they open little shops. Made the first concept shop for my greedy shopkeeper, who's an Amazon ripoff. Important. Gotta have my Amazon ripoff. Not gonna rip itself off, it needs my help. This is Tinka, Discord's favorite. He floats. Just walked off the edge. Okay. And I will put the Discord link, because as I said, she's Discord's favorite, and then forgot once again the Discord link. When I go to do testing, I'm just gonna pull people from the Discord anyway, so those people interested. And if you're not interested, you know, that's fine too. I'm just happy here to watch. I always get right here and remember the Discord's favorite and then go, oh yeah. I should probably link and pin that. It only took about, what, 2 hours into the stream to do it this time? Am I going to do a Kickstarter? As soon as I have a demo, I'm going to try pretty much to just everything I can to get additional funding. Because why not, right? So I'm going to try Kickstarter, getting an Unreal Mega Grant, getting a publisher if I can. I'll put it up on Steam and try to get wishlist, which doesn't actually fund it at all, but hey, you know, it just shows people who want it. So I'll try all of it, because, you know, additional money just means that I can have cooler stuff, right? I hit the chat. So there's gonna be a battle arena too in this as well. One of the things that's unlocked, though it's currently broken at the moment. Yeah, like I say, the Kickstarter is not gonna happen until I have a demo. So, you know, I made this fine gentleman too. One day, he used to have a beautiful battle arena until the plugin that was running the dialogue broke. Okay, okay, big boy, I understand. Don't worry, we have a vacation plan for you. Bye bye, buddy. Yeet. Off the boot. What these warning messages are for. Okay, well, what's it saying is the problem? Why are you attempting to access these that the array length is there? I have so many questions with that. It is valid index. If it's not a valid index, don't do this. I don't even know why it's doing that now. I think it's part of the HLOAD thing. If it's valid, then do it. Happy now? Silly thing. Yeah, I'm slowly collecting people for the Kickstarter. I mean, at this point, it's more of just additional funding is slowly coming from Twitch, I guess. So, you know, I'll be able to buy a few extra models or something to. I don't gotta make everything. Maybe have a few extra animations or sound effects, something like that, that I don't have to make that are cooler. So yeah, any Twitch money is pretty much just going towards that. I mean, I'll make a huge amount, but you know, also people just kind of see what I'm working on, which is like the best part. Because I mean, even if I made nothing off it, it's still built a community I can chat with, because it makes game dev way more fun. Just saying. So the other boss fight, because I did Patrick earlier, and what's that noise coming from? Oh, it's probably from the other side of the wall. There needs to be a sound attenuation on these weapons, so they don't. I gotta trade out my earpieces after this, because earbuds, because one of them is dead. But I have a second set. Since the charger broke, I had to buy a new charger, which just came with another set. It was like 24 bucks. Oh, wait a second. Before we do this fight, I don't even know what to think of that. I thought I put a thing there to fix that, but yeah, it doesn't go the full way. I gotta fix that. I was like, wait, I only put half of a nav mesh over this area, right? Well, doesn't gotta be that tall. 50 is probably fine. We'll make it a much smaller number. Yeah, so far the actual people interested has actually grown quite a bit. I mean, the Discord's grown by a huge amount since I started this. Went from like, I think like 18 people to something like there's now 48 people in there in like a month and a half on Twitch. So that's a pretty big increase. Saying. Pretty big increase indeed. I gotta get rid of the little targeting reticle on this because I'm not gonna have projectiles on this weapon. I don't want it to have projectiles, then it's not that great. The main mechanic of this fight is that she summons a voodoo doll of you. And if the voodoo doll of you takes damage, you take damage instead. No, voodoo doll! No. You're a jerk. Mean. I need to work on the AI for the voodoo doll so she's smart enough to hide. She's really dumb right now. I'm also working on Voodoo's AI that's also kind of weird. Sometimes she just does things that makes no sense, like pick a target that doesn't exist, but you know. Even though she's only got 2 to choose from. If you time your dodge there, you don't take any damage. I did not time it right. Actually, I think I got hit by her weapon. None of the candles, no! Oh, she knocked the voodoo doll around. You're pretty much stuck. Got my voodoo doll around there like that. Like, I'm just gonna keep pummeling your voodoo doll. What do you think of that? Oh. He's pretty aggressive. Getting beat up pretty hardcore here. I put it away now. Let out quickly. I made her way more aggressive, so she might be way too tough for me to have base stats to beat, which is pretty awkward. But she knocked her outside of bounds. Well, that's lame. I don't knock you outside of bounds, jeez. Who has a super move where it can grow huge? Apparently she's just broken now. For reasons. This fight's really buggy, so... Walk away on her. In the third phase she'll start teleporting anyway, so that should hopefully fix it. Why are you in the ground? Probably these aren't moving. They're in the ground. You could just be foobarred. Okay, no, she's not. Yeah, in her third phase, she actually... This is at least working right now. He summons an invincible force field and like 5 minions to protect her, and as long as those 5 minions are alive, these ones here, then she can't be damaged. And she spins the battlefield, so your life's a little harder and you can't run in one direction. The voodoo doll is just sitting there being dumb. I'm going to think that mechanic through better because it's really hard to make it relevant. I think part of the problem is if voodoo's it's super aggressive, then the voodoo doll becomes almost impossible to defend. Honestly, maybe the voodoo doll shouldn't move at all. Like, hear me out on this one. Then you have to place the voodoo doll, and you can throw the voodoo doll places, and it will, like, you can always kind of protect it. And if she gets tuned to the voodoo doll, you can throw it somewhere else. That might be the better way to do it. I think that is how I'm going to do it, because right now it's just really tough to defend her, because she'll just start moving around in some obnoxious area, and it doesn't really help, you know? And then afterwards I can have the voodoo doll come to life after you've beaten voodoo, and you can just explain how she was just really terrified of voodoo and was just pretending like she wasn't able to move. Have, you know, or be obnoxious. I want it to be like almost like a kid sister character. This is just a little version of you. Get them all? I did. Just gonna wail on her quickly. With the big version of the weapon. I don't even know if we can have this weapon yet. I don't care. Balancing this is going to be a real problem. I'll get there eventually. I'll take the damage. I'm actually really hurt. Running out of sanity now. Quick, back to a candle. That's what's really happening, is the lights are being rotated away from you, so you can't just stand in an area. Well, you sort of can. You can rotate with the lights if you want. I think I might want to put like a mini version of the floor underneath it too, like an actual cube that represents the floor. So this way, I'm really beat up. This way I can make the boards rotate too, right? I don't have the pentagrams rotating because it's a decal. And the candles are on top of the decal. But it doesn't visually match, so maybe I fix that. Yes, it's really hard to catch them if you're going in this direction. I'll use the super thing here. I haven't even put a cost in this thing yet, the super. Come on, activate. Oh. Keep getting hit out of it. The activation. Probably give you a damage upgrade or two before this, or the ability to get damage upgrades. We'll see. I'm definitely going to do like the 4 to 5 tarots that are going to exist in the demo. I'm going to go out of my way to give them a lot more features than they currently have, because I want them all to have basically like 3 different things they do, with the Fool being mostly, you know, attack focused. Some of the other ones will have some attacks, like the Magician can attack things by throwing stuff. So it's not like it's worthless for attacking, but it's not the literal best. It's gonna take a lot of effort to upgrade these things so that they make them balanced. So I'm gonna need a lot of testers before the day is done on this one, I'm sure. I should do a glow up on the Magician, because the Magician's like the second most, you know, well-designed of the things. It's possible I might make it where it can only carry things at first, and then later on the next upgrade lets you throw things. That makes sense, and then I don't know what the super for it will be. Really? Was being slow. Yeah, she summons back the voodoo doll. And maybe I just make the voodoo doll run away perpetually too, I guess. I don't know. But they're just kind of standing. I get why they just kind of stand. Like, it's like those guys are broken in this fight, and they're not broken anywhere else, so it's like, huh. We Dynasty Warriors now, boys. How are you not being hit? Questions. Almost out of here. Ah, take that, jerk. Over there hiding, doing its thing. Just show off. Oh, I finally broke her shield and then realized I actually broke it. That's not good. Means I'm wasting all the time before she does the move again. Eating me up pretty hardcore there. Working on your Discord server project, got 3 people there. One interested. Looked there, another one left today. One who was there, look around. And meets Workman, yeah. It's rough getting a Discord going, I'm not gonna lie to you. How long have I had the one there? It wasn't until I started doing Twitch that I even started really getting a lot of people. I mean, I had a few left over from the RPG Maker thingies, but on average it was... You just gotta keep putting it out there and giving people a reason to join it. I mean, mine I'm gonna pull like testers from it, so that's part of the best incentive I think for joining it. Also, you just want to follow the project. There's that too. Keep forgetting to actually attack her, I get distracted. Being beat up. Yeah, I'll join your Discord, just come up your numbers if you want. I don't know how often I'll chat there because, well, I don't even know how often I chat in my own Discord. I don't have a lot of free time ever since I started streaming on Twitch. Like, this streaming schedule has been very time consuming, so weekends like the time I get 90% of my chatting done anywhere. But I'm always happy to pump numbers if nothing else. I'm not even sure if I'm in, like, I want this to work really well, and you know, my dreams are big. I'm hoping I can make it work. That's my explanation for this thing here. I'd like to make it work, I really would. Oh, I think I killed the last one too. I can beat her up finally. She doesn't even have a death pose. She just kind of T-poses. Yeah, I mean, feel free to link it in the chat, you know? Maybe you can farm other people from the Discord. That's right, dream big. But yeah, that's one of the boss fights there. And for some reason, this attacker thing is less bueno. Why is it trying to access? It attempts to access index 3. It's a 4H loop and it's supposed to be the weapon array. Hmm. Oh. Yeah, you can do it in the chat. I don't care. I mean, hey, if people in the chat want to join there too. Oh, me. By all means. Not a lot of viewers at the moment, but I'm definitely starting to see how many viewers were actually real on this versus how many were just apparently from like just an embed. Definitely less real ones than I was expecting. But there's still more like, I mean, I still get some numbers. But the embed had me believing like I was like exploding on Twitch when in reality it was just some embed. It was like, I realized this was an embed. And I'm just like, I see. So this error is just, these things are saying this trying to access the thing here. But it's adding to the array. How is there a problem there? It adds to the array. Um, I'm going to do something here. On the event begin play thing, I'm going to set the weapons equipped right here. I'm going to empty it. Actually, right here. Because I think what's happening is when it spawns in, actually it's just clear away, right? That's you do it by doing clear. When they're spawning in from the H load, it's keeping this array thing, which does not make any sense to me, but sure. We'll do this, right? And then it won't have this number here. I'm not sure how the H load exactly works. But I'm assuming it spawns in, spawns out, so they would not have kept whatever behaviors or whatever. Sure. Run that right now. We'll open the Discord to join it as opposed to trying to join it from a web browser. Yeah, sure. I need to make a welcome and rules thingy myself. Have I done it yet? Nah. Am I gonna do it right now? Maybe over the weekend I could see it. Alright, I joined it. So I need to place my earbuds real fast because the batteries have died in them, so 1 second. There's an ad break going. Okay. I'll let the ad break run then. I'll label this because it's broken. Now I know it's the one that doesn't charge right. Yeah, Lepus, there is. I think where you're at, there's probably not. Most of the ads are, you know, really, if you're not in some Western country or Europe, I think you probably don't even get that many ads anyway. There's only like 5 viewers on Twitch at the moment anyway. Like 0 on YouTube. So, oh, there you go. What back? Yeah, I don't know. I definitely think that maybe I was not as popular on Twitch as such. Still gotten it pretty high there. Exactly, yeah. That could also be why there's not a lot of people streaming at this time of night, because the simple reality is anyone trying to get money off ads probably ain't getting it. That's fair, Zombie. Yeah, this chat tends to be the one that has the most things, though. It just seems random on when I have lots of people. So the funny thing was, I was posting over in the status updates of the RPG Maker forums, hey, I'm streaming. And I guess that acted as an embed because there was like a huge number of views, like these weird spikes in views, and it's like, okay, where are all these people coming from? Maybe they love my project. No, what it actually was people who had actually opened any page with the update posts in it. So I'd get like 15 to 30 people watching, except for that they didn't count towards ads. So I thought, wait, ads pay nothing. No, none of those were even counting. So I had like fake people without knowing that that was what it was doing. I figured it out over time. They got angry at me for posting there. I don't know why, because everyone else posts their stream there, so nobody else is using RPG Maker. They decided they didn't like me doing it. They were just deleting them with a message saying, not RPG Maker. Yeah. For like a couple weeks there, I thought I was just like popping off on Twitch. I was like, oh my god, look at how many people I have. Jesus. I was still getting way more people than expected, but I was just like, man, I could be partnered with in like a month or two at this rate. Now we're back to a much more likely thing of honestly, it's probably like 8 to 12 average viewers. I don't know. I mean, let's see, on Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday was the last day I did it. So on Wednesday, I actually had 18 average viewers, 7.6 on Thursday, and 12 on Friday. It also shows you how little traffic is at the RPG Maker forums, because if everybody who happens to have those open counts as a viewer, and I'm only getting 15 to 30 people, that's pretty low activity there. They say there's like over 1,000 people there. No, that is just a lie. Yeah, funny thing that I found out. That's okay, because I was always wondering why everyone was so silent. It's like, oh, there's 30 people in here, no one's talking. Yeah, because they're not really here. Right. Yeah, anyway. That's my fun story. Yeah, chat sometimes pops off over there. Sometimes. I was like 8 people viewing, so. I'd rather everyone just view on Twitch anyway. So YouTube has been picking up a lot of people. I'm now up to 275 subs on subscribers on YouTube. I picked up 31 in the last 28 days. So I mean, unfortunately, my views are like, you know, they're 1.4 thousand over the last last 28 days, but there's only 170 hours of watch time. And you need like 4,000 to even get monetized. We're not even close, boys. We're not even close on YouTube. That's okay. I'm just excited people are excited. I mean, I don't gotta have an army of people. I'm not gonna say no to an army of people, you understand that. That sounds cool, but you know, I ain't gotta have an army. So on this here, I need to do, actually it's the weapon parent thing I want to change. There's a really loud swing noise that doesn't have a sound attenuation. Yeah, the swing sound. I have a generic sound attenuation for just, you know, noises so you don't have to hear it everywhere. Because that's this noise. And I was hearing all the swings from these idiots over here while standing in this room, which I'll do again just to test. Yeah, trying to push the chat over here on Twitch because, I mean, it's rare that the YouTube chat ever even gets like more than a few people talking to each other. Here, sometimes they get a lot. Yeah, you can't hear them now. Unless you're right by the wall. That's right, Lepus. I mean, just start saying it out loud. That's what I do on stream here. I just tell people things. I'm pretty honest about what I do, so you can learn things. Probably too educational for most kids. I mean, you're probably right. Game dev isn't exactly the biggest, you know, thing on Twitch. It has an upside and a downside because, you know, like you can see if you go on. Oh, we got a new thingy on Twitch. Yay! Now we have this new looking logo here, but you can see that the top people have like, I mean, the top viewer right now is 35 views, so like it can get higher if you're like popular, but you know, here I am sitting at like 8 views and I'm almost near the top. So it's not like it's the most popular category out there. It's clearly not. I didn't even know it existed until recently, but you know, over time I just pick up people and chat and you know, leads to fun stuff. That's fair. Yeah, a lot of it comes down to just well, pretty much for a streamer, it's not that I'm selling you on the project. What I'm really selling you on is me and chatting with me because it's just a game. You'll get bored of seeing the same things over and over. Hopefully, what you enjoy doing is having like a pseudo type of friendship or, you know, with me, just chatting. I mean, you know, it's not like a hangout in real life friendship, but, you know, it kind of gives a sense of community. And that's really what that's what streaming is. Like you're selling them on you, the streamer. So this way, in theory, I could, you know, play anything and people would be excited to watch. That's like the hope. Now, there'll be some people who are interested in the experience of messing with Unreal Engine, and that's cool. And I mean, I'm happy about that as well, but a lot of times it's just you're selling them on yourself. That's fair. Long-term viewer, I mean, happy to have you here, always. More the merrier. I'd rather have one long-term viewer than like, you know, 100 just drop-ins, you know, like the one long-term viewer. Hey, doesn't take that many long-term viewers to make it where I just have people to chat with. I mean, even if it's just like a bunch of buddies getting together at night, chatting, doing some game dev, fine with me. You know, I was gonna do this anyway. So as long as I got people to chat with, I mean, that's just a win, right? No point where I'm like, damn, I got people to chat with. What am I gonna do? The struggle, it is so real. Yeah, I mean, I've been picking up people as I go and just there you go. Yeah, see, weight painting. I mean, someday I'm gonna learn about weight painting. I mean, there's cloth painting. That's got its own kind of weight set for how much they move in Unreal Engine. So I guess I kind of understand weight painting. So not very well in other things, but for purposes of how much each piece of cloth moves. I finally clicked. That's always a great moment. You're just like, so that's how it works all along. And then you're like going, I can't believe I was doing it the dumb way. Yeah. It happens. It happens. I do many things the dumb way, and I'm like, oh, yeah. Why did I do? Why this? I'm going to put menus in places again. We're going to do this again. Now that I solved the H-load problem. No more enemy spawners. Trying to randomly spawn enemies in the right locations kind of sucks. When you want them to like land on tops of bookshelves and things like that. 0 out of 10, do not like. Kind of like when this bounces back and forth. That's just so annoying. But it is what it is, unfortunately. Magician room. I'm actually tempted to start streaming over on Rumble or Kick. I don't know. Both those ones potentially you could get like additional income, and even if it's like an extra $20 a month or something, hey man, that's just more models I can buy, more toys. But the monetization on, you know, Rumble is you don't have to have anything. There is no requirement to be monetized. Can you accept payments? Yeah, okay, you're monetized. That's a pretty good deal, you know. I'm gonna turn this one. I'm thinking of doing that. YouTube, it does get me people, but man. I do not appear to be the right kind of stream for YouTube. I can stream to all of them, though. If I pay money, I can stream to all. I also just upgraded my internet connections. Now I have unlimited internet data. Because I was streaming so much that it was actually hitting our 1.2 terabyte cap. Which is nuts. I didn't realize it was a part of the... I thought it was only just download that was the 1.2 terabytes. Nope. That was, in fact, all the goods. So since I have unlimited, I might as well just, you know, make use of all of it, you know? Just run with it. Apparently, when you shift enter these, actually, shift end these things, they don't end up in a right location. They end up just in the abyss. That's fine. Yeah, none of this. Like 50 gigabytes is a literal joke. Jesus. Have you considered Starlink? I mean, as far as I know, I don't know if that has any kind of limit on it, but it's gotten fast enough to stream and usable anywhere. That's a lot. I burn through 50 gigabytes in a day. Just download Unreal Engine and some, you know, goodies for it, and pretty soon you're just like, what internet? Actually, yeah, what internet data is left anymore? You just hear a little belch noise and it's happy. I guess I could have these things patrol too. Put some biteys in here too. One must have biteys. That's fair. Like I said, a lot of it, it's not really about what I'm doing is that entertaining. I mean, for some people it is, sure, but for most people, it's actually just, you know, just chatting. A lot of people will just leave me on in the background, you know? I'm just hoping that, you know, people are excited to talk to me. After all, you know, if it's not me they're excited to talk to, then when I work on the next game, they're gonna be like, well, that sucks. And they might not like it. Basically, there's like two types of streamers I've found out. There's the I'm really good at it streamer, in which case all they do is the one thing they're really good at. And to be fair, I mostly do one thing the whole time too. So okay, I kind of win on that regard. And then there's the everybody likes me streamer, where it doesn't matter what you do, they're there because they like you. I'd prefer to be that kind of streamer because then I could just do whatever I wanted on the stream. So if I wanted to play like someone's game that day, I could, and it would be well received. Whereas right now, if I played someone's game, I'd do okay. I don't know. I definitely want to try other devs, you know, games on stream, help them out and everything. Might as well, right? As long as their game is, you know, safe for, you know, it's like, you know, safe for Twitch. I'll be like, okay, it isn't, and safe for YouTube because of the copyright. That's right. Well, I mean, that's what happened with me. I mean, originally I used to watch Arcadum's D&D things before he got canceled. Okay, that guy really deserved it. He went after like 18 different women or something silly. That guy deserved it. There was a lot of evidence, but but I ended up watching all his Twitch because, you know, I loved his D&D adventures. He was so good at telling a story, and I loved his world. So I started watching so much of it, and I started watching the player too because he had all these people from Twitch, you know, other streamers playing in his games, and that was cool. Yeah, I never go full Diddy. He went full Diddy. I mean, there was like audio recordings. There was like, I don't think there were pictures or anything like that, but I mean, there was plenty of chat logs. I mean, there was like 18 women. I mean, it was a lot. I was like, Jesus, man. Did you forget anybody in this one? Like, what the? Oh my God. Like, damn. Like, if it'd been like a he said, she said kind of thing, you know, I'd have been like, maybe more on the side. People brought receipts. So I was like, oh, God. No one took him to court, though, but at the same time, taking someone to court's expensive. I guess they could have filed criminal charges. But, I don't know. I think a lot of them just didn't want to do that. That's fair. It was enough evidence for me to go, yeah, okay. I'm seeing where this might not be okay. That's fair. I mean, I try to be pretty, I won't say totally like, you know, safe for work on the stream, but I try to be pretty close. Try to keep it not terribly controversial if I can either. Because I don't want to upset people either. Like, I mean, I don't want to get, I'm not looking for that. I'm trying to get people into game dev and just trying to be, you know, fun and everything like that, and enjoyable. I want them to be talking about the game or talking about the projects and, you know, happy about things. I figure everywhere else is full of doom, gloom, and rage bait that I don't need to be the doom, gloom, and rage bait. Just maybe a little break from that somewhere. I could just scroll X or something like that if I need that in my life. Like, yep. Good. I think I'm gonna save these little voodoo dolls for later. I'll give them a few rooms of these types of enemies. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, more people is always good. I get excited. There's just people around. I guess there's an ad break going too, so anyone's got ads, I'm sorry. But yeah, I just want it to be a good time. Everywhere is just all about people not being happy. I don't do this to be miserable. This is my hobby. Like, why would I want to be miserable in my hobby? Terrible plan. 0 out of 10. Why would I do that to myself? So, I don't. I just don't do that to myself. And I think everyone else should not do it too. They should definitely, you know, try to find good things in life, you know, positive things, you know. Have fun with this. It's supposed to be enjoyable. Yeah. I find that's kind of a thing I see also in a lot of the game dev world. Like, I hang out in a lot of discords for it, and man, the number of people who are working on a project they don't like, and you know, they're just like, I gotta make the next amount of money, blah blah blah. It's like, no man, just make something you want to make. Also, don't quit your day job. Seriously. Like, don't put yourself in the situation where you have to make money off this because it's going to take a while, and have some fun, enjoy this. But they do that, It's kind of rough. People saying they hate their own projects, and I'm like, man, do something you love. The whole point of doing, following a dream, right? Yeah, I mean, people respect, you know, loving what you do. Like they like that. I mean, and it really makes them more interested in your game too, because well, if you love it, maybe there's something to it. But if you hate it, you're the prime tester. Like, why do you hate your game? How bad is your game if you hate it? Maybe you're working on it a while, but man, that's just the wrong message to be sending. You should be telling people you love what you do. I do. Put a bunch of random little minions floating around down here. Not too many, I guess. Exactly. If you can quit your job and become a game dev permanently, that sounds amazing. But the road to get there might take a while. So you probably should keep the day job, because otherwise you're stressing, I gotta release this game. I gotta have exactly enough money, blah, 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 Every month I gotta release yet another game to even have a chance, or every 3 months. And I'm basically like, barely making any money. Man, that doesn't sound like a recipe for success. It doesn't at all. And you're like, oh, you got to become an influencer too in order to even, get enough things to do all this. I mean, it's just so much stress people put on themselves. And it's like, what if, and I'm just saying, just keep your regular job and you just kind of work on this on the side until you reach the point where, hey, man, maybe you can afford to do this. But hey, that's just me, Sell them on a dream. Sell myself on the dream, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, 750 a month every 2 weeks, man. Well, I live on less than $1,500 a month all the time because I just don't need the money, Like I just live cheaply. I've been living off investing for the longest time because, well, I just don't need a lot of the money. So a lot of money to live. I don't want a whole lot. Most of the time I'm just doing game dev. So it's like, okay, cool. Like, not going anywhere. I don't have any social life besides chatting people on air, and that's fine with me. I don't need an additional social life. Oh, thanks for dropping my Lipus. And enjoy your food. Eat all the delicious stuff for the rest of us, because, well, why wouldn't you? I mean, do it for us, man. Take this burden upon yourself. Eat the delicious food. I know the struggle is real, but I believe in you. I think we all do. Food wasn't going to eat itself. I'm going to put everything. Get rid of all the spawn stuffs. So when the bites are up there, actually when the voodoo dolls are up there, it'll move back and forth between the sides, but when it's just the bites, it doesn't. Very confusing. Yes, indeed. I guess they can't be moved to the toy maze because they're already, 2 of them are in the toy maze. Oh, actually, everything but 2 of them are in the toy maze. Maybe they're all in the toy maze. Okay, fair enough. Is everybody in the H load? No. Yeah, this new method's interesting. Now that I understand you can just place things in the H load and it changes everything, it's just awesome. I just had no idea. Now you'll be running through here and you'll have to fight things. Which hopefully makes it interesting because I have these additional rooms here. I gotta do a drop for the biteys too. Oh yeah, definitely. But, yeah. Might as well learn things as going, right? Yeah, no, the H-load thing's great because you just go to here and you have your various grids, right? I'll zoom out here so you can see the grids in a space that's a little more visible. Actually, I'll go to a big room. Actually, this room's fine. It's fine. So yeah, like you have the world partition setup. This is only on open world levels. But you have your cell size, which is pretty much the chunks that it's divided into. So let me enable the preview grid so you can see. So you can see these white lines that represent each of the chunks that's being loaded, and then the loading range of how far it's willing to load them. And as long as the chunk was within the loading range, it'll load. I have it set to 3 times the size of the cells that we're talking about here. The upside is that the larger the chunks that it loads, the less it has to load like each time. Like there's no, there'll be a dip in processing when it has to load a new chunk because it's got a bunch of stuff there, versus having a lot of things loaded at once. The downside of having the larger cell size is it has a lot of things loaded at once. So you have to kind of balance between the two. Hey, Fishbots, how's it going? I'm amazed how romanticized the game industry is, even now. With the people I worked with over the years, but I still get people thinking we just do whatever we want all day. You know, I mean, I came from the RPG maker community. Let me tell you about a world when people are romanticize it on a level that's just unreal. Not even Unreal Engine, it's just unreal. Like they just do. They think they're gonna spend 5+ years making some generic JRPG on there with custom art they drew themselves, and it's gonna be an indie darling. It's gonna be a hit. Everyone is gonna play, and I hope it is. I really do. It's probably not gonna be though. You know. But dreamers are the ones that eventually, you know, often make the best things. Not all of them, but if you don't dream big, you know, you'll never have a chance of making anything big, right? They do make a lot of unique stuff. I think that the engine handicaps them pretty hard, though. Because you have an engine that basically hasn't changed in 20 years. Other than the language it was built upon. It went from like Ruby to JavaScript or something. I don't know what was before Ruby. Could have just been Ruby the whole time. Yeah, dreams keep the industry alive. Again, if you show up to this industry with no idea of any game you want to make, you're just in the wrong industry, right? Like, I mean, you just have no ideas, nothing you've ever wanted to do. That's crazy. This is about a dream. Like, like this is the game I want to make. Because it's going to be a lot of work. So if you're not following a dream, anyone knows game dev is not a short task. It's definitely a huge amount of work. You're gonna, definitely need to be dreaming, of a better life, a better everything, the game you've always wanted. Well, you're making it. It's gonna be a while, so you gotta have something driving you, Maybe this 20 minutes will be more fun with more enemies in it. I don't know. These biteys need to have something to do. Yeah, I definitely think that people oh my gosh, I had one guy show up in here and he's thinking that, you could make a AAA game yourself and like, it wouldn't take you like 20 years to make these AAA games yourself. And I'm just like, man, the like it's taking hundreds of people like 5+ years to make that game. You think you're going to make that game in the same time? It's crazy. I suppose it's fair, Fishbots. I mean, if you're just if you want to just work with other people all the time and let them pick what you make, I suppose that's fair. I don't know how much you've made in the industry like that. I don't know if you've made a lot of games and you've just done well. I mean, kudos if you have, but it's definitely a long road. So, but yeah, you know, cool giant project. Well, congratulations then. That's definitely we all wish we'd done that. On a studio, meaning by learning them before about people, blah blah blah. Interested? Yep, yep. The captain need to be able to run the whole ship. Yep, otherwise it'll sink. It's true. You're leading the ship. Crew's doing what you're saying. Oof. Hopefully you know which way the boat be going. Put a thingy there. Yeah, I suppose there's place in the industry for people who don't have dreams for, like, you know, doing big projects, or don't have dreams for, you know, their own stuff. Pretty unusual though. Even people I've seen in the big studios often dream of their own games too. But I suppose everything exists out there somewhere. Let's build it all. Exception when it comes to learning. Oh, that's fair. That's a lot of people who get into this. They already had a job and they want to get away from that, so they think game dev will get them there. Part of the thing, Fish Plus, is not every studio is big either. There's little studios too, so mileage could vary. If you have a giant studio of like 100 people, then clearly things are going to be different. Going to be way different than a studio of, like, you know, sub 10 or whatever, sub 3. That's the thing. A lot of different experiences out there. But most people we encounter around here are usually like solo devs or small teams. It's pretty unusual to encounter the big people in the industry watching this. I think a lot of that just comes down to it's their job all day and they probably don't want to come home and watch a stream that's their job. And I understand that. Because, you know, I wouldn't want to watch a stream of the things I do for work. No. It's terrible. No thanks. Yeah. Well, the thing about being a leader is you can't have everything always your way. You're going to have to delegate some of the decisions to your underlings, because otherwise, well, what are your underlings really doing? I mean, you're really going to sit there and just, you know, peanut butter and jelly sandwich them the whole time, where you're just saying, do this, every little thing they do? It doesn't work. Yeah. I mean, like I say, mileage varies there, fish butts. And people are, just depends on the studio, I guess. Obviously, the big studios, I could totally see it. I haven't really heard of any studios like what you're talking about, but not saying they don't exist. Not saying they don't exist. Clearly they do. Just going by all the people I've talked to in their studios. But they're always like, you know, indies. So, who's to say if they're even doing it right? Yeah, they'll express themselves in one way or another. That's just them swinging? Okay, let's listen for that noise because it's really loud. There's just too many enemies. I have no idea how many enemies are going to be right for these kinds of rooms, because these open areas have like lots of things like that. But I might make it where it's more more brawl style anyway. I don't know though. You never know. There might be too many. It probably is, honestly. Because they also all just kind of come after you. What I might do, adjust the things so that they don't have a wander range and they just only come after you if you're somewhat near them. Over 2 at least 2 years of funding for paychecks, yeah. I see people open it without that, but it's like any business. If you open it without the right funding backing it up, your chances of success go way down. Like maybe you get lucky, but you're making the road a lot harder than if you had the proper funding to start with. As he sits there and makes this, you know, giant game solo. But to be fair, I'm also not doing it as a job. I mean, I guess I'm streaming, and streaming does slowly make a little bit of cash. Oh, there's an ad break going. Yeah, no. There you go, ad break. Like that. Yeah. That's the thing. Don't start a business without funding. Just a bad plan. You're doomed to bad things if that happens. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of this here. You're supposed to wander randomly, but I guess the distance here is huge. Maybe like 1,500. Anything larger than that, we'll just have them kind of do that instead. Also got to upgrade the biteys to have thingies. Number lock. Yeah, every business I've started so far has largely been solo endeavors. You know, it's not usually the big endeavors. It's like, you know, like I got into online sales and I built myself up an entire inventory thing like that over just largely going around and trading in order to get it. And it was a solo thing. I did a website business for like 10 plus years as well. It was a solo thing. I just kind of pick a hobby or something like that, you know, something I'm doing, and then I just turn it into a business because I just like doing what I'm doing. At the end of the day, I just like that. It's a hobby of mine. I'll just obsess over it until it turns into a job. Doesn't always work out. Sometimes it turns into catastrophe. Okay, a lot of times. Maybe. Yeah. But, you know, I was going to do it anyway, so it's just my hobbies, right? So just have fun with it. That's the dream I first. I just make, really enjoy, yeah. Nothing but time anyway, yeah. What are you going to do with the time otherwise, right? I mean, you going to waste it watching some videos or something, you know? Doom scrolling X or something? I mean, at least with this, you're working towards something, and, you know, you get to make something you love. It's much more exciting than just wasting time on things. I mean, don't get me wrong. I waste some time sometimes too. Not a lot these days, but you know, I do waste time. But yeah, guess Fox's stream broke, huh? Or ended it? Huh. There you go. Or Fox has been trying to get his stream to work all day due to some sound or everything. He keeps crashing. Like, I'll keep your stream open in the background, buddy. And then, you know, checked over there and the poor thing crashed. Or it's no longer working. Take your pick. Small temp health, sure. Let's put some gems in here too. Make the gems more likely. Some coins too. And then we'll just fill the grid up with empty spaces, so the odds of getting other things is lower. I think everything can have a 50% chance of dropping something, and like an, you know, 1 in 8 that it drops a potion. I might strengthen the potions a bit too. I might make it 20 on those. I think I probably will. He spent 6 months making Doom maps. Never released it because it was basically for entertainment. Yeah. I mean, I've done a lot of like little projects that were just me having fun. I didn't intend on really doing anything with them. Sometimes I'm just having fun, you know? Learning dumb things, you know, just trying things out. Some of the projects I had that were larger also didn't really go anywhere either. They were never this large. But to be fair, they were also an RPG maker, so it kind of wasn't so hot for doing those things. Make this like a 20-year. The Stitch Voodoo's will also give them a chunk of drops here. I guess we can do double gems or something like that. I want the gems to be the upgrade thingy. They can have a similar drop rate to the other one, I guess. They're fodder enemies, but if I'm going to make you fight them, then I want drops. Currently specking out new dev machines for yourself and employees in 2025. They fasten how much cheaper pre-built stuff is on the low end. Yeah. But not in the middle. Yeah, that's probably fair. I mean, you know, the low end ones are just, that stuff's just easy for them to buy huge swaths of it. The high end stuff's kind of surprising that it would be cheaper. I'd like it also to see it being all over the place. But yeah. I don't know. I'd almost think that if you're making your own business and you're like a bunch of programmers and everything like that, you just make your own computers at that point. Yeah. Yeah. I guess for programmers, you would only need like the low end computers anyway. It's really, I guess for testing you wouldn't, but I guess it depends on how it's done. Like if they're just, you know, coding with like, you know, little prototype crap that doesn't require many resources, and it's only the artists that are using the big bad stuff, and only the artists would need the biggest computers. That's fair. I just assume that, you know, you would have enough knowledge to build all your own stuff. But I guess it depends on how many you have to build. Because you're building like 100 computers, then obviously that'd be insane. If you're building like 5, I mean, that's not like a big deal. But like, it's definitely a scale thing for certain. And I definitely don't tend to think in the very large scales very often because it's, I mean, it's not like I deal with incredibly large scale operations. Not typically. I usually deal with indies or like just indies with like small studios that are sub 5 people. Most of them have their own gaming computer that they're using for doing this. Oh. I guess I can get carried by them. That's interesting. Go get some water in the next ad break. I gotta fix that thing there. This is too many enemies. It's not very fun after a while. Like, you're just swinging around bashing a million enemies. I really think it's because they move at the lower end, and they shouldn't. Like, I think I should just, you know, remove that. As far as the behavior. This way, once you get close, they start doing something, which I think is just going to be way more interesting. I didn't think about it, but if I want them to sit on like shelves and everything like that, I don't want them to fall off necessarily until you get near them. Otherwise, they just all jump down here in a giant, you know, mess that is just... That's why there's too many, because I put them in all these places expecting you to jump up there, and then they're just jumping down after you. Only a couple employees. Migrated being a consultant. Nice, nice. Only a few. Oh, nice. Well, great day for the programmers, and, you know, congratulations on moving to a consultant place. Yeah. Always good to be successful. Always happy when anyone is doing well. Just wish the best for everyone. I'm gonna delete a couple of these. There's just too many. Like it's just a, they're just charging after you, and it is not that fun. It could just be a problem in general. I'm also gonna close this door just in case I'm getting enemies off that too. Gonna click the. There you go. I think everyone wants to pick and choose their projects. That's why I was kind of talking about the whole dream thing. Maybe it's not your dream project, but you get to pick your project, and for most of us, it's our dream project. But that's because a lot of us are hobbyists, turn yeah, getting to pick your own projects. That's the way. Why are you riding my couch? First. I believe I broke my logic a little. I didn't think about it, but technically, well, at that point there should be an action, right? Because it should say true, and it just does nothing. I guess the action could just be nothing. Well, actually, I think what's happening here is this here. Yeah, pretty much zombie, you know. A lot of us didn't go out a lot as kids. We got a lot of ways to play with, and you know, in hindsight, maybe I should have gone out more. But I wouldn't be here today doing what I'm doing if that was the case. Yeah. Yeah. It just needs a reset action on this, on each of these. If I don't give it an action, because it always had a fixed action, so there was never any point where it wasn't going to happen. But I did not account for that. Because for some reason I wanted them to move all the time, but I was also randomly spawning them in, and now that I'm placing them in the level, it's different. Things need to be done differently. Just watched it, spring break? That's so, huh? That's unfortunate for him. The thing on that's a little big. They're a little bizarre. See, now they work. You know what I might have? An is aggro. And then have a chase after the player if they... This still feels like way too many. I guess they kind of just follow after you, though, so you can pick them up. But this feels more like just a brawl type of game than anything else, and I don't think I want that. I think it needs to be like only a handful of enemies in any area that you're just kind of hitting. Just for it to play better. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of them. No BS about video games and their subject. Watch anything related to science, pretty much, yeah. I mean, I think that's a lot of us that we know more about video games, and not. It's just, you know, how it works, right? And it just, for a lot of us, that's just our hobby. So, and it's the entertainment we watch, and it just pretty easy to learn a lot about them over the years. You just kind of remember everything. Okay, probably couldn't tell you the name of some person I met last week, but I can tell you how to get through a dungeon in a particular game I played, you know, years ago. Happens. If you order pre-build, it's someone else's problem. If they muck it up in 2000, yeah, it's fair. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely value in other people doing the work for you if you can afford it. 100%. I'm not used to many people in this sphere actually being able to afford this stuff, so it's usual, but I mean, it's always fun to see new perspective on it. Want to try new sculpting tools in Blender? Dropped in a few days. I mean, make a squeaky toy for the dog. Just saying. You know, if you're gonna put the dog in your game and everything like that, and give like an eternal haven to play in, it needs a squeaky toy, right? And a dog house, dog bowl. You know, for food and everything. Like a food bowl, not a dog bowl. In my mind, it made sense. Going on is aggro variable, I think. I don't already have one. I most certainly already have it. All right, so that's fair, Fishbots. I need to learn that myself. We still have that whole do it myself mentality way too often. And there's things where would just be so much better financially, like, and just, you know, from a time perspective in general, that I paid someone for. That's why I actually buy a fair number more assets than I used to, because it's like, well, I could make the asset, but this person's charging me $10 and they made like 100 of them. So I mean, like, I think I'd rather just pay them $10 because I can't do it. So I'm slowly coming around to that, you know, that same lesson. But sometimes, you know, I do try to be pretty cheap. But to be fair, I also get to use it to stream content, so that's there is also a reason for me to make some stuff by hand that I wouldn't have normally made. But yeah, that's definitely a lesson I need to learn. The whistle like Mega Man, Bond, they're pretty funny. They're kind of cool. You make your own Mega Man style game with, you know, your own dog is the robot dog you summon. There is aggro. What are we doing? No, I don't need that. I just need to set it. I could have kept that because I was going to have to do it over there. They're just always going to be aggro once they're set to aggro, so I'm not going to... I guess I already had it. I'm not going to unset them to aggro, probably. And if they're aggro, then we'll just move to target, right? That's not a bad plan. And I'll just do the same thing over here. The other ones. This way they just, you know, don't forget. But they'll sit there for a moment until they figured it out. I didn't actually put this into little small things there. I'll just do a very similar thing here, because that's the more advanced version anyway. So let's do the more advanced version. The cattle used to, I wish I needed that actually. I can just do this. Collapse all these nodes. Thinking graph. Photoman or something. So would play before you fought him, but it's just a sound. It's either back him. Oh. There you go. I mean, that could be hard to mechanic, you know. You whistle to have the dog you can go do things for you. Like whistle and like point at things and the dog goes over to attack enemies or runs back to you. Doing the hard way that spending on hardware is 100% worth it? Fair. Find experts? Yeah. Oh yeah, I imagine so. Give people the right tools. We were just talking about the wrong tools with RPG Maker earlier, you know? So, give people all the powerful tools and they can do anything. Otherwise, oof, takes a long time. Yeah, if you're like, you know, at that point in the industry where you can just afford the stuff, get the stuff. Maybe someday I'll be at that point in the industry. So not there. No, no. Still a one-man army who's paying other people periodically to help do things. But I know I mostly just pay for assets. Nobody actually works on the project, but that's also just from a logistics standpoint. I don't think I'd want to, you know, I wouldn't want to have this, you know, project on a computer I didn't control. I'm not going to send it over the internet because then someone else could just steal the project, and that'd be kind of stupid. Change some names and things and just lead to a real dumpster fire. Not a good plan. No. I like the organization of collapsing these to grids. Or graphs, I should say. Oops. Could just put them in here too. I don't think I need this extra thing at all. Yeah. You can stay here for now. It's fine. I'll put it in here. I think it's easier to read with the little comments around them because the other ones are kind of hard to tell. Also, I don't see a way to actually recolor the graphs. There probably is a way. Instance color. What's that do? Oh, they added it in. Well, that's cool. That's cool, man. Now I'm all excited. Yeah. Actually, I'll probably do this one the red or something like that. I like that. Apparently easily to please. I'm just saying. Certain part of the CPU for blenders. Can't lie, my PC was probably the best decision ever. Freeze, yeah. I should probably do that for Blender myself if I ever decide to use it. At this point, though, I'm kind of just paying other people to use Blender. I wanted to pay someone to optimize all my models because I think for me it's going to be pretty tough to do reasonably. A lot of these things could use a bit of cleanup here. Poppet's almost kind of a mess. This is already within a grid thingy there. I'll put a thing around this just so I remember. Add upgrades. They're not really in the game yet. They will be soon, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that's where buying you want to buy some of them off the Unreal Marketplace because they're already optimized for you, which makes a huge difference. As opposed to, you know, having to do it myself or, you know, because I have a lot of dad stuff as well, and the dad stuff is just, I guess it's a little easier to read. I don't even know. Actually, I'll take a light blue or something for funsies. This is already inside of a thing too, so I'm not going to get too crazy, but we're commenting inside a, you know, I think it's a macro. Might be a function. I don't know. It's one of the two. Oh, never mind. It's item collected effects. Blind. That's a function. It's got an F by it. Right here. I'm dumb. Can't see. You know. A bunch of weed or a puppy or something and buy tools. That's about as far as I've been financially. Well, you know, whatever gets the job done, right? I mean, I suppose. I don't know. You could breed dogs for, you know, money. Dog breeders do make the ducats. I think I'm not going to put one up here. I don't think I want that necessarily. Let's test this out now that they have a range thingy. I still think there's way too many, though. I'm probably going to dump one of them. The Realm's a breeder. There you go, see? Not a bad plan. Also, walking dogs is another thing you can make money on that's just, you know... I've seen people do that for a living. I'm like, huh. I can live with the exercise. Alright, so... Let's say I get away from him. How we doing here? That's definitely better. Or they jump off there, so that's a little less good. I need to make some enemies that are more stationary. I'm seeing this now. It's not something I really contemplated, but now that I'm placing enemies in the level, I realize there needs to be certain things that don't move. Also, look, they've all jumped down there for the most part, except for the ones up there. So I think the range is probably too large for the initial aggro. Also, just there's way too many even now. There spawn stuffs in this room. There could also be spawning extra things, and then I could be, you know, kicking myself in the nuts for no reason. We got heat thing for weight painting, but still slightly ding. Oh, okay, well, yeah. I mean, listen. He lived a good life. Basically like Genghis Khan of dogs at that point. I mean, like, had 200 kids in his lifetime. I'm just saying. Somebody was a conqueror. Doggy style got a whole new meaning going on here. I like how many enemies are playing out here. I definitely need to cut them down a bit. Maybe just have like one up here or something like that. And I really don't want them to be like... I don't want it to be like a brutal brawl every 5 seconds. I also kind of want more to do on the ground. That's the thing to note too, is some of these rooms, there's not a lot to do on the ground. Like, there's just a lot of open spaces, and I guess fighting is kind of what you do in those spaces, but... Let me reduce the distance that they decide to start fighting at too. Too close. Actually, yeah, too far. So let's say 1,000. Right? No. Oh, this one's missing the aggro radius. My bad. I forgot to add that crap in. I got all excited about shrinking it down that I forgot that I need this. Otherwise, they'll just go crazy the whole time, and that's not very fun. You know? I'll make it 1,000 so that they are a little less aggressive. Just like these ones here. 1,500 seems like a pretty big distance. Let's do some testing here and see what gets the job done. I mean, 1,200 a head. How long does it take to get the dog, you know, up to sellable status? That's nuts. That's so much money for a dog. Yeah, I think we're doing the wrong business here. We should all be dog breeders. Damn. Hang out with the dogs all day, have puppies everywhere. 6 weeks of you just letting the dogs go at it, so you don't got to do anything for the most part. Like, I'm sure there's stuff involved with it. Plus, you got to be a good seller too. You can't just, you know. I'm sure the clients aren't just falling out of the skies, you know. That's a little better. And now that there's only like a handful of them coming after me, as opposed to like a million. What are you doing? Okay, they're still moving. I thought he was broken. Nah, he's just doing nothing. That's fair. You get to play with the puppy for 6 weeks. Well, probably not too much playing. They're probably too little to play for the most part, but... Huh. Yeah, I imagine there's some additional costs. That one knew what he did, okay? That's my explanation for what just happened there. He knew what he did. I gotta look up how to make breakables again, because I want breakables, so I'll put breakable things around here so you can get items and stuff. As well. The barrel thing all over again. I need enemies that don't jump. I made a mistake in programming a lot of the enemies. I programmed them all for really large spaces. But, I need ones that are going to fight in small spaces, too. Also, this weapon knocks things around, which is kind of problematic, too. I need enemies that can't be knocked. That's something I need to do. Create things that are immune to being knocked around. Cat physics. You're a licensed vet and doctor for humans, but you don't like people? Huh. Huh. That sucks. But the, you know, cancer thing, but I don't know, being a vet means you don't necessarily have to like people. I'm just saying, you know, you could just, you know, you could just hang out and hang out with the animals. Get a, you know, an assistant to deal with the people. Thanks for your Punda. How's it going? How you doing? We're just discussing how we should all quit as, you know, game devs and become dog breeders, apparently, because $1,200 a head per puppy. With a 6-week turnaround time. Jesus. Oh, nice. What's it like to actually play games? Does only ever do game dev? Play games anymore? Pretty rare. Maybe I should stream on the weekends and just play games on the weekends. I don't think I get any viewers though. All my viewers are game dev people. I probably would get no one. But maybe. I don't know, Zombie. I'm just saying we can get this manufacturing type of setup going on here, like conveyor belt style here. They can produce puppies every time, I believe. Just totally turn this into a machine. Shouldn't flame them. Should working on my dev, but yeah, that's fair, Tony. I mean, you can't always work on it. I mean, I guess you could be me, where I always work on it, but I'm weird. Actually, on the weekends I don't. I pretty much just veg out and watch terrible shows. Like this weekend, I'm gonna binge the new episodes of Arcane. I'm just saying. I need this in my life. That's fair, Fishbots. I mean, you know, I kind of work all the time too, but playing the occasional game is also good for, you know, those people like us who are like, you know, solo or small devs like that to figure out better ways to design games. Like, you know, you can take good ideas from them. So it can be kind of work related as long as you don't go overboard with it, but it definitely is probably not the best for making money. Then again, game dev is not usually the best for making money, at least not as an indie. Obviously working for a team, yeah. Like a big company, different story. That's terrible, Zombie. I mean, listen. That's probably why I'm not a dog breeder. It's probably why I'm trying to be an aspiring game dev. Because all my dogs would have probably not made it. Well, you know what you need to make? Here's your game dev idea of Champion, since you know more about this like that. Why don't you make Dog Breeder Simulator? Huh? I'm just saying. Like, it sounds like you know way more about this. You could make it. Because, I mean, if people are willing to play, like, you know, Car Wash Simulator, I think they're willing to breed puppies. Yeah, and make it a mobile game, make it all cute and everything like that. The number of female players you would have would be incredible. Oh yeah, Jesus, 37 beagle puppies used for extermination as well. Damn, 35 million in funds. Damn, 400 beagles being bred and used in research facility in Virginia. All right, so what I'm hearing is there's probably some mutant beagles out there in the woods of Virginia, and now I'm terrified to go there. I'm just imagining like grizzly-sized beagles. So they're just like, super happy and playful with little stubby legs. But they're like these massive Goliath things with stubby legs. Hopefully 2 heads too, kind of like Brahmin. I mean, I realize that's what you're talking about is actually quite terrible, I like to take the Fallout view of things. Whole civilization war crimes. Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, that's terrible. The whole thing is terrible. I use humor to combat terrible things. Yes. Yes, I do. Oh, I was gonna change the weapon. That's right. I got caught up in looking at stuff, which is totally fine. I'm happy to just chat about anything. But I need a immune to knockback option. What's the outbreak going? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get myself some water. Water achieved. Neighbor firms in Asia for food. Yeah, that's enough. Huh. Articles on the Beagle Thumbs? Jesus. Yeah, yeah. Other countries where they eat dogs and cats, just I don't understand. And I think I don't want to, is the best way to put it. Don't want to. I think I want to put it on the combat here. Launch target. Oh, that's right. I can change these now. Yes. This is now the best update that has ever existed in this thing here. I like movement for green. Dialogue cutscenes can be like pink or something. Sure. All those relationships that the dolls are not going to have. They do like yellow. There we go. Now it looks like a crayon box. Yay! Very exciting. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of animals I don't consider food. Pretty much it's cows, chickens, or pigs are probably about the only animals I tend to eat. And, you know, not much desire to eat other ones. To be honest, I don't even eat that much meat these days. Usually because there's so much crap in it, it's hard to get pretty clean meat, so it's questionable most of the time, but not without paying a fortune in California. On expensive here. I like to look for this, so there's 2 different launch targets because there's one that has a different effect. Let's put a variable on here. Or I can have a tag. For the tag, then I can. Is that really better than the other? Guess doesn't matter. Super large amounts. I'll keep it under tags. I think it's actually a better idea. Actor as tag. Um, can't be launched. If false, do this. Also have one for the boss too. Guess I could have just done 2 different ones there. Whatever. Fair enough. You can make like a little trap or something like that. And go through one of those deep load Unreal tutorials thing. Yeah, you and me both. Oftentimes, just migrate your project, and that gets rid of every asset that you aren't specifically linking to. You just migrate everything over to a new project. Pretty fast. But then there's little settings you got to change because it doesn't keep all your settings in your project settings. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, but it's pretty good for cleaning out all the extra assets. I'll probably do that at the very end. Cow is expensive? It definitely is. I mean, hey, you know, glad someone's huge. Obviously, I've been doing the game dev workout routine. Hell, with how overwhelmingly buff I clearly must look from that. Not at all. The 500 on the bench. That's a lot. Age is not kind to anyone. Just keep doing them. There you go. That's the secret. You just do blueprints all the time, and you don't got to worry about it. Right? Big secret. Wouldn't be that won't make sense, right? I'll just do that. That's fine. Yeah. So, yes, I want to make an enemy that can't do anything and be launched, and I'll just make something special. We're 58 now. Well, that's quite an age difference between you and your brother. Quite the age difference indeed. Do I want traps you could destroy? Do I make pipe-based enemies? Like steampunk enemies like that? Like not everything is a doll. There's just some toys that attack you? That's pretty late in life for pregnancy. Yeah. Pretty late in life indeed. I guess I could make something like this. I was just thinking about what I was going to make that would fit in one of these little areas. That doesn't move, because I want enemies that sit on top of tables and stuff like that that don't move. I also want to make a lamp that can attack you. But that'll be later. Basically a mimic lamp. I should add that to my list of things that I'm going to do. Bring up my notes real fast. The mimic lamp. Because I might forget otherwise, because I say lots of ideas and then I just in one ear and out the other. Mimic. Attack you. Second youngest of 6? Damn, so she had one after you, huh? I mean, some women just can shoot them out. In this day and age, that's pretty rare. Why we have population issues? Nothing. What do I want to do with this? Definitely gonna make a child blueprint. That's true. I just don't want to make out of it. So let's create a child. EP. Call it like type contraption. Yes, I don't know. I don't have a good name for what it is because I don't know what I'm actually thinking it's gonna be yet. So it doesn't have a skeletal mesh. I can work as an NPC at that point. Let's give it a skeleton. That should be fine, I guess. It would just wouldn't make use of a lot of things. Oh, that's right. You gotta have an underscore. Kind of unfortunate that I'm making this right here of all places. But it's an idea for what I want to do. I need something that sits on a table that just doesn't move. Or stays on the table. Or I can make more regular enemies. Every enemy just runs after you, though. And the Annies kind of suck because, I mean, they can just blow up and then they're very easy to deal with. They don't have a... They don't do enough damage to matter unless there's a lot of them. 12 siblings? Your family's crazy huge? Damn. That's what happens when you live out not in the big cities. You have these weird things called families. I mean, who has those, right? That's weird. No one has those. I understand. Let's just start working on this. This seems like a tinker thingy. I don't have a great idea for it, but sometimes ideas just kind of pop up. I guess to be fair, I've actually got a lot of other random little dorky enemies that I could have. But I want more steampunky things, because there's not a lot of steampunk in this game, and it's supposed to be steampunk. You know, I mean, like, I have my clock that doesn't work. I mean, I have my steampunky stuff out here, but then you go in here and it's largely not very steampunk. Also, some of these areas are kind of boring. Like, there should almost be a goal here that you can reach by bouncing on this and then jumping to the other. Yeah, wind-up toys or something? I don't know, I just don't have a lot of models for a lot of enemies yet. I was waiting for that fab sale to pick up a lot more characters. This can probably bounce you over this. I can actually bounce you up here if you're really crazy about it, but you can't normally. I don't even know how I got that high. Like it's like a double bounce or something. What if I do this? I'm gonna say the pipe contraction for something else in a second. I have an idea now and something else I want to do, so let's say this pipe goes down some instead. Okay, let's get rid of this nav mesh. No, nobody wants this. This is no longer about combat. Yeah. I mean, I want people to run around on pipes more, and that's just something that hasn't been happening all that much. It's like, okay, cool, pipes, but where are the pipes? You know, like, what are they doing? Like, not in the pipes. In the pipes isn't very fun. On the pipes. So maybe I'll move this down a little bit. Can you grab this thing, please? Thank you. That's almost too low for that. So what I probably want to do is actually have the pipes kind of dump down a little bit. Right? Because, you know, you never have to explain why your pipes bend in steampunk. You just get to go with it. I don't want to send it into that room, but I can always send it into the ceiling. Right? What's above this? Well, I'll make something work out here. Pipes going out into things. I was gonna have the pipes send mysterious black goo everywhere. At first I thought about blood, but then I was like, where's all the blood coming from? But black goo? You don't really have to explain black goo in steampunk, right? Because that's just oil. It could be a corruption stuff, but people might mistake it for oil, but nobody goes, why is there black goo in the steampunk? Just not a thing anybody asks. Everybody just assumes oil and moves on. All right, make this fall down there. So this way you can land on this. Can you land on that? About to find out. Yeah, so we'll put sneaky things in here. I want to make the rooms more interesting, and a lot of it's verticality that makes it interesting. There you go. And from here you can jump up onto these things, which might lead to other fun things. I got to be careful not to put any pipes over there because I want them to have to use the doors to get up over there. But I could have pipes running along right here or something like that that lead to places. In fact, that could be how you get the magician. That's kind of fun. That's way more fun than it currently is. The bouncy couch wasn't a thing before. That kind of changes everything. Because before, these things act as a double step, right? Like they don't look like they do, but it turns out that these statues are like a double step. My very own little ghetto staircase. But I don't know how cool that is, because you know you can jump on the back of them, then you can jump on the head of them, and then you can jump up. So it is basically a staircase, effectively. That's really boring to get this, right? I want you to have to earn it. Fool is going to be the easy one you get. Though actually, I might make the Fool hard to get too. Just make every one of these have some kind of jumping thing to get to it. Just make it more fun than it is, you know? Maybe I'm just weird for wanting to do that, but... eh. I didn't change the age or anything on these? Good. You can make them dilapidated or glass or something like that, but you know. Oh yeah, the simple curves are great. Ads. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. Well, if you got Amazon Prime, I guess you can't hear that, but all right, it says community's back. Yeah. Yeah, if you got Amazon Prime, you got free Twitch subs, you know, I'm just saying. You can be one of my, you can be the 7th subscriber. I need to get 10 to get more emojis. This weekend, I'm going to make a bunch of customizations for the channel as far as additional emojis and alerts and things like that, like things you can do with the channel points and stuff. I haven't done it yet just because I had time, but I'm just like, you know, I should make this more interesting for people. I could just run a pipe through here. I don't really have a connector set up, which is kind of awkward. But I could also put hollow pipes, but hollow pipes are... I could put hollow pipes. I do have a hollow pipe one. I'd rather you jump on the pipes, though. More fun. Right? Yeah, I understand what, you know, the ads do kind of suck. Unfortunately, I you know, control over them other than I can force it to run them. Basically, you can use anything you want in a spline, right? So the way I have it right now, that's not the spline. Mostly, well, this is actually someone else made this, but I'll bring up a simple one. I guess this is actually a better one. But mostly I can just change the material, right? Actually, set static mesh here. No. This one here, yeah. Yeah, add spline mesh component to whatever I want, and then just change it. And that's how I have a hollow one. Let me pull up the hollow one area. They made all that stuff there, but all I really did with this one was I went right to here and said, yeah, okay, now I have my new... Actually, I think I changed it down here. This one's weird. I'll show you a simple one so you get a better idea. Because I have a much simpler one. That I use for a lot of things. Like this is the actual way to make a spline. That's simple. You create a spline, use the get number of spline points node. You -2 for the first and last, basically, and then just create a loop, and it's just you get the start location there. It's just the starting point, and then the end point is just +1 where it's at. You got a spline mesh component, which is the thing of your choice. The start and end. The start and end is, you know, first one here, and then the second one there. And then it's just attached component to there. That's all it takes, so. That's fair, JG. I mean, you know, if I could get away with PCG graphs, I'd use them too, but not very good for these interiors. Would probably not work out very well, but they, glad to help. Yeah, something else had a spline in it, and I just said, oh, I can make these, and I learned how to do splines off of someone else's stuff. I was like, yep, I got this. And thus I have the hollow pipes. I'll pull up the hollow pipes. I think I only have it set to the 4th diameter here. Yeah, the hollow pipes, these ones here instead. I could actually just be doing that. I don't know why I expanded it out like that necessarily. I could have just done the others. Undo. Never mind, whatever. Yeah, I can just, you know, do this, start moving these around in here. Start moving my help. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What am I grabbing? What in the world is happening? Let me just go ahead and delete that. Because I enlarged it, it probably did something bizarre. I normally behave a little better than that. Yeah. I just grab a thing there and just start making them. These ones are hollow instead because I made my own pipes. One of the problems I discovered in the world of steampunk, oh yeah, it's great for foliage, definitely. Yeah, I found that all these steampunk things don't have hollow pipes. They don't. Every pipe is just normal. But what I found out when I was thinking about it was like, okay, well, you know, I could just do like geometry meshes, right? More, please. What is all this? Geometry. There you go. Yeah. So I can do a geometry mesh, and you can just take a cylinder, set the cylinder to like maybe 60 sides or something, and then duplicate that cylinder. Go fast there. And then just shrink the cylinder, like say like 0.9 or something like that. Make it a negative. I'll make it longer so this way it'll, you know, cut holes in it. And look, you have a cylinder. Congratulations. You have, you know, a pipe. That's it. So I converted this to a static mesh and just started adding it to the splines, and now I have pipes you can go around in. I made connectors for it too, so the connectors actually probably look better. And that's how I came up with, well, this stuff here. Because these have like all these connectors I made. I can also recolor them. I was testing recoloring them. They've made end caps too, so this way I could block off ones I didn't want them to go into. And that's what led to this monstrosity. Even over here, these pipes are the ones you can go in. I thought about just using the ones you can go in. I might actually want to rechange the color on these. Wait a second, I have an idea. Let me go, because I made a better color. A better material, I should say. And it is... Instead of this gear stuff, I can just change it here. So, what was it? We'll find it. I use it all over the place now. Oh, nice. Yeah, if it's a simple shape thing, I just make it an Unreal because you just can. Like, you don't got to do anything special. It's like, cool, neat. Make it an Unreal. Yeah, this is a way better pipe look, I think. So let me borrow this and just dump this on here. Now they have more of a metal to them. Because the other one all I had was just terrible, obviously. Preparing shaders on the 9mm of them, sure. And now everywhere that I had the hollow pipe should probably look a lot better. I could just use hollow pipes, but I don't typically use just the hollow pipes. Yeah, now see how much more metal those look? I like that. I gotta change these ones too. Costume. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Use the tools you got, you know? You got some tools. Use them. You know, I was trying to open it in the other one too, so I wouldn't have to manually find them, so I could just keep the thing and drag and drop, but this is fine too. Right? Making some changes. This should also fix some of the other problems too. Not that one, this one. Right? Not perfect in that, you know, they didn't have like completely perfect sides, but you know, it is what it is, right? Close enough for me. Probably just end up swapping them all to these. Maybe I'll just start using more of these kinds of pipes because they connect better. I didn't make a simple right angle though, which was dumb. I have an end cap here that can fix things. But yeah, this thing has like, because of the mesh I had, oh, the material I had wasn't very good. It didn't look like a solid anything. Now it does. So it's, I think, better on average. Just like with these ones where I blocked off a side specifically, automatically. Yeah, this new material is quite the upgrade. You know, I'm gonna swap all these, and of course, in case I want to block one of them off, I have the little moon door thingy. And that should look way better on average than the other one does. Zooming. I'm slowly replacing that awful stained metal with these. Now look at that. Look at how much nicer that looks than the other crappy one. I almost want to replace these too, but these have actual designs to them. That's fair. I mean, function matters. Studying models that, you know, came from better projects for a bad plan. You got to learn somewhere. Might as well learn from the best, right? I don't know much about the weights and everything like that, but you can definitely make your stuff look better a lot easier if you want to. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of these ones here. I don't think I like them very much. I could put these in the boxes, though I kind of like having the cheerful like locations. I might not do that, but I've thought about making animations. Like I considered, you know, if game dev thing didn't work out, to just make animations in Unreal and put them on YouTube. Be a different world entirely, but I gotta have to learn to make some sort of, you know, story things at some point. I guess because this one was old, it doesn't have the thing there. Do I want to use hollow pipes here? Do I want them to go inside the pipes? I don't know if I do. I think I want them to run on top of the pipes, though it would probably look better if it was somewhere else, right? Now let's play around a little bit with the pipes. You can run around on them a bit. A little more fun. Legs are starting to hurt from standing too much. Also, a long week doesn't help, you know? A lot of hours of standing this week. Good on the waistline, though. You burn extra pounds, you know? Never hurts to lose a little extra weight, right? Well, at least not for me. You probably can afford a few extra pounds, you know what I'm saying? So, be a little smaller. Not that small. Let's drag this back a little bit. I think I'm just going to angle them up every time. Because the room over there isn't going to work very well for putting him in the thing, so if I just have him dangling from the ceiling, some sort of bizarre thing. You have more gamified areas to be on top of. It'd be more interesting. Oh wait, let me copy one from here. This way I don't have to put it in this room. I mean, you know, humorous content gets there. Make it entertaining. I watch funny animations. Usually those are ones that give a sense of wonder. Those are the two things I tend to like the most. Anime mocap videos a godsend? I imagine so. You can also get a lot of animations from like Mixamo as well. A lot of mocap stuff there. Yeah. I mean, listen, animation power trip, yo. Sounds good to me. Have you jump around on some more shelves. Things don't have to make a great deal of sense. Shelves are probably just designed up here instead. I can put more pipes in places. All this because I'm being mean and not letting you jump someplace. I think I want pipes over here. I don't think I want a shelf here because the shelf's going to be too big. I don't know, like doing animations on YouTube would be kind of nice because the it won't take as long to achieve the goal, right? Like, you know, you'll be able to just get it done. I think I want pipes instead, as opposed to what I'm doing right now, where you you know, the timeline is long and full of terrors. There have been times where I'm like, ah, you know, maybe this. I can still tell the story of my world and everything like that way, and that'd be fun too. But game dev. Also, making animations on stream probably wouldn't be anywhere near as exciting. Not that I always have the best ideas of what I plan on doing at any given time. Sometimes I just do things. And often dicking around has actually led to some of the best ideas I've had. Do I want a pipe going into here? I guess I could. Nothing's stopping it. It is steampunk, right? So I can put pipes in places. I'm gonna probably put this. Not what I was thinking, but okay. Wrong one there. Blend me. Well done. Yes, indeed. Can go up or something. No rhyme, no reason. I'm definitely gonna make more contraptions. Make this game more interesting. This room's gonna be like mostly pipes anyway. I'm not sure I'm even gonna put anything out here. I might skip this out of area and just run the ritual inside of the lab. Definitely can, JG. It is amazing that this is a free software. I mean, I'm thankful every day that it is, because there's no way I could have done anything like this with, you know, the other options. Like, it's just not a thing. And this is just like, yeah, I got this. Good to go. Yep. Make all this stuff. So cool. I bet water is wet and started fighting all cinematic like punching each other. I mean, that sounds like you described the average argument on X. There's always someone to disagree about everything. Person's completely drenched telling you water's not wet. It happened. I could see it. Right, this is backcountry. We can't stop here. Important to note. I haven't seen that movie in forever. A weird movie. I guess since it is about a drug trip. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I guess I haven't watched as many movies lately. Now I kind of watch whatever is I pick like a genre of things and I just start watching things. And I've been on an animation kick lately. Before that it was a horror kick. I don't mind going in directions like that, but I think I was looking to go up with this one. No explanation required for why things are as they. Ah, yes, that movie. That movie's wild. Supposedly it's based on a true story, which I guess doesn't surprise me. I mean, they are going to Vegas and they are high on just about every drug imaginable, so that sounds like a trip to Vegas. I've never actually been to Vegas, but you know. I've been just about everywhere else in Nevada. Well, I've been through a lot of Nevada. Not Vegas. I mean, I'm of the belief that, you know, if Mark Zuckerberg was just looking at me and just blinked sideways, I wouldn't even be surprised. Like, I mean, as far as lizard people go, seriously, like, he just looks at you and he just goes, like, that's just normal, right? That's just how the world is. Like, he's a lizard person. Let's see if this works here. Let's get rid of this thing here. Oh, wait. Wait. Once again, sometimes Poppet can get on things she shouldn't. Oh, you could do this two different ways. Oh, no. That's right. I already see a problem here. Well, first of all, she can't make this jump. Okay, that's good. But you know what she could do to get up to the magician? Well, first of all, she'd have to open a lower drawer, but... She could go up there, but she could also just jump on this, right? Okay, well, in theory, she could jump on it if I didn't suck, you know? No nav mesh, so I'm not gonna worry about him at the moment. Which is awkward because it's not the way I want this to go at all. Right? Because then you could do this and then just jump onto this. Yeah, see, that kind of negates the whole purpose now, doesn't it? And obviously, she could have easily made the jump from that, you know, thing up there too. Like, no problem. She could have got from jumping from up there onto it, so... Well, let me check the other thing and see if it even works, and then I'll do that. Yeah, the fact those guys can jump means they don't actually technically need a nav mesh to hit you. Away. This isn't even a possible jump anyway. Aim the pipe farther over. Oh, there's some sort of issue with the, yeah, whatever. I'll figure out that problem there. Sometimes there's a weird bug with those. So let's say I do want to get rid of this. But now I kind of want to block this off so you can't get at it any other way than directly from the front. Oh, there's always a new area unlocked. It's just how it is. So let's play this game here, moving this over a bit. Do I want to bend it funny? I don't even know if I do. Maybe. Something along those lines instead. That should make the jump possible. I'm stuck through the ceiling here. Well then, I fix that too. Perfect. Yeah, pretty much. Dungeon Keep voice is awesome. What do I want to block this off with? Because I kind of want to put something in the way. Make it look like it's some sort of an altar almost like that. I kind of don't want this chair there either for that matter. It's possible I get rid of the smaller ones. Because with the smaller ones there, then you basically can't make the jump. I also don't know if you can make the jump from here either, for that matter. Without the smaller ones. There'll probably be something along these lines over here. I'll just migrate this small one over, and then you can easily make that jump. Yeah, so let's say I get rid of... we'll move these somewhere else, just to... We'll randomly grab this spline. That's awesome too, thank you. Okay, you see, I want to grab just this, not the spline. Also, the spline is now apparently like way out of whack. Let's do this. Put a couple of them next to each other or something. Let's get rid of this one too. And I want to make this seem more like, you know, cooler than it is. So let's put things in places that seem more interesting, like they're displaying stuff. I think just breaking the pipe and having steam or something coming out of it, possibly as an obstacle. I mean, it's difficult to break these pipes. I need to make specially broken, you know, blueprints. I don't know if I could break a spline point and have it do. I mean, probably can. I just don't know how yet. Sliding back here, starting pitch idea. Oh, well, welcome back. Thanks for spying on me. Please spy on me as often as you like. I mean, because, you know, that's how we get there around here. All the spying. Yes. It's only been a 4-hour stream so far. Some machines, it feels like I'm just, you know, stream is just running by. Another one's just like, I mean, don't just feel free to say whatever. Some of the ideas are good. I mean, like I do want to have some sort of a steam pipe thingy at some point. Probably not in this room. I kind of want to introduce things slowly but surely, and this room's supposed to introduce the magician, so I don't want to introduce, like, you know, a new danger in the same room as the new mechanic. I think would be the best way to explain it. Yeah, I mean, by all means, feel free to talk about whatever. I mean, I'm more than happy to comment on things. Sometimes it just leads to me having good ideas, you know, like ideas I wouldn't have had because, you know, chat just comes up with better ones. So, I mean, by all means, say lots of stuff. You can never say too much. I mean, at some point I might not be able to read it all if you say an infinite amount, but for the most part, I'd rather you say too much than too little. Yes. This is true. What if I make a pipe monstrosity to hold the magician? Hmm. Hmm. I think I'm going to make a pipe altar. These are okay for like little small things, but I kind of want something that's, you know, just more uniquely mine, right? Like, just call me crazy on this one, but it just feels not special. But my environments, I'm going to make a new folder for them. altars. Yeah, I suppose it's fair. I don't care if people aren't. I mean, I just like chatting, so I'll just talk all the time. And what I say is not always the most useful thing. I mean, ramble away. It's just more interesting to have people to talk to. At no point am I upset that you're, talking too much. That just sounds like a good time to me. I'm going to put this in the thing here so I don't got to find it anymore. We'll have something to work off of in a second here. I'm going to pull up the pipes I was using. Just searching up pipes and, pipe and then static mesh soon. I typed in static mesh, but I was able to find out probably just mesh. I'm just using these ones here. I'm probably just going to recolor these ones outright to the other material. Like, why don't I just recolor all the crappy pipes to the right material? I was using those. Everything in their grandmother comes with pipes, but pipe segments I should recolor too. I'm just going to recolor everything if I can. Well, that's it. This is actually one whole thing though, so maybe I don't do that one. They have a little extra detail on them I kind of like, but the other pipes, So let's do that. Let's I'm open up another one there because I want to keep the other two. I like to keep a lot of content drawers. I don't like this content drawer. I hate this. Like, basically the only time I ever use it is when I want to dock a new one. Like, the entire design of the content drawer just has never jived with me for whatever reason. Like, it just feels weird. You will see me basically never use it. Except for to make more. Also, I'm being really lazy, so I'm going to grab this fine material. Hopefully get it in this content drawer. I just select the content browser 3 and then I click this so it would appear there, so I could just add it to all these extra pipes here. I think I can just change the material outright on all these, right? We're experimenting a bit here. Edit selection and property matrix. I don't know if I can do this or not. I know you can change a lot of things about them, but I was hoping you could just change the singular material on all of them. Oh, I don't pin that. I guess not. Unfortunate. Fair enough. Can't blame a guy for trying. I guess you can, but whatever. Just open them all. Or actually do them one at a time because I clicked off it. Oh, I see. Maybe I'm not doing that then. No, because the other one looks better, right? Like, this just looks better. Looks better to me. Yeah, it doesn't have these aren't a different color, but I'm okay with them using the same color, nubs basically. I'm fine with that. These just look terrible. Like, I don't like this look. They're just so bland. They're not shiny. They're not like, the future. I want to get the whole Bioshock Infinite, future thing there. It's like the hope for the future, the World's Fair type of feel, Everyone has a bright, shiny belief like that before they go into World War One. No, that is the thing. Right after the era we're talking here is World War One. That's good. Haven't gotten larger than 10 folders. Bad habit filling with folders. Yeah, organization is definitely a thing that you pick up as the bigger the projects get. It just reaches a point where you're like, yeah, okay, I can't find things. Usually when you come back to your project and you're just like, oh my God, what was I doing? When I had two large projects and I came back to them, basically when I was doing And Remember Tomorrow and Poppet Quest in RPG Maker, I discovered that being a real problem, so I started getting better at organizing. I too prefer the shiny. I agree with that. Yeah, I'm definitely aiming for stylized and everything like that. I really want to give um, a, a visual feel for my world that is, very ad break. Anyway, I'll talk afterwards. I'll get myself some alcohol during the ad break then. If the ad break ended, supposedly. But yeah, I'm definitely trying to make things more uniquely my own by adding a lot more like, stylized looks and colors. Well, just a very specific theme, I think, is what I'm aiming for. And it's just I'm seeing that now, making a lot of things that are more just uniquely mine. Like the weird lamps. They're definitely my lamp, not anyone else's lamp. And that makes a difference, it changes the game. Be so much better. And it just doesn't look as bland either. This almost has a more stylized look to it just because it's brighter. Dungeon Defenders was really fun after playing the first game. I didn't play maybe 2 hours. Reviews. Yeah, that's fair. Wasn't that like a tower defense? Maybe not, I don't know. My knowledge of these things is maybe not the best. Oh, I'm making an altar, that's right. I just wanted to tweak everything so that it was those new colors. Since I've done that on all these, I'll just close these up here real fast. We'll create a scene here. Call this the base, I guess. I don't know if I need a base, but and I kind of want to go back to playing games periodically just for funsies, just, kind of mix it up a bit because I haven't done it in so long, but eh, eh. Let's actually we'll add this here. We'll put one of these in here. How big is this? I want to see how big it is in the world. Yeah, it's obviously amazing. The biggest thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how anybody could possibly think less of it. Is that we doing a 7 or 6? 6 is kind of everything is scaled. Well, I guess we can scale it at 6. That's well, you could probably jump on that though. Do 8. I'm gonna do 6. I'll find ways to block them. So we're gonna turn this up. I might not want to do a long one. Pipe's almost too big. Kind of is too big, actually. Hmm. Wait, is there a 90? Certainly is. I open to put it by itself, but okay, sure. I guess instead of making all these 0.9, I could have just made these bigger. Maybe I'll do that actually. This is going to be a lot more pipes in these bases, so rather than just every pipe, I just adjust these things by, 1.1 or something. And move pipe up. So I'm thinking that I'm going to make the pipes into some sort of arcane symbol, right? Not perfect because these pipes are. You can't blend this. You can't bend a spine inside of a blueprint. I guess you could try to harvest them into a blueprint. I find that causes a lot of problems, though. It sounds cooler than it is until you do it, and it tends to lead to a fair number of issues versus just building it in the blueprint. I could shrink the whole thing down too, which I'm probably going to do. I like defaulting it to 5 instead. I want a three-way in the center. I'm going to get rid of the big pipe. I'm going to put this little pipe over here instead. I can look a better size. I think so. Definitely going to be a contraption. I don't know what I have going on in my twisted head at the moment. But before it was some bland, furniture looking thing. Okay, there is something very wrong with the rotation. I rotated that this tiny amount. Look what those numbers say. Look at me rotate it. Look what it's doing. Like, that is so off. It's so screwed up. This is definitely a 5.5 bug. And it's happening everything. Look at the numbers now. I rotated it back and forth. I didn't even rotate it. Now it's like 809 and like 1620. Let me do it a couple more times. Oh, look. I moved it back and forth. Now look at the numbers. Like, oh, we're just holding it. It's crazy. These numbers are just super off. Meat grinder? That's fair. It could be a meat grinder. We're getting there. Maybe we can sausages. It'll eventually be like a thing. Hey, Milk Mate, how's it going? Yeah, I do. But the thing is look at these numbers here. Like when I move this, look at how much that changed. I moved it about 90 degrees and it changed both this number and this number by a huge amount. Like, look at that. Now it's at 4,000 something. And like, this is where the bug is. Like, this is an obvious bug. This is insane. Like, I spun it 360 degrees. Now this is 5,800. I mean, let's spin it again. Now it's actually gone up by the 360. Cool. This has gone up by 400 plus. Why is it changing both numbers when I'm just rotating one? Like, it's dumb. I spun it 2 times around. It's gone up by 2,000. Like, yeah, this is a 5.5 bug. Every rotation thing I've done so far has had this problem. And it's just because you rotated it, like, only a couple of the axes do it. It's going to get fixed, obviously. It's clearly a bug. It's stupid, but, you know. I'm just like, what the hell? It gets so confused. It is so adorable. They need to fix it. They will eventually. Probably. Actually, I have no confirmation of that. They might never fix it. New feature, not bug. Yeah, it's changing 2 axes instead of 1. And it shouldn't be doing that. It's so hard to set up a thing that rotated. I gave up on making a clock because of the fact that it was just going ham. It's just like, nope. Sorry. I'm like, okay, well, you let me know when you got this, because, yeah, about that. Yeah. Yeah, McMaday is definitely... There's definitely some bugs I've seen. I mean, I expect it. New version. Megalites and skeletal... nanite skeletal meshes are worth it. Yeah, pretty much Todd Howard it all. I think this is the right size that I want. Because I'm going to build some sort of, you know, platform to stand on, and then probably some sort of arcane looking thing going on here. Maybe with some sort of weird goo or something like that. Like a goo vat. That before. With like glass or something. Just something that's unusual. So you wonder why it's there. Like everything else here has got like bizarre things in this room. But in this thing here, like I want the places you get the tarot cards to have a very unique look. Like wherever they're sitting at is always going to have something different. My concept of how I plan on building this, you know, we're figuring it out. But, you know, like I could put like a cylinder in here. We'll say like this is like the middle section here, something like that. So what's that, a cylinder? Oh, wrong one. Thought I added the cylinder when I clicked cylinder, but I guess not. Enough. So I'm thinking I could actually just steal the code right out of the pump thingy. I think I'm just gonna have 2 cylinders of goo or something out here. Like pipes going in weird ways. This is one of those things where I don't actually know where I'm going with it. But half the time just making something weird, it comes out so strange at the end, you're like, oh my god. Like mad genius. Not actually. My Tesla coil's at. I have a plan. Remember the moon enemy? It's similar to the moon and Majora's Mask, but it leaps up and meteor strikes at you. That's why I decided probably modeling. I mean, why learn modeling when you can get the pumpkin moon, right? It's I'll just load the map up to had it. Open a level. A nice person in chat bought me a humble bundle with these. And Stylized Village is a yeah, I'll just show you the Halloween level. It's not for my game, but I wonder if it's still available. don't think it is. It's unfortunate. Has it been that long since I got that? Jesus Christ. Yeah. In a mirror? Okay, it's doing it. For sure. Let it load all these things here. Eventually it'll load it. Yeah. Well, this already I was going to use as an enemy like in the game too. Like it has a jack-o'-lantern moon. I was like, ooh, moon. I've stolen a bunch of ideas from this map because they've got such great ideas in this map. Makes everything. Yeah. The fact that this is an actual static mesh actor and not part of the sky is very useful. So I was thinking of having like an almost Indiana Jones type of thing where you're being rolled after by a little like, by one of these little moons. Like you grab one of the items or something like that and like you have to try to escape the moon as it's rolling after you. It'd be awesome. Oh, this isn't mine. Don't get excited. This is just a landscape. It's only that came with this asset pack. And I mean, you can crap out this landscape pretty easy if you want. You just copy paste the landscape too. But you know. Now, this was a great trick they showed me here. Like studying other maps, this is one of the things I discovered like that. These things here are actually just planes. And so I was like, wait a minute. So it looks awesome, and all it is flat. Like it's not really clouds at all. Well, not like volumetric ones. It's just flat, but you can't tell because from a distance it looks great. Oh yeah. It definitely looks awesome. Like landscapes always look good. It's so easy to make a beautiful landscape in Unreal Engine. Heck, you can often use real world data for it. Yeah, I've been stealing these clouds out of this because that's such a great idea that I had no concept of. I also want to use these mushrooms too, because they're more glowy mushrooms for the more Alice in Wonderland stuff. Since I'm changing that one from Safari to more of an Alice in Wonderland, where I took the turtle from. But yeah. Also, I guess it's darker in here. Kinda, yeah. Oh yeah, it's nighttime here. Nice. Well done. I might make a little like toy town to play in for these things too. Well, thanks, Rio Grand 58. But this is an asset pack that I was just showing stuff off in that showing this cool moon off in. This is not mine. But those people who made it are very grateful. Yeah, 2D resource is good. I mean, my map looks okay. I won't call it bad looking. Actually, a lot of people said it looks pretty good. Ollie. Hey, I'm here to help. I learn things too. Yeah, I mean, my map looks okay. I wouldn't call it terrible. My steampunky world. I mean, I only made a handful of blocks because it's supposed to all center around this building. I'll summon with the camera faster because my sanity can't handle that. My toy factory, working on. I need to recolor probably these two. Yeah, that's not my world. I mean, I made a steampunky city. I only made a handful of blocks, so clearly it stops being visible. Like once it's no longer visible from this building, I didn't bother. I was originally thinking of having a cutscene with the Poppet walking as a human through here, and I might still as like some sort of intro thingy. But if I do that, I'll have to make more of the city. I don't know if I do that or not. Because it's not really designed for much of anything other than being visually appealing from this building itself, right? So I don't even need to have as many of these things up here too. But yeah. It's I learned some cool things now. I mean, I stole the idea what like in this area for like this kind of stuff here, the little pirate area is too fast for being inside the building. So if you know this little pool, they have this thing going on here. Yeah, it could be. I'd almost put it on a different level entirely because I don't want to load a bunch of extra assets for no reason. But I guess it's all H load, but I don't know. There's a couple reasons why I'm not sure I want to do the cutscene. One, you know, a full video like that takes a long time. So you want to make it good. Two, it reveals more about Poppet than I necessarily want to give away at first. I go back and forth on revealing Poppet's actual name. And my main excuse in the game for why like she doesn't say her name is that Tinka tells her that names have power there, that they don't use your real name. And so, you know, on her box it says Poppet, so she starts, you know, just calling her Poppet. That's cool. I mean, cinematics are cool. They just take a lot of time. So if I'm making a game, I don't want to spend too much time doing the like I want to make the game, you know, I don't want to spend a bunch of time making a bunch of movies that people often just skip. I would rather spend the extra time on the game and make the story more secondary, I think. Yeah, I took the idea for the fog from these things. And also in this room, I did it too. I went ham with it in the other room. This room here, where I was just like, look, I can spin the fog. And it looks crazy in this room because of the fog. I totally stole the ideas from them because it was just like, this is so good. Oh, I'm going to borrow some ideas here. Why make new things when I can just copy paste things out of other stuff I've made? I guess this could all be machinery. Where we at? Yeah, we'll have to see. I could like steal some of these things out of here too. I could even put the Tesla coils in there. That's true. I could put small versions of the Tesla coil. Oh, please. Tesla coil. They won. Hmm. It has ideas. Right? You never know if these are going to be good plans, but that's okay. Okay, well, you see, that was not the goal. The opposite of the goal. There we go. Okay, so I moved it 90 degrees, and actually that was like I moved it right that time. So that angle worked fine, but the one's not so much. Let's just move this because the arrows are not being terribly helpful. I'll move this decal on the wall down a bit too. Around here or something like that, right? What if, and I'm just saying, it looks like there's an arcane ritual going on behind it, right? Right? I just reposition these so that it looks like they're zodding it, you know, something like that. I can see this. I can see this. Yeah. Definitely seems like a thing that should be on there. I could actually make it part of the actual altar thingy too. Because, you know, never know. Just make some weird things. What happens, right? And it turns out amazing, turns out terrible. We'll find out. Okay, now, why it thinks that this is a good idea, I'll never know. But it should actually just do 2 as the second one and then 3. Like, it should just do that. Like, it's just dumb that it doesn't do that. Some things Unreal Engine does are just so weird. It's like, but why, Unreal Engine? Why? Let's do this. And stick out like this or something like that too. Now they're down here instead of up there, but they're not actually part of the base. They just decide to be below that. Okay. Just one of those weird 5.5 things. You never really understand sometimes. It just does what it's going to do, and you just go with it. You're like, okay. Okay, it's okay, it's alright, it's alright. Trying to center it with this thing here, and then I'm going to try to center all the other things around that. After all, why not make vats of goo, right? Goo vats. Actually, I'm just going to put pumps on it too. Ooh. Drag this over here. Let's drag a pump in too. Got to pump it. Pump it up. I'll connect these things a different way probably. Oh, don't worry about that, Crimson Surge. Let me go ahead and show you what's actually going to happen by doing this. Let me just load this little thingy up right here. I got you covered. Because I already made that in the blueprints, and I was adding the blueprints as child blueprints. I'm going to adjust the angle on these and probably put them straight up and down, but as you can see, right? I'm going to place them differently, obviously, but I mean, you couldn't know. See, we got stuff going on. But this is so much already better than a crappy table. Let's be real here. Seriously, you see this thing and you're like, okay, well, that's a thing I'm seeing. As opposed to a crappy table it was on before. Like, really? Like, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I need to do some changes because clearly these things are... they're all placed weird, you know? Like, they're not placed very well. But sometimes you just make weird crap. So, I got you, people. Got you. We're gonna make some weird crap. I still gotta have a center little pedestal for it to be on, too. I don't know if the pedestal is gonna be that amazing or if it's just gonna be an actual pedestal for it to sit on, but you know, whatever. Oh, yeah, I barely did anything. I just took things I already made and it's like, yep, toss them in. That's the beauty of making a bunch of stuff. You can go, I already made this. Okay, needs to go on there. I wish I could break the resurrection vats. That'd be so perfect, because if you could break these things, imagine if I just had like this in this now. Like a small little container in the center that actually held it. And then I put like a pipe on it or something. I could make it destroyable. Yeah, imagine if it was just sitting in the vat. And then it would be... I mean, wouldn't that be cool looking? And you destroy the vat to get into it? Huh. Only problem is you need somewhere to stand. Like you can't. He doesn't have a projectile weapon, so to destroy the vat here would be very hard. But I actually don't hate this idea. Well, I would make this thing a separate container that could be destroyed as opposed to that there, so I would just drag it onto the scene. Oh yeah, let's say I remove that from here, right? And the reasoning for it is I can't adjust the variables of it, but I'm also thinking of just putting its own little thing here. So let's get rid of the little resurrection vat. A vat of goo. Yeah, exactly. So let's put my idea here. Put a vat of goo out here as an idea. Kind of moving all over the place, but sure. I'll have to make a destroyable one, I guess. And the vat of goo can be a little larger, like 1.5 or something. Or 15, that's like 1.5 if you add an extra, you know, decimal point there. Yeah, I can put it in there, and then I could also expand these like farther out, but make it like this, right? And then I can adjust these things here. Like, let me turn around here. Magician. And the watercolor could be some other thing too. Make it like, you know, a more of an interesting looking color, I guess. And the water depth color too can be like, you know, this more glowy and cool. And I can make the opacity depth like 0.2, so now you can see through it. And I can hide the magician inside it. I can't click the magician because it's currently inside it. I could do something along those lines. I need to make them breakable. That's the case. Okay, that camera is way too fast. I can't handle it. Yeah, I'm starting to feel this. Let me zoom in a little. And then I'm going to probably move these to the sides or something like that. I like them at an angle, but the problem is having all these other things wouldn't work very well. But the idea is there. Okay, now, just as it is, how much cooler looking is it than what it just was a moment ago? I mean, even if it's not currently very well set up for how the Tesla coils are, like seriously, that, look at how hum and boring the rest of this crap is, and then boom. Yeah, like, I kind of want to make this place more lab-like anyway. Like, start changing things up to be more lab-like and less play things, because it's so cool. Like, some of these areas, like, there's weird, creepy things around it that are just kind of guarding the lab, but, like, there's a lot of ho-hum boring. It just is like, wow, okay. Then you see this and you're like, huh. Wow, okay. Maybe that's going to happen. There might be a design change to a point a little bit, like just tweak some things, because some of these things are really dull. Like, maybe this isn't the most dull thing you'll ever see in your life, but this room before was just the most boring thing I'd ever seen, but now that's just not boring at all. Yeah, so let's say we do this. Gotta make it destroy. But how? It's not a question of how to make it blow up. Like that, I don't got a problem with. Fair enough. Yeah, I have a weird creative and design mind. I like to make strange things. I think if I had any kind of thing that was like, you know, my greatest claim to fame is my ability to design a world that is cohesive and weird and just fun. With, you know, sound effects being my worst, like audio being just my. I could pick a good track. I could pick the right sounds, but I can't make them worth a damn. The design sense. I have very good design sense. Easily my best skill. I'm actually tempted to make a small Tesla coil. Right? And a small Tesla coil just doesn't have this. Like it doesn't have the base. Well, either way, I gotta turn this. Yeah, so people want to hire me to make bizarre crap. So down. I think I'm gonna remake a new Tesla coil. It just doesn't have the crap on it. Like it just literally has only the coil in the top part. So just a duplicate, so I can do that instead. Caps lock key. Yeah. I like whimsical things. It's awkward that I do programming being a whimsy kind of person, but yeah, you know. And after all, I did name the Toy Factory Whimsy Wonders. Just saying. In fact, did do that. I just don't want the cylinder on there. Now you do this. Aha! Who's a genius? No. Right. Also, I typed Telsa, so I pretty much ruined that whole who's a genius thing now, didn't I? Damn. Ruined my moment and everything. Jeez. Almost was cool. Alright, let's move this down a bit. I'll move this over a little. Where's that put everything? These need to be moved over a bit. Also, I think this could probably be rotated a tiny fraction. Yeah, it should be negative 180. Yeah, like that instead. Yeah. A lot of the best stuff I make is just because I get like bored at some point and decide to make something weird. Every time I make something weird, it's like, okay, well, I had that previous lamp there, but these lamps are way more interesting than the other lamp. Because the other lamp was just like a boring, you know, lamp you'd seen like someone like your grandma's house from like the 50s or something. And now it's like these bizarre things are just there, and it's like, okay. And I've been making all the machine thingies too. Like I made all these little vats and things like that because I needed them for that lab up there. And it's just turning into more of a, well, okay, I need this, so I'll make this, and that's cool. All these assets came about because of that, you know? It's just like, I need them. Okay. Sure, I could buy some. And I was waiting for that fab sale to originally buy a bunch, but then making it myself has let me do a lot of things with them that I couldn't have done easily on the other stuff, so. All in all, I'm doing pretty good. Why at? Oh, Hall Records, okay. Nope, wrong direction. Well, now I want to retool this room to be more focused on this. But to be fair, this room is really boring. And boring rooms are just not exciting to me. You know? Like, give me something somewhat unique in every room. But I still need something to get on, so I almost need a table in front of it in order to reach it, you know? Like, there almost needs to be, like, this table over here. It needs to be almost, like, in front of it. Because how else are you supposed to reach that? So I need, like, an altar or something, basically, to sit in front of it. Like, probably some sort of machine altar. I don't know if I connect it to the actual device. I guess I could. I could put the console on there and just complete the cycle of just weird crap. I want the console on there though, but I do need something on the front of it, and then you got to be able to reach it. So I'll retool how you reach it, because clearly this is no longer. Well, actually, I could put a bigger thing for this to be on. Like this could be a much larger circle, I guess. But kind of like the shape of this, so I think that I don't like having a bigger circle. I really think I just want some sort of pedestal in front of it. Otherwise, you can't really reach it. Also, these could probably be a little smaller. Or better positioned, I guess, maybe might be the thing. I'm just going to put a 2 on here. Also, it's stuff like this people remember too, so, you know, they'll see this and they'll be like, they won't soon forget this bizarre contraption. I do kind of want to put something in front of it. But we'll start with the obvious console thingy. Ah, that's you. This console has nothing special on it. That's even better. As opposed to the other one that I made that had like a bunch of crap on it, like a bunch of holes in it. Hey, oh, okay, I kept the other ones. Yeah, I kept this one, okay. Sure. That was good of me to keep all that crap. Okay, well, I want to get there tomorrow. Not next week, I guess. So we'll move that there. Optionally, I could put a console thingy in front of it. Even shrink them down. It's too tall, obviously. Okay, well, both of those are unacceptable too. Thank you. Now that we've solved that mystery. I'm putting things underneath it like it's a console. Like, how are you going to destroy it, basically, is what I'm thinking. I could just have a thing in front of it that's separate from it. It kind of ruins part of the effect, though, I think. Also, it's still too large. I do need a way to reach it. I might make a new altar, but just for purposes of checking. Well, this you could easily just get there too. Well, the problem with this is you could easily just jump onto that. I guess my new question is that so bad? Because jumping onto this now acts like a giant stage, and this is pretty impressive to see in front of you, versus how into that pipe crap, which is, you know, fun, but I could just hide something up there on a shelf, and that's how you get to it. It doesn't have to be how you get to this. And then you can just destroy this thing. Potentially. Which would be... This is already a weird looking scene, by the way. Jumping at this thing with a giant hammer. Yeah, it does. It looks nice. So I kind of want to keep it. I can even have information on the bottom or something like that. Or the console or something like that. You know, instead of making this breakable, hear me out. What if there was like a button attached to it, and the button you pushed it, and it would cause a little like glass thingy to like either like lower down or something like that, or you know, just shrink down. I wouldn't actually lower it, I would just shrink it. And then it'd be open, you can just grab it instead of breaking it. I don't hate that at all. That's pretty cool. A button that does things. The problem is this is its own separate thing there, so I gotta make a special blueprint for that with a button that does that. And I can make the button movable, so I could put the button somewhere else, and then I could... well, this is actually a separate blueprint entirely, so it wouldn't be part of the same construction. But I could give it a control console. Still, that's one hell of a screenshot. I'm just going to take a quick screenshot of that. One hell of a screenshot. Yeah, I'm going to lean more heavily on the steampunk stuff. I think it's just cool. And I really think that I've been boring without it, and I just need to kind of run with it a little harder than I've been doing. Because otherwise, it's just like, huh. Okay, cool, I guess. But is it? Yeah, that's like a money shot right there. Damn, son. I just ran an ad. Gonna switch my computer to sitting. But yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll put like a button that goes on it, and I think I just won't make this that hard to get to. But maybe instead of having this table here, I change some stuff up. And I want to put more steampunky stuff everywhere. You know what I want to look at? I have an idea here. That idea is also good. I like the idea, and I'm probably going to have some sort of button that makes the little thingy vanish. What I want to see is how a lot of these look with how they look with the metal, right? Yeah, I pulled these into there, and that leads to the static mesh actor problem, where it's just bizarre and weird, and it's not great. Yeah, I picked this cabinet drawer here. What if I start replacing those with metal to make more like, you know, a special type of drawer? I make metal drawers. Do I do that? Just like replace a lot of these things with metal instead? First of all, let's just wait. Aren't all the cabinet drawers the same? Wait, what? Why is that cabinet drawer different than every other cabinet drawer? I have questions. Maybe this should be all of them. Is it not? Can't be right. It was a child actor class anyway, but a BP cabinet drawer. Well, they're not all the same one. One of them was different all along. Huh. It's something new every day. Is that better looking? I think maybe. Yeah. What if I just kind of run harder with the metal idea instead of having a lot of these, you know, more wood looking things? I start having more metal looking things and make this more like lab like. Interesting, probably. Who knows? So, phone. Yeah, same thingy. I think I changed one of these at some point. This top one here is like a different drawer entirely, even though it looks the same. Makes no sense. It's like the bottom one of these is like a different drawer entirely too. Apparently drawer 8 is VP cabinet drawer, but I changed the thingy. How did I even do that? Weird. It looks exactly the same. Huh. Anyway, go this cabinet. Actually, all this sheet. Okay. Hmm. Let's take a look and see. Maybe I should be making things more metal-like all along. Because they're shinier and less boring than wood. Hmm. Does that look better? It looks less boring. Give it that. Maybe. I have questions now. Like instead of having those, you just have these? Huh. Huh. Alright. I'll do an ad break. Well, I'm gonna move my thing to sitting real fast. 1 second. Right. Isn't there? Oh, cool. Something new. I didn't realize Spontaneous sent me the those articles. I thought for some reason I thought it sent someone else. Like, listen, sometimes. Anyway. Bum, bum, bum. How did I end up out here? I have questions. So many questions. Yeah, I mean, I made my own custom boxes too. Like these things, there's so many things I've been making custom out of just stuff in the engine or adjusting things that already existed. I'm considering switching all these out. Can't find the shells for these though. Also, that bookshelf I think is a crappy version of the good one, right? That I have over here. I might potentially just use one of these, but I'm gonna open one of these up and take a look real fast. Much stuff over the top of it. There's so many windows open. It's hard to see what I'm even doing. Okay, so what's that material? I mean, just start replacing these with those, and like, does that look better? Maybe. Like more of metal things like that. We just go with more of a brassy theme instead of the non-brass theme. I think that's the same one for each of these, right? I don't know if I hate that. Wood's so boring looking. I think I'm gonna go a bit ham here on these things too. Bookshelves as well. Let's just be that guy. And make it real shiny in here. Up in here. I might make an additional one that's like another flavor of shiny to kind of mix it up over time, but maybe I do that. And instead of having like, wallpaper, I might just replace it with just the bricks on everything. Because the wallpaper looks kind of weird, honestly. Yeah, see that? There you go. Now you have much more of a very brick and let's just get this crap out of the way. I don't like this idea. I think I like the idea of it just being all brick as opposed to other weird crap. Gives it more of a lab feel and less of a home feel. I think what happened is that he makes a like an area for Charlotte, but it's mostly just he makes a bedroom for her, and everything else is going to be kind of not for her. Because this will be almost like a giant extended version of his laboratory, with the giant version being up here. It's possible I make this the resurrection ritual room, and instead have Poppet wake up somewhere else, not this room, and I just don't do anything with this area because this already looks like a pretty good resurrection ritual room. And if if the toy maker's up here busy trying to run the ritual like that, and you have to go down here and try to fight things, that would make sense, including destroying each of these thingies or whatever. and like they're pulling the life from like or like the bodies and like that to like a body here for her. That might actually be pretty good. I don't know if I want to start the game in this room anymore. I think this works better as a climactic room. And I can just start you in a different room in the building. Hmm. Hmm. I do want to send you to the painting world. But I gotta admit, this does look like a great ritual room. You work your way up from here, so you would have to get this key here in order to get in. Probably get rid of this door and just make it one very specific key. Hmm. That changes a lot. I mean, I'm glad I made all that stuff because I'm going to use it. Might do that because I wasn't certain what I was going to do with this other room up here, like what story I was going to do. And just having you wake up in it is cool and all, and mysterious, but it's just a big room to have nothing to do. But let's say I have you wake up in the carnival room instead. Let's say I skip the painting world thing. Like, painting world's still in here, sure. But let's say I have you wake up in this room. I have you wake up on this particular table. So let's take this painting here, migrate over to this table. I'll move some of these books out of the way because clearly the painting is here. I'm not sure I want to block it, but probably leave it unblocked. Okay, we put that there. And then I get a Poppet box and put it here. I move this to the carnival room. I just want to select this one here. Make this out of the way here. Put you right here. Undo what I just did. Select all the children. I do this. Guess I rotate the whole thing to match the table. I can put it here. Push it too far back though, because it's basically into the wall at that point. It's probably fine. Maybe I extend this table out some. Not too incredibly far because it's not a lot of space. New plan. I just move this down, put it on the ground. Then from this point on, you have an easy way to save. And I'll give out the Fool in this room. And in order to get up to Tinka's painting, you'll have to... I'm not going to have this landmine here. The landmine was just as a... If I mess up the jump thing like that, you'll have to run all the way through here to get there, jump up, jump around to get up there. And then I just bypass this and make this a climactic room. That happens after you've basically collected all the souls or something like that. So it'll be the bodies of the 6 victims. And then Charlotte's body in here. It almost makes sense that the body was actually this one was out here in the center and it was running stuff to it. That's true. Let's say that's what we do. I'll move this steampunk heart thingy. I'll rework it to be better, but sure. Hey, Garashi Sobola. Yeah, it's got its moments. I'm making a climactic room to for a resurrection ritual, trying to move things around and redesigning the game a bit to change where you start, as opposed to in what looks like the end of days room. Yeah, I'll give you a tour. It's been a couple hours since I've given the tour. No nav mesh down? Perfect. Okay, well, I'll put one then. Let me put a nav mesh down so the enemies can move. About 9.5 months. So basically at the dawn of time, when the first game devs crawled out of the primordial goo, I was already waiting there working on my project. Or something like that. So anyway, let me turn the camera on up a little bit here so I can move around. The game's called Poppet Quest. It happens in a steampunk city. Always along here. Playing as a woman who was killed and her soul was put into a doll. Your coach's name is Poppet. She's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. And there's a curse over the thing that animates all the toys in there at night, so you're powered by this curse, but unfortunately you can't leave the building because the curse powers you, so if you leave the building you'll die, so we have to find a way around that. We're by the ocean because, you know, it's a blood moon tonight. And yeah. I will show you a stuff. How many years here? Oh, I have a full-time job and I work on this in my free time. I do stream 5 nights a week, usually 8+ hours every night. I just discovered I didn't need this thing called sleep. On the weekend I crash out. I end up working like 80-hour weeks and I just crash out on the weekend. I'm just like, I'm good. So anyway, this is Poppet. Get a good picture of her. Her hair does weird things. She's a patchwork doll. And the main mechanic of the game is if you go into the dark, I'll use her. This is her dodge. As you can see, there's a curse bar that fills up. That's what powers all of her abilities. But you lose your sanity. When your sanity hits 0, the curse takes you over and you die. But if you go back to the light, you get your sanity back. But you gain no curse power, so you gotta bounce between the two. Oh, thank you. Yeah, she's one of my my creations. With her bizarre hair that just does things. Yeah, she's one of my creations. The lighting's kind of hard to see her because of the bars on there. There we go, it's better. Her dress doesn't... The cloth physics need to be worked on, but... So she uses tarot cards as weapons. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Makes comedic sounds. Comic book sounds. It's the most finished of the abilities so far. I'm making all 22 of the major tarot. Apparently I can't hit that guy now for some reason. Well, thanks. Yeah, the purple's been pretty good. I originally had it dark, but I found that the... Oh, this is the star. It trades sanity for health. I found that I would do the thing they do in all the animations where they just made it purple instead. You could actually see. Because, you know, the player being unable to see is no fun. What are you guys doing? I don't get it. I think their AI is a little broken. Maybe not. They just don't know what to do because it's in there. Oh, thanks for the follow. Apparently the project is up there worshipping the moon now, apparently. Apparently the project's exciting enough to get follows. It's definitely going along pretty well, but I'll use some of the other tarot here. I have a certain of them already, not all of them. It takes screenshots of whatever's currently going on, so you can photobomb. Alright, so this is the Empress. The Empress grows and shrinks plants. Supposedly she grows and shrinks plants. Why are you not growing and shrinking the plant? There we go. The game's like maybe 20% done in the best world, so. This is the bouncy couch. It's useful because it's bouncy. I just like it. I have a philosophy of everything should be interactable, so. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. Whoa, 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 you like the bouncy couch too, huh? Fair. So the magician manipulates objects such as opening windows. I have the load distance set pretty low, so for testing, so you can't see the full city, unfortunately, but you know. You'll just have to remember it's there. Oh no. Okay, I'm terrible. I'm gonna blame the drinking I've been doing for why I missed that jump. Yes. Good stuff, yo. Later in my streams, I tend to have a little more alcohol with my game dev. Alright. Let's try this again, but this time with feeling. Why are you missing suddenly? I have so many questions. Oh, I know what the problem is. It's the wrong tarot. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna reset real fast. Okay, maybe I was drinking a little more than I thought. This is not a hard area at all. I'm making it look harder than it needs to be. Fine, I'll cheat. Being impatient. Embarrassing. Not yet. I'm waiting to get the demo finished before I have that, you know, because I've tried releasing things before and didn't have the demo and it didn't go so hot, so there will be a great demo. But I am going to pull playtesters from my Discord, so if you're interested in playing before that, I would just check the Discord. Oh, I gotta actually pull this out here. I want to show you the combat, but apparently I just can't play with the dam right now. Okay, I've been drinking a lot. Apparently. Sorry for the poor tour. It's like if you showed up to Disneyland and your, you know, tour guide downed a few first and was like, yeah, it'll be fine. It was not fine, spoiler. Anyway, I'll just cheat past it. So the magician could also turn on lights. I'm gonna jump on the light in order to land on the plant here easily. Pop this real fast. Could also just be the long week. 80-hour week, yo. If you have a key, you can use the magician to open the doors. Oh yeah, 3D platforms are great, and Metroidvania, yo. They're important. Strength is the double jump. It's fine, you know. Not the most exciting. Also, I'm going to grow this pumpkin because giant smiling pumpkin is amazing. You jump on it if you want. Going to pull out the star for this fight. Yeah, I may get a Steam page going sooner rather than later. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. This is Patrick, named by chat. Don't you bite me. That noise gets me every time. Ow. Turn on the light there, so I don't lose my sanity. You can also use the magician to pick up and throw objects. I heard him. Ow. Patrick's bite's gotten much better. Hide over here. He summons little helpers in his later phases. They're fun because they blow up. For the demo, you only get 5 of the tarot anyway, so main weapon you get for this is that. Taking some damage from his hits too. Not coming out a very good trade for me, you know? My full-time job is in online sales. I have no ties to the game dev industry at all. But thank you, that was great. I'd love to be a full-time game dev, but I ain't there. Thank you. Yeah. I just really enjoy making games, and well, it's just my hobby. I just sit there and just like, oh, late night, I'm just gonna start working on this. I didn't used to work on it quite as hard until I started streaming it. Now I work on it a lot harder. I mean, I was working on it hard before, but now I'm working on it way harder. Going even faster. I haven't heard of it, but I'll look it up later. Also, photo bombs. Yay! Actually, we blow some up. Photo bomb. Oh, I didn't get the good explosion. I'm trying to get explosions in the background. I'll make it so you can save these images later. So, in his later phase, he goes all crazy and starts summoning a million minions and leaping around all over the place. Pretty hard, actually, in the later phase. I need to reboot Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine gets a little laggy after some number of hours of streaming, so the fight should be going at about 35 FPS. It's not perfect. It hasn't really been optimized. Yeah, you made your own 3D platform, huh? Nice, nice. Did you stop doing game dev, or do you do game dev still? We love game devs here. We're kind of like a little game dev club, and you know. It's gotten so laggy. I wish I'd grabbed the super move, but unfortunately, since I screwed up that thing, I didn't get to keep the super move. Oh, nice, nice. Always cool to see people actually in the industry, and not I mean, don't get me wrong, I love me some indies, but it's rare to see people who are actually in the, you know, working for big companies show up here. There was a that one in here earlier. That must be crazy to sit there and I work all day on it and then go home and work on it. I mean, I admire the dedication. I love game dev. I don't know if I'd be able to do it like more than 11 hours a day. I think that's probably about my cap on game dev. Double 8-hour shifts would be hard. I think I get creatively bankrupt after like some number of hours. Yeah, I'm gonna reboot Unreal Engine, then I'll show you the rest of the tour. Because Unreal Engine is my computer's only so powerful. I'm gonna say that. It's only so powerful. And after like 5 to 6 hours, it's a little lag. Reboot. I'll show the rest of the cool mechanics and other boss thingies. Take a moment to reboot. That's fair. I mean, you know, you're surrounded by good people. We've all got that dream going on right now around here. Yes, we do. Yes, we do indeed. Admittedly, you know, some people are closer than me to it, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that I stream now too, because I started gaining viewers on Twitch. I started streaming on Twitch like a month and a half ago, and people just started watching. So yeah, it just kind of kept going, kind of building. Come back to this world in a second. Well, I guess I could show it. Well, come back to it in a second. That mechanic can be a different thing. Yes. Yeah, a lot of these studios do some pretty incredible crunch time. I'm just like, all right, that's a lot. But since I work in, then I do this too. It's like, am I any different? If I get a lot of people watching, sometimes I'll stream just an incredible amount of time, and I'm just like, like the 8-hour workday, and then it's just like, oh, just keep going. Like, what's 11 more hours of streaming? 19 hours later, like I'm a trooper, but there's a limit to the amount of trooping I do, you know? Definitely a limit. Oh, you can see what I was building. Right. So, I haven't finished this yet, but I'm building a contraption to hold the magician tarot. I've been making this instead. The next thing I'm going to make is a button you push in order to remove the little shield from it so you can get it. And I just thought it was cool. Yes. Yeah, you can also use the magician in order to open drawers. Act as platforms. Supposedly you can if you get close enough. I just swapped the drawers out for metal ones because I'm going more steampunky than I was before. We're just in time for the maiden voyage of those. Cool steampunk lamps. The fool can break things. Doot, 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 doot. Actually, I'll turn the slide on. The collision on this is not quite perfect yet. I was getting close. This is about the closest I have to the production quality weapon. I have all of them. Getting there. Whoa, hello there. Just flies away. Can I grab the key? That's embarrassing. Why is the key ungrabbable? That's weird. I don't know why that's the case. Almost out of sanity. Thankfully, there's a light right here. Half the areas are very human-centric, and other areas are like full of toys and things, so you can get ideas of random things going on. Like there are areas for kids to play with the toys, right? I want to go down to this one anyway. Making custom books. So he killed a bunch of victims and he put all their souls in dolls, but one of them he screwed up on and her soul ended up in the paintings. So she lets you travel into the paintings to that liminal space that connects all the paintings. Also, one of the mechanics of the game involves this place too. Put this away. This is Tinka. She's the ghost in the paintings. He just hovers there. Discord loves her. One of my other characters I made. Yeah. Well, she's a little larger than normal. She is like more normal size. Like everyone else, they're like toys, and she's like a human, but she's actually way larger than a human. But she's also in this liminal space. She's like, a ghost basically in these. So, and one of the mechanics in the game is some of the toys can be rescued. You can pick them up and throw them through the paintings as well, and they open up little buildings in here. This is my Amazon ripoff. I'm still making buildings for them. Oh. Oh yeah, the old lamps. Ew. This world's not quite, made yet, but it's supposed to be very, just its own liminal space. It's also where my projects are that I'm working on. Before 5.5, the original map was a little laggier. The battle arena is currently broken. A plugin update just ruined it, so I had to fix that. But I also made this fine gentleman too. He's just sitting there doing his thing. He's like, hey, what's up? Mm-hmm. Yeah, got that going on. Showcase other mechanics. There's actually a 14-year-old ghost girl who acts as the de facto ruler of the toy store. And she operates as kind of a roving death trap in a way. It'll be a lot like, you know, the ghost from like The Ring or The Grudge or something like that. I'm gonna make her like, you know, just creepily there. Sometimes she's moving around like that, you know, just running around the floor and you can't hit the floor, or she'll, you know, come after you. You know, just to kind of make it interesting. So I have possessed objects, and when you try to hit them, they just will laugh at you. And the Hierophant makes them temporarily behave, so they act as platforms. I could also just fail jumping because I'm just hitting the button a lot for no apparent reason. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Once again, all that alcohol, you know? And one long week. There's a light over by here. I adjust the light for when you're in the light or the dark so you can actually have an idea. There's lights on the other side of those pillars. It's proximity based, so I'm not too much of an ogre. You don't have to physically be completely in the light. Boing, boing. Here's my Annabelle character. Not actually Annabelle, but you know. I haven't put the model in yet. It's just a placeholder render of the model. Yep, I put the warning from the Warren Museum on there. Very important. I make references to random things like that, just, you know, horror things. It's like... Sorry, I had a sneezing fit there. Just kept going. I was like, okay, I'm not even gonna troll like that. I'm just gonna do this. There's you drinking. Hi Blitz, how's it going? I was doing part of the tour for the new person. Yes, indeed. But I've also been drinking heavily enough that somehow platforming is hard. It's not even hard platforming. I mean, I'm using a keyboard and a mouse and I have been drinking, so I guess it's harder than normal, but seriously, it's not that hard. I'm just flubbing it like a champion. The biggest champion ever. Ah, it's going good. Drinking gives plus 10 to my creativity stat and minus 20 to my programming stat. And probably like minus 30 to my platforming stat. But plus, you know, like 50 to my happiness stat. I'm already a pretty happy guy, so I don't know if that's truly the statement, this, you know, thing, but... Yep. So, this weapon's not even close to production ready. It's not even going to be in the demo, but this is the Hanged Man. It's a bubble wand. All my weapons are toys, so you know, it just bubbles things. Have you seen this High Blitz before? Have you seen the bubble wand? Gonna be the second weapon you get. Yeah, it makes them float. It's fun. It's not even remotely set up for the game yet, though. It does do its effect, but it's got so buggy. Oh, uh-oh. Lamp, turn the lamp on, quick! Forgot to turn the lamp on. Oh, I forgot there's no magician in my hands here. Turn the lamp on? Okay, whew. Almost died. Yeah, that's fair. This, I was varying the sounds for things, modulating them. Like I say, this isn't even production, quality weapon. This is my concept weapon, so it's got a lot to go, but it's not going to be in the demo, so it's not like it really matters yet. Just like, oops. The selection's pretty bad. This whole menu system is just, not good yet either. Just like this is a concept idea of having a little blimp to fly around. It is literally just a, what would it be? It's not actually going to be for a long time. But I might have blimps. I might actually just have like mechanical wings too. Yeah, I'll do a modulation on the noise. Yeah, well, I'm going to have like blimps you can fight like in the later games. Like they're going to be floating toys. Probably in the city, because there's a city. Yeah, no, it's not about it. I welcome all the ideas, so please suggest away. I actually was doing that for the Fool. I just didn't think about it even for the swing noise. But I can modulate it so it's slightly different each time. Yeah, this thing is... I think I'm gonna make you fight these versus anything else, but I just put a concept in there to test it. Yeah. Anyway, with the key, I can actually open the door here. As soon as I pull out the magician. I'll show you more stuff, because, you know, why not? Yeah, I'll remember to vary all the sounds, because it just seems like it works out pretty good. I have friendly landmines. Because we're just all about silly, weird crap here. You can travel through pipes. Admittedly, this pipe is not very well developed yet for what it does, but you can travel through them. Yeah, I imagine it would. I imagine it would. Running through pipes, doot 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 doot. Running through pipes, doot 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 doot. I can see again. Alcohol break. Not much of a break. Oh yeah, the Hierophant's got a slight bug with it. I noticed that. Switch off it. Oh yeah, like I usually just pick a random sound and I've just been modulating it because someone suggested that. He's like, I'll just modulate the sound. It's just slightly enough that people don't really get tired of it as easily. Is it perfect? No, but sometimes I gotta cut a corner or 12. Don't worry about it. A corner or 12. Yeah, a lot of placeholder stuff. That's what I make, something that works, and then it might make it to the final version because I didn't find something better before I just moved on. Yeah. A lot of stuff is kind of in flux. So the second biome in this place is actually a Wonderland area. They're designed mostly for humans to, for children to be able to play with toys and things in these areas. Whereas the area I just came from is the hidden area that you're not supposed to actually be inside of at all. At least not for the public. I didn't put enemies in here yet or anything of the sort, or the collectibles, so it's mostly just kind of an exhibition of things. But I can eat the turtle, and that's pretty much worth it right there. Yep. I haven't made a custom card for the Empress yet. So, for anyone, yep. For the new guy, you've seen the Lion King thing where he holds up Simba, right? And it's like, you know, it's like circle of life things, whatever. And have you seen the meme version where he holds him up and then just throws him? Because, you know, this had to get put in just for that reason, so you can jump up on here. And I'm going to put achievement at this. Yeah. Turtle King, you can yeet the turtle. Bye-bye, turtle. There's no splash. I'll make some sort of thing later for it, but still, it will be an achievement for yeeting the turtle. Deserved. So deserved. Yep, the circle of life. The turtle hath been yeeted. Begone, foul turtle. You are not welcome here anymore. I had to make the particle for these actually appear bigger on them, but I didn't. Yeah, see, I'm nice. I'm teaching it how to swim. The hard way. By throwing it into one of these support beams, if you noticed, it hit the support beam and then careened into the water. About that. Yeah, I'm helpful. Don't be hating. I'm the most helpful person. It was never going to try without me coming along there, I'm just saying. Take the secret way over here to a light. Water kills her, by the way. There is the Emperor Terra protects from the water. Yeah. Get the idea of the way things are. This room needs more work to finish, obviously. It is going to be in the demo, but I haven't done any of this downstairs area yet. And this needs to be smoothed out a bit. Yeah. That's part of the thing. It's actually supposed to be all like fake crap like you buy for Halloween decorations. You know, it's supposed to give the illusion of being the real thing. Basically like a Disneyland, but in a building, you know. Also, she has a pot on her head. That's the Empress thingy. I haven't found a better thing for it yet. I just think it's hilarious. But, yeah. You get some of the ideas and the mechanics and some of the areas I'm working on. Rope mushrooms? Yep. And of course, the multi-tiered level design of pipes you can go through and things like this with bridges that are actually secretly platforming because she can fall through the holes to her death because she dies in water. Oh, that's fair. Game dev? Nah. Girlfriend? Yeah. I also have like underwater areas, so you'll come back with the Emperor in order to go into these, you know, strange underwater worlds. I'm gonna put those in all the areas too. This is like not in the demo, but I have a concept area built. Yeah. Did it work? And then of course, other concept areas. No, not yet. Oh, you should try. Keep trying. I believe in you. Got this. And of course I have little areas like these, like dioramas to like play on for the, you know, so the kids can play with their toys and these things like that. And at the fun of these is a very Alice in Wonderland thing where if you look over here, everything is all tiny, and then you look over here and everything's like human sized. So the imagery can be often fun that way. I am going to make this pirate city go up onto this planter box here though, so that you could have giant stuff above you. But again, this area is not actually going to be in the demo, so I just made concepts and said, yeah, okay, this is good enough. Put a couple lights here because these lights aren't rigged to actually protect you from the darkness. I gotta do that. But a nice person in chat bought me a Humble Bundle. It had all sorts of cool stuff, so now it's a pirate area. Pick up double jump. Yep. Lots of secret areas. Dark Fantasy Studio made the tracks. Most of the tracks I'm using. You can pick it up. I get it in Humble Bundles. Actually, I actually picked it up from a Humble Bundle because they saw it. Where the Hermit is. Just have it overlooking the city. Very important. Yeah, they have some great ones. But yeah, because my budget is not great, and hopefully being somewhat supplemented by, you know, Twitch, because, hey man, my budget becomes a lot better than not great with more things, you know, like ad revenue on these things. Don't get me wrong, I mean, Twitch makes me a few $100 extra for what I was already gonna do. I was gonna do. I mean, you know, this is not the worst. That's a bunch of extra models. Yeah. So there's actually some Wonderland bundle that I really want to go with it, but not on sale. It's like $90 on Fab, and I'm waiting for like a sale, so it could be like $45 instead, because again, I was like, my budget isn't that great. I was definitely gonna fit like more of a Wonderland theme for a lot of the areas. I started looking at it and I was like, going, you know, this second area was originally like more of a safari area, like Journey to the Center of the Earth thing, but I was like, it's already kind of feeling very Wonderlandy anyway. Why don't I just make it like Wonderland themed? Fits the whole area just fine. And then, I mean, I've already got like the tomato place too. I mean, Jesus, it's like over here, you have the Tomato City. I'm just saying, you know, we're like halfway to Wonderland already. And like, you mix it with like the Through the Looking Glass stuff, which I actually realized I hadn't seen the new Through the Looking Glass movie that Disney made. And I finally watched it a couple like days ago. I was like, I've never seen this. I was like, huh, I usually watch everything Alice in Wonderland, no matter how stupid it is. Oh, maybe, like, say, I don't have a lot of money. That's why I've been kind of, whatever I can do, getting it like via crowdsource methods. Like, you know, like I buy asset packs where they can sell them to anybody, because usually those are way cheaper than custom. Like, I got some money, but I mean, I'm sure your work is amazing, and if I could afford, you know, custom everything, 100% would. But I'm probably going to spend no more than maybe like $3,000 on the whole game. And that's like every asset I've ever bought for any game dev ever. I'm just roping it all in there. So I'm not really spending all that much. Just a lot of time and effort into it, and a lot of creativity to get it done, you know? Also, I'm going to replace these chairs. Oh, that's cool. It does attract him. I mean, and maybe I'll have to think about what I'm actually looking for, you know, as far as what I'm aiming for. I mean, you kind of have an idea of what you're hearing with the music now. But there's a guy who made a cool piano I need to put in here too. It's like you can actually interact with. And I was like, you can jump around and play. And so I was like, it'd be so cool if you could jump on a piano and play all the notes. Yeah, okay. That's a lot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sadly, I have not a very, like, my job's okay, but what really happened is when I started game dev, I had a great deal of money set aside. I was good to go. And then I was messing with RPG Maker, I think, at the time. I messed with that for about a couple years, right? And I just started to mess with Unreal Engine. And then I injured my neck and back. Like, so it caused a bunch of problems, and I still suffer from some health problems to this day. It causes like numbness and tingling in my arms, limbs, and sometimes head. Not as bad as it used to be, but I had to basically take almost 2 years off of actually doing a lot of work. And all the game dev. So it just completely shelved everything. Guess who had a lot less money after that? Yeah. So I'm back working on this. I still suffer from some of those health problems. Even just sitting here, it's just normal. But doctors couldn't figure out what it was, cause the problem. And eventually I just kind of got better over time. Yeah. It was, well, part of the reason I had to quit my job is so I could get the state insurance because the cost of all the medical treatment was too high. Yeah, I mean, I still suffer from some problems. Like even throughout this, I've been suffering from like numb legs and arms just throughout this stream. But it doesn't happen all the time. It's gotten less common, and I just kind of learned to live with it. You know, it's just like, well, I ain't dead yet. Must be fine. I went to all kinds of specialists. Yeah, pretty much Brain Fart Studio, like it wrecked me. So my entire budget for this game, and I just got hammered. I'm just like, well, okay, whatever I can make myself, and if I can crowdsource things via asset packs, and yeah, about that. So now I'm like, hey, maybe Twitch can help out a little by, you know, me just getting a few dollars, you know, on it. I'm not even a lot because, like I said, the budget of everything I've ever bought for like this has been like maybe less than 3K. So any amount of money that it makes is still better than $0, and I was already going to work anyway. Plus, I get to chat with people, which is awesome. And that's my story. That's how I got there. From look at all this money I could not work for like 10 years to guess I'm going back to work. Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much Beansprout, you know. I mean, I just kind of laugh it off. That's just life, you know. Things happen, you know. It's just, it is what it is. I could get all like about it, or I could just move on and just, you know, get right back to the grind and continue the process. Gabapentin, oh God. Let me tell you about my experience with gabapentin, because I'm also very unlucky when it comes to medications. I took that for 6 days. And then I had to stop because what happened was I was just perpetually shaking the whole time. Just like, going, that. It wouldn't stop. And it didn't stop for like 5 to 6 months after the fact. So gabapentin was not my friend at all. Like it was bad. Actually, another medication they gave me during that time, they actually put me in the hospital just because modern medicine actually made everything worse. But yeah, like it doesn't. I don't have pain issues. It's just like numbness and tingling in my limbs and everything like that. It used to be I could barely walk too. It was terrible at the start of it. Like I could barely walk 100 feet, and now I walk like 10,000 steps like it's nothing. Hey, mind something on Twitch, Brain Fart? Yeah. Nice. Well, welcome to the club, Brain Fart. You know, just saying. If you happen to be, you know, streaming later after like my shoot, maybe I can raid you or something. Actually, I'll just toss you a follow and help you out. Also, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow, Blitzo. Oh, sorry, Bizzo. Sorry. Yeah, let me follow you there. Get you some, get you towards the end. Yeah. Because, you know, affiliate. Got to get everyone there. It's important. It's true, Zombie. It's addictive, yeah. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. But yeah, gabapentin just kicked my... It was not good for me. That's fair, right? But I mean, yeah, I'm just able to make a lot of things, you know. I have a lot of creativity in there, and I like working on things. So I just kind of, and every time they give me free assets, like every month that goes by, I guess Fab now gives me free stuff, and a lot of it gets used in the game. You'd be surprised what I can do to mix things up and make it you not think it's something that you know is from there. I can do it. I'm pretty good at sneaking things in and putting things in weird ways. So surprising amount of stuff that come from humble bundles, from like free stuff of the month. Obviously, Poppet, Tinka, and all the characters I made did not. But a lot of things did. Oh wow, that sucks for her. I mean, yeah, definitely Brain Fart. I'm definitely I mean, we're good people in the game dev space here like that. We like, you know, raid each other, try to help each other out. The only reason I even got affiliate so fast is because like Swashbuckling Fox was, you know, raiding me perpetually, constantly, just, you know, over and over. And that got me up to there. Like, you know, super thankful for him. I follow him and watch his stream too. Can we try my game out? Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. I'm glad you like what you're seeing. I've been hard at it. I want it to be amazing. Also, check out the contraption I've been making. Oh my god. I love it. Dun, 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 dun. This way. I'm lost in my own place. Oh my god. Behold my true thingy. Yes, indeed. Come on, come on. Yes, this is now where you get the magician. How exciting is this device? Oh my god. I love it. I can't even jump on it. I'm terrible at my own game. Why am I terrible at my own game? It's probably the drinking. Probably the drinking. Can I grab this thing? Am I terrible? I am pretty terrible. Yes. Yeah, it was new. I was working on it right before I started doing the tour. I mean, if there's ever a more iconic for this game, I don't know what it is than this right here. Giant mallet. I need to replace the cards on this with the new version of the cards. Yes. Yes. I want to make it so there's a button you can push so that it opens up the little thing so you can get the magician. Let's see. Fabulous free stuff. I don't get much of it yet. I mean, they're still doing it. Yeah, they're doing actually a double monthly thing now. Like it's on the 1st and the 19th. Fab has a thing now. The limited free time stuff. It also appears right here too. Got a bunch of creatures this time around. So pretty worth. I mean, it's $0. Just gotta remember to check twice a month now. But you know what the best part about this is? Now they finally have a sale, right? Because you can go here and you can see that something is finally on sale. Before, they actually released this market without the ability to put stuff on sale. Isn't that great? They were so, like, half-assed when they did it. And so unfinished when they released it that there was no ability to actually put things on sale. What they were saying, you know, over in the Unreal Source thing. It's like, best market ever. Thanks, Rainforest Studio. Metroidvania and stuff like. Yeah, thank you. Definitely working on it. Oh yeah, the thing. Yeah, I'm working on that. Yeah. Again, to your PC. Yep. Crazy. Yeah. Oh yeah, like the Fab got released without a wish list as well, so we lost all our wish list, which sucks because I had all the assets I wanted for the game in my wish list, and I didn't know I was going to lose it. I just thought they'd transfer it over because, I don't know, I'd assume they want me to buy their stuff. And then they just didn't. I'm like, oh yeah, cool. Neat. Thanks. Cool. It's okay, I remember a lot of things I want, and some stuff I don't remember, but I guess I didn't want it that bad. But yes. In my defense on this taking 20 minutes, I actually made all these things individually earlier, so it didn't really take 20 minutes to make that. It took very little time to put it together, because I had already made giant versions in the lab, right? I'm going with more of a steampunky feel. Because up here I made all the stuff. In this place. That's true, Marcus. I should probably do that. See if they have it for me. I had so much crap on it that I thought would be cool. This was originally going to be the starting room, but it's not anymore. Yeah, I made all these things like that because there's supposed to be a resurrection ritual that happens about midway through that you have to stop. And initially this was going to be the starting, but now it just looks like such a great resurrection ritual room that I'm just like, I'm doing this. I'm still working on my steampunk art one day. It beats. I made a steampunk clock. And a broken red button that I started, I think, like, I don't know, 4 days ago and then forgot about. So it's been sitting there as a broken button that I haven't done anything with. Yes. Steampunk clock is awesome. I love it. Just waiting, watching. Yeah. I'm thinking the way this plays out is the only time you'll ever actually see the toy maker in this game is he'll be up there running the ritual, and you'll have to try to stop it down here by, you know, fighting. But he's too busy doing the ritual up there in order to interact with it, so you'll be battling toys and everything down here. And maybe Charlotte, I don't know. I'm assuming Charlotte's body will be in here, so she'll be too busy, so it'll mostly be you battling toys. Oh yeah, for those people who haven't seen the Ghost Girl that I made for the game. Pull her out real fast. She's the best example of, for size purposes, I think, when you see a regular character versus, poor little Poppet, who's kind of tiny. I haven't got the animations for her yet, so she's just using the crappy flying things from one of the Paragons. I'm gonna get the grudge thingies for her, so she's really creepy. Oh, thanks. I definitely, yeah. Just made my own fun thing here. I was like, yep, this is the thing. It's crazy, but yeah. Yeah, weird movement at the moment. That's okay. Yeah, you can see, like, you know, size comparison of a regular 14-year-old girl versus you. You're like up to like maybe her knee in the best world. You're about 80% the size of a Barbie doll. Oh, I guess I shrunk these down so they don't provide the amount of light they used to. That's good to know. I can change that though. Make the attenuation on these like 5,000 or something, I guess. I had to readjust all the lights because of 5.5. I had to take out all the emissive stuff. Well, didn't have to take it out, but I took out a lot of the emissive lights and replaced them with actual regular lights. And these things are supposed to act as, you know, things to prevent you from dying because they're emitting, you know, light. But yeah, the whole concept of this actually came from an RPG Maker game jam. Started out with you were playing as, you were actually in an attic, and all the toys in the attic were cursed to do the same thing every night. And your thing you did was you just sat and looked out a window all night. But then during the day, someone moved you across the attic, and you had to try to get back across the attic at night because you come to life on the wrong side of the attic going, and you're compelled to do that. And over time, it's just changed because, well, I ran with the concept more and started making better lore and just ideas behind it. Pretty much, yeah. I do plan on putting lore places. For the most part, your interactions with the toy maker himself will obviously be through his notebooks and through audio logs of what he's just, you know, thinking or doing. And I made customizable books like that too, so I could actually, where are they at? I have one of them here somewhere. Like these books here where I can literally just put whatever text I want. And different sprites, move them around really like that, so I can move the sprites places. I guess I have to actually put the sprite on there in the first place to do that, but do. Do I not have a sprite there? Yeah, so I can move them around, things like that. Put them on other pages. I can have up to 2 of them in there. I can have change all the text because I have lines like that, so I can remove lines I need. So I can just literally be like, you know, it's like text here, and they appear. Yep, really important text. And have I thought of the entire story? Most of the major story beats, I stopped making all the individual stuff as important as often because I kept making gameplay changes that would void things. But now that things are a lot more locked down, it's more close to like the little individual things, like the little individual details that I've left a bit blank can now be kind of filled in. One of my biggest worries is I don't want to get too cutscene centric because of time. Just how long it would take to make 1,000,000 cutscenes, you know? So I want to kind of sneak in story in ways that are a little more creative than that. most of the enemies, most of the dolls and everything like that, or the toys have been driven crazy by the curse. You are not going to have a long conversation with these crazy things. Like, they're the rescuable ones you can talk to, and Tinka will talk to you. She appears in all the paintings. There aren't that many paintings, but they're just floating around. But I do have a whole story planned and a layout for this whole place, including, you know, like the plan so far was largely you start on the 5th floor here, work your way down to the bottom thing there, and then after having, you know, basically collected the souls of all the girls, like, you know, to try to get them back to their bodies, you come back up to the resurrection ritual to find that they're trying to bring Charlotte back to life using those bodies, so you have to stop the ritual so you don't lose all the bodies and then give them their souls back. That's the hope anyway. And things go horribly wrong from there, which then leads to the basement and a climactic battle against, you know, some things there, including your, like, the original reason why you came here is you were looking for your friend who went missing. She's obviously a woman because, you know, the serial killer who kills people, he kills women. And he's basically based on Jack the Ripper. And you have to, you're here to try to find her, but you end up getting killed by the serial killer in the process. So at some point you'll encounter your, you know, friend, but you don't know it's her. I'm going to try to hint throughout the way with like various things you can find. And if you kill her, you'll get a bad ending. Like, it'll lead down bad paths. If you actually succeed in saving her, then it leads towards the good ending. In which case, there's a secret sub-basement for where the curse actually emanates from. Not there, down here. Which I have not made yet, but we're looking at 7 floors, basically, with various plans for the things going on for that. But yeah, the book thing works out great. Oh yeah, exactly, Vince. The long cutscenes, that's something for AAA studios. The kind of thing where you can just waste so much time and effort on something that often just gets skipped. But might as well be like multiple movies. Like, what was it, like 20-something hours of movies in the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth game? I almost called it a movie. Yeah. Yeah, like, people often skip them, and Metroidvanias aren't usually very story heavy anyway. I mean, look at Hollow Knight. Or like Bloodstained or Castlevania or Metroid. How many of these have huge stories, right? This is not like, you know, this isn't like It Takes Two or something like that, which is probably a really good example of the world I'd like to have. If you've ever seen It Takes Two, it's like, you know, about two parents who get turned into toys and have to learn to work together in order to get back to being normal. And it's really cutscene centric by doing that. I like the concept. Yeah, all these are basically movies. Yeah, like, as far as concepts go, this is going to be like, I just have some buildings in here to remind myself. This is going to be like a 3-tiered, like, you know, model town with like trains and things like that. And this will be like where blimp fights go. And I'm probably going to lock the rooms up, like, so it's not going to be a completely open area. But it's the plan for the area. Down here, I'm going to have like the great board. Like, the chess and checkers are fighting over the great board in order to, because they think it's like their god. Because, you know, it's just a giant chessboard to them. Checkerboard. The argument is on which it truly is. That's the plan. The broken toys are going to be down here, and there's also a ritual thingy. Which I just put down here. I don't think I'm going to keep it down here. And then there'll be like a corrupted area down here, which will be where all the black goo is coming from. And, you know, the secret behind the curse in itself. But yeah, like, if you know anything about the tarot, because I did a whole lot of research on the tarot. The World Tarot is when you've completed your journey. So you get it for saving your friend. You never get it if you don't save your friend. And the Fool is the start of the journey. So Poppet, of course, represents the Fool. Also, she got killed, so it's already pretty foolish. Like, I'm just saying. So you give it out first. I'm sneaking these things in the stories. Or in the story. Also going to have crystal balls that kind of give you like memories of your friend. Your friend's lost memories, so you can actually, by finding them, you can suss out who your friend is, so you don't kill her. Because I am going to include a mechanic to save her specifically. I'm going to give out the way you do it. It's one of the tarot will give you the ability to do it, but I'm going to give it out way late in the game, so I don't have to make the mechanic for the early bosses. Like, no, no, that. But yeah, I have like concepts all set up for everything like that too. I had the first major boss in this room, so you know, we got. She needs a lot of work. Oh my god, she needs a lot of work. I guess people haven't seen her. I could show her off. I want the damage. Like a lot of work. I'm gonna unlock this so I can eat my way to victory and not have to drag it. You got through the final 7 Rebirth cutscenes. Wow, I can't talk now. Rebirth cutscenes purely from your nostalgia. I actually I didn't play the game. A lot of these, you know, heavy cutscene games, I watched the cutscene movie. I actually just skip your game entirely because the movie is really cool and it's like 2 seasons of a show. And I don't have a PS, you know, 5 or PS4, so I can't play any of those games. So any of those that are console exclusives, I ain't playing your game. I'm watching the cutscene movie on YouTube going, this is awesome. I'm into this. And I totally watched that and I was like, this is such a cool nostalgia trip. Oh my god, it didn't look fun to play at all. Like it looked like an army of mini games. It looked terrible. It was like it's like 100 mini games. Well, I enjoyed the story. It was immensely fun. I watched both God of War games, the new ones, as well, because again they weren't on PC. I don't have any way to play them. Great story. I enjoyed it immensely. So whenever I need a new show, I just look for the next AAA game that came out, and I'm just like, all right, guys, who's got my cutscene movie? I'm here to watch. First one, some dudes online ripped the models, and there's a huge number of them varying. Yeah, that's true. I've definitely seen some Tifa models out there, if you know what I'm saying. These ones, yeah. Oh no, the stories are good. Like they're literally just cutscene movies. They spent so much time. These are like better than the crap Hollywood's putting out. I'm watching these. These are great. Whenever I want to veg out after like, you know, a long stream of work, I'm just like drinking thing going, yep. This is a hard life I'm living here right now. Look at how great this is. That's fair. Yeah, you know, getting bored of the first one. I mean, like I say, yeah, there's been so many good ones. Like the Mortal Kombat games actually have weirdly good stories with lots of cutscenes. And there was one with where all the comic book heroes went bad. And like Superman, Batman, they went bad, and that was a lot of fun. Turned out to be better than the actual comic movie they made. I can't remember what it's called. Blanking on it. Oh, God of War looked really fun, but the problem is, again, I didn't have the system it was on. I wasn't buying the system just for the game. I was like, I'll look at the story then, because I looked at the release date and I'm going, so when's this coming out on PC? Sometime next year? Okay, I'm just gonna watch the cutscene movie, guys. By that point, I'll have lost all interest in your game. Not that I have a lot of time. I mean, they looked fun, zombie. Like I said, if I had it, the system, I'd have played it, but I'm not dropping hundreds of dollars. After all, I just said I lost all that money to medical problems. Do you think, what money for any of that stuff? Like, I got wrecked. Medical industry is expensive. Even all the stuff that they didn't cover for the insurance is just like, I has no money. Nah, man. The little I got ain't much these days. Anyway, this is the first of the girls that you fight because they've all been driven crazy. And the fight needs a lot of work, but the main mechanic of the fight is that she summons a voodoo doll of, well, you. And the voodoo doll of you, whenever it takes damage, oh look, I take the damage. That's right. You have to protect the voodoo doll of you and also fight her, because otherwise you'll get the crap kicked out of you since the voodoo doll is defenseless. Sometimes the timing is a little bad there. This first phase is pretty brutal though. Oh. If you time your dodge just right, you can actually avoid the damage on this. As you can miss the damage trigger by being invincible. weapon is so obnoxious sometimes. Squeak, squeak. Ha, ha, ha. The Fool has a super mode where it grows big. This fight is super buggy, so, you know. Oh. Weapon does so much damage. Oh no, the actual God of War theme was pretty good. I mean, it was basically a tale of fatherhood, which was such a rare thing to see in this day and age. It was just them going on a journey to, you know, put his mother's ashes, you know, on top of this mountain. And then the second was them battling the gods. But, I mean, he battled the gods along the way too, and it was all new gods from a different pantheon, so it was fun. I mean, Legacy of Kain was a lot of fun back in the day too, for that matter. Yeah, he knocked her out. Yeah, one of the bugs so far is in the earlier phase, she'll actually pick a target that doesn't exist. And I have no idea why, because she only has 2 legal targets, the Voodoo Doll and me. So... why in the world is she looking over there? And I don't know. Is that Oliver's case? No, it's her case. Well, that's funny. Maybe she wants back in her case. Really? She's doing that, huh? Yeah, you can actually pick up the Voodoo Doll and protect it with the Magician. In later phases, if the Voodoo Doll's too far away and you're too far away, she'll actually pull the Voodoo Doll to her, but... I have the damage set to normal, so the fight actually takes a while. And I don't have any upgrades, so that does not help. You're gonna have more upgrades to this fight. I actually set her health lower intentionally though, so it's a little bit of a push. I'll use the super mode to speed it up. Why can't I hit her? I have questions. I don't know why you're going over there, but you're embarrassing me. Stop that. Or maybe she just likes it. I don't know. I mean, for her to be into some sort of weird pain bondage thing would be pretty fitting given, you know, what she is. Giant voodoo doll. That tracks all too well. I actually made human versions of these characters too. So I can get her to a third phase. That's probably the most interesting phase. Especially because she's broken. I'm gonna beat her up. Gonna keep hitting you until you get a really low life total. You're hitting me too, because your weapon falls on me. Gonna wail on you a bunch while I can before you use the other thing. I'm that just right. The thing lights up when she summons a minion. Okay, yeah. And at the third phase, she summons an invincible shield and summons a bunch of helpers, and the helpers have to be killed to even be able to hurt her. And then she spins the battlefield so that you have a hard time moving in one direction. You have to run with the battlefield to keep up with the lights. I never get tired of watching him just go flying. You get all of them? I don't think so. Nope, 2 of them are over there. Oh my gosh, we're talking about Soul River and Symphony of the Night now? Jesus. Those take me back. Symphony of the Night's the reason I got into Metroidvanias. I'll have to read all that in a second. So many people talking. Oh my god. Fine. Shield's finally down. Way over there. Yeah, she's just picking a target that doesn't exist. Again, very broken fight at the moment. She's so much faster than me too, so she can run against this thing and it's a problem. Why are you going to this spot? Well, I almost got out. Really? Yeah, it's like she's running for there. I guess Oliver's right here. Is she going after Oliver somehow? Is that what? Does she hate Oliver that much? That's fair. Almost out of Saturday work. Run towards the light. Any light, who cares? She keeps running this way, it's annoying. Embarrassing me. Don't be like this. Good. Her death pose is broken too, but that's okay. What are you even doing? I've never seen her do that. That's fair enough. Yeah, she's been running after Oliver for some reason. I mean, really? What's wrong with Oliver? He's cute and cuddly. You're not supposed to cuddle him. Still. What are people saying? God, so many things. Oh, when they glitch the Towering Symphony of the Night and get out of bounds? Yeah, that's awesome. You can get the way higher than 200%. Yeah, make him an antagonist. And your game is going to literally just be like, you got your dog in it, you got like, wait, your brother, I think it was you were talking about there? Just everyone? Your homie, never mind. Yeah, your homie in it too is a bad guy? Jeez. It's going to be like your whole life and just in the game secretly. Be kind of cool, actually. Oh, hi Blitz, you're making a Metroidvania yourself? Well, man, you should tell me all about it. Important. Let's know these things. Oh, okay, well, next time you come back, then have Blitz, yeah. I'll catch you later, hi Blitz. So we're just anime cartoons, AI voices, basically gangsters. That's funny. I mean, you know, AI's getting pretty good on the voices, you know. You little rabbit, yep. I haven't put all the characters in here yet. But Oliver's in here. Not like this is basically I think the Dark Vault in Warehouse 13 or like the Warren Museum. Where there are these like toys in here, like this is the Forbidden Toys room. And you know, they're all the really dangerous toys that aren't supposed to be let out. This one is, you know, warning, do not cuddle. I was just going to put cryptic messages on here. Nice. Metaphor for your life. I get behind that. That's awesome. Oh, ad break in progress. Oh. Jeez. Well, I'll tell people about this stuff in a second then. Life ruined. Oh my god. The ad breaks are, it's hard to keep track of what's going on. There's like 17 people viewing it. It says there's an ad break. It says ad break in progress. And I don't know. Where you're at in the world also makes a big difference. But I don't think you're in, you know, some place that you wouldn't have ads. Specifically. You just block them too. I don't care if people block the ads, whatever you want to do. Hey Lepis, how's it going? 2-3 ads already been thrown? Yeah, there you go. It's definitely just random. I think it comes down to, do they have an ad that pertains to you or your like portion of the world? But if you're usually in the US or Europe, usually you get pretty lambasted with ads. Yeah. I mean, if everyone blocked the ads, it's fine, whatever. It would just be, people showing up to chat with, which is, really like the best part about it. I mean, nice if it didn't, but whatever. Not going to make a huge difference, I would rather people be here, to hang out with and chat than not, because I ain't making that much money from ads anyway, so it's not like it's going to make a big difference. But any money I do make from them is just a little bit more towards the game. But realistically, if I'm making like maybe, it's usually between like what, $1 and $4 a night from the ads. Not much. It's really not. So it's not like someone subs from like, like gives me like does like a Prime subscription. It's like the amount I would have gotten for the ads for the entire night or more. Because sometimes it's as much as like $3 something. Depending on where in the world, though, some of the Prime subscriptions are pretty cheap. Like one guy, he gives subscriptions, and it's like $1 for him, and I get like 26 cents or something. It's pretty funny. I mean, I appreciate that he, was giving them out anyway. It's just cool. It was like, I appreciate any support, but I've definitely found that I would rather people be here to chat than worry about making money off the ad. I also can't control the ads though. Like I have them set to be the minimum that you can have so that you don't get pre-roll ads. I hate those. But beyond that, all I can do is intentionally run the ads. And that's all. I know I can only do that at certain points when they unlock the button to do it, which usually has to be about, I think, 15 minutes after the break, after the last set ads were run. Something like that. There might be some way to actually fix that so I could just run them specifically when I'm off to use the restroom or something. I try to time my restroom breaks with them. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, it adds up. The real thing that's awesome is those people who happen to have Twitch Turbo. Because then I get paid for every ad you skip, but I get paid way more than the ads ever give. So, you get a couple people watching like Twitch Turbo, and that's like $1 to $2 a day just from them. It's great. I don't know how Twitch manages to afford it because it's only like $10 for Twitch Turbo. So it's like he skips ads everywhere. But yeah, for the most part, I think by the end of the month I'll have made like about $100. That's $100 towards the game for more models. Terrible, right? This is a pure estimate because I've not actually gone through an entire month, so I mean, just randomly basing it on what I've seen so far, I'm thinking roughly that. Before taxes, before whatever fees they charge, for who knows what I really get, but still, models for the game. Assets. But actually, so that's fair. I mean, you don't gotta, like just being here to chat with is totally fine. You don't gotta. Don't feel obligated to do anything like that. But if you happen to have an Amazon Prime subscription and you aren't using that Twitch sub that comes with it for free, say I do. Because at that point, all you're doing is denying Bezos money. And I mean, he has enough money. He already has like a mega yacht that was so big they had to remove a bridge and then like take it apart and then rebuild it just so he could get by it. I don't think he needs more. He'll live. I, on the other hand, need more for more dolls. Ooh, dolls. Yep, I need to write lore for these books now. I spent like one night on stream making these. And they were, like the plan is this, like, let's say I can put a second picture in here. We'll put like a sprite here for Charlotte or something like that, and I can move it around and shrink it or whatever. Let me get rid of the nav mesh because I don't want to have it load every time I move anything. I can go, okay, that's cool. And then with the second sprite transform, You can move it around. They put it over here or something like that, and then I could shrink it to, like, you know, size 1 or something. And then put it there. Oh, I have to move her directly like this. Do this, and then I could delete like the lines right in the middle of it where she's at. I don't have really important text there. I put it somewhere else instead. Basically, I can make whatever pages I wanted. Put more down here or something like that. Actually, that's on the next page. I only have 10 lines on each page, but still. I just put a bunch of text in here and be like, 15's a little close there, but I can also move the images down too, so I have control over everything on there. And I just put 2 images in there, figuring that, you know, it could be a thing, so I could have notes that way. Yeah, I can just edit all the pages. I thought about making the page flip, and I still could by making a page like that. But I don't think I need to do that. I think it's better if I just leave it open towards some lore, because then you might accidentally read it as you're running over the top of it. Because you got to remember, like, this is way bigger than you think it is. Also, this picture apparently is aiming directly at her now. Okay. I think it's because it's... Oh, wait. That's so creepy. I love it. That's because there's a special type of a thing on here that forces us to always be facing the player. I forgot about that thing. Oh, I could do some dirty tricks with the books. That's awesome. Yeah, like, I figured you'll read the lore because you're standing on top of it and it's huge. And it's just weird to be standing on these big books, so. They're a haunted book, you know, the things move. Yeah, that's a material property of that particular, that I used on that image because I didn't think about it. It was, because originally I was gonna, like, the original look for Charlotte. Let me pull it out here. It's actually this. And then the image was just set to always turn towards you. And, so she would always just kind of watch you. I was also going to use Paper ZD for the original thing there and use only renders. So it's a different... Things have changed since then, obviously. But I kept the image in there. Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, the original plan, like, I still have an image of how it looked in Paper ZD. I mean, it's way different now, but just to show you how it used to be, I will pull it up. So, like, this was, like, the original version of these things here. And this, like, it was really old. Like, obviously, things have changed so much since then. But, this was using sprites. So she's like a 2D image, and it's just using Paper ZD. She adjusts based on her direction, which one she's using. Which was going to be an interesting way of doing things, but at some point I changed it due to the fact that I wanted her to do more, to interact more, and I also had the ability to, so I just figured I'd make the game cooler. But at the time, it was the plan. Because it was way cheaper, too, by a huge amount. So. Yep, everything goes back to Doom in your brain. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, that was the original idea, and it got changed due to the fact that, like I say, it just wasn't great. Also, like, another concept thinking of how it was. Originally, the paintings were going to play out very different too. Originally, we were just going to be able to jump into them and then travel to, like, you know, inside of paintings that were very specific, and they were going to be like worlds inside of paintings. But just from a story perspective, I couldn't figure out how to make that even make sense. So I changed it up, but this was also Paper ZD. He also had a ghost form back from the RPG Maker version. But it got canned due to the fact that I couldn't explain why a ghost couldn't just travel through the walls in the building, which made it impossible for me to actually really get the player in check. So all this stuff got canned due to the fact that it just, like, didn't make sense. But it was just some ideas. I did a lot of designs I canned. Yeah, the illusion of being a 3D character pretty much falls flat the second you raise the thing too much. So I had to limit the camera height too. Yeah, get the idea. What it was. Yeah, I learned a bunch of things from that, so now I can make these things here where this can actually flip, I guess, if I want, so. Good to know. But yeah, I kept that in, and the new version of Charlotte is better. Even though I like the look of the renders, the problem is when you move everything to Unreal, it doesn't look the same as it does in DAZ. I made a lot of the characters. With really creative tricks in that. I think there was some tables I want to get rid of too. Yeah, there you go. See? Yeah. I write little stories. Like, I have a world going on and, like, a bunch of stories and everything. And I write stories of how the characters interact with each other so they can have personalities and stuff. I just don't know how much story I want to cram into these games, because one of the biggest mistakes I think you can make in a game is putting too much story. And keep your story short and sweet. Don't make it ridiculous, because, well, at the end of the day, it's a game, not a story. No, like, not a book, you know? So you gotta run with it. Oh, don't. Well, that sucks. There you go. You know, keep your dogs away from your stories. Lesson has been learned. Yes. I think I'm going to change all these out to being just metal. Right? Like, I think that's the plan. I'm just going to go with more of a metal thing, not the couch, obviously, but even the tables. Like, what if everything was just metal instead? Like, more steampunky. I guess you can have metal. Oh, there you go, stuff like that. This won't be, but since I changed these out to metal, and I don't think I hate how they look. How does this look metal? I have questions. But do they have answers? Well, yeah, hidden lore is fine. Like, I'm gonna hide lore. I'm definitely getting more of the Five Nights at Freddy's style than I am gonna go with the, you know, cram it down your face with cutscene style. But also, there's not a lot of characters to talk to, so the lion's share of the dialogue will be either Poppet or Tinka, because they're like two of the sane characters. There aren't many sane characters. You're not gonna talk to Charlotte much because, well, she acts as like an antagonist of sorts. She mostly just wants to play with a new toy. Can't help it that her, you know, the curse emanates from her. She's kind of like the Dahaka, really, from Prince of Persia: Warrior Within. If the Dahaka wanted to play with her new doll, it was a 14-year-old ghost girl. So yeah, I have to hide a lot of lore. You're not going to spend any time talking to the, you know, toy maker. That wouldn't make any. He's busy during the only scene you'll actually see him. So it's just the NPCs, Tinka, and, you know, potentially Charlotte are the only ones you're going to talk to. Maybe the bosses, I guess. The bosses are crazy. That's part of the reason why you're trying to, you know, get their souls back, to get them to their bodies, and why you have to beat them up, because the bosses are crazy. They've been there longer than you, and they're not gonna relinquish it, you know, easy. They're not gonna fall over for you, hopefully. So that doesn't leave a lot of place for a lot of story. So I plan to put like story things like, you know, weird things on the walls, you know,
like that. Like, you know, Charlotte will talk because she'll leave things on the walls. Yeah, she's like saying, you know, no humans are allowed. This includes you, Dad, you know. She'll put things on the wall. So this is her text. Whenever you see this is her stuff. Randomly on walls. You know? So it's, you know, that'll be how she talks. And notebooks from her father. Because the Toymaker's obviously her father, because that kind of gives away about the sayings on there. And audio logs, so you'll actually hear his voice. Almost certainly it'll probably have to be me who does the voice acting, because I have for his father, you know, for the Toymaker, because at the end of the day, I don't have a lot of money for voice actors either. I'm gonna have to cut corners. Yeah, I'll Warrior Within was fun. You know what my favorite thing about Warrior Within was? It's not actually Warrior Within itself. It's the game right after, where they start out by saying, most people, actually, some people remember the story as though, you know, he had to, you know, kill the time goddess like that, you know, like that, and that Haka, you know, took her body away, and this whole curse thing was ended. But I remember a story a different way like that, and he's actually saving her instead. And then it shows up her as on the actual like boat, and they're sailing away, because there's actually a way to save her and fight the Haka. But at the time, I didn't know that. So I was like, wow, I guess there was a whole. I looked it up. I was like, right, there was a way, and then I went and did it back in the day. I've tried AI voices. The only issue I have with AI voices, they don't sound that bad, is legality, I think. I mean, I'm probably gonna have to hire people from Fiverr, especially because I can't really do women's voices. So I'm foolishly made a game with mostly women. So it's like, huh, okay. Doesn't quite pass the Bechdel test because the Toymaker's a guy, but he's also not really in it. So it's mostly women talking the whole time, which is why I don't want a lot of conversation there, because I actually studied how women talk for a while. A lot of times, especially younger girls too, because you know, Charlotte's 14 years old, so I sat there talking to a couple of my nieces for a few hours. They were telling me stories, and the stories were really mundane things that somehow managed to take like half an hour to tell me. And it's just like, how did a trip up and down the stairs take half an hour for you to explain? And what I learned is it's mostly about attention and extra words so that you pay attention for longer than the content of the words, which would be a terrible story, by the way. If I try to write them like they would really be, ain't nobody want that. Nobody wants that. So I'm going to write them like a guy would write them. Or I'm going to make them more concise than that. Though Tinka's going to talk a lot because she's miserable with no one to talk to. So that'll be part of her thing. And Poppet will, of course, be impatient because of it. Yeah. Well, yeah, for the Haka fight, you have to get all the life upgrades in order to get the sword that lets you beat it in the final fight, because otherwise you can't fight it. You have to do that, and then you can fight it. And it's much harder than the Empress of Time or whatever it was. Goddess of Time or whatever her official title was. Yeah. Yeah. Thinking how I would do my story like that. And that's why I made my cool little notebook, and why I'm now making this thing here, because I'm going to make all sorts of weird stuff. I'm tempted to make like almost all of them appear in these kinds of things. Like have special altars for each one. But the thing is they all do have special altars. Like this is where you get the Hierophant. And it's just like a, you know, religious altar. I am going to make a statue of a goddess for my world instead. I just haven't made it yet, so I'm just using a crappy statue. Because I do have lore for my world. Because all my games are going to be in the same world. This way I can, you know, have cameos and, you know, you can visit areas that happen to be in the other games. And, you know, you won't have to play the other games to do that, but my theory is this. It's like, okay, well, what if you're playing another game and you happen to run by the Whimsy Wonders toy factory as you're going by? if you hadn't played any of the other games or hadn't played this game, you'd be like, whatever, sure. But if you had played this game, you'd look at it more sinister, like, oh, as you ran on by, because you wouldn't get to go inside because that would obviously ruin the game, but maybe it's happening at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta write a bunch of lore for these books. I don't have like lore figured out as far as what he's gonna say, because I have the whole the concepts of the story figured out, important events, but little nitpicky things like his observations and stuff. I think it's gonna probably detail a lot of how he met a particular person who happened to share with him the secrets on the rituals necessary to potentially bring life, or bring someone back to life, and the experiments involved with that, and the failures and stuff like that, and maybe something about the girls that he's killed. Would probably be what I would assume he would write in those. Yeah, I figured it's a lot easier once I've written like little stories, so I have an idea of the kind of person he is, because I wrote stories about it, including how Charlotte died. I wrote that story too, even though it's not in here. It might actually be in there. Maybe I will include the story of how Charlotte died. Well, actually, you will find out. You will find out. 100% you'll find out. But only if you get the good ending. Because if you get the bad ending, you will not find out. I've been hiding the specific story beats too. Like, I'll talk about a lot of story beats, but there's certain things I'm just not going to tell you. I guess you'll probably figure it out as I'm building it on stream. True. You happen to be watching during those things there when I'm making the ending thingies. Yes, you'll know, but I'm sure you can do about that. I mean, I'd rather get paid to work on them than not, right? Then I get more money for the game. Yeah. Anyway, I get caught up talking about things. Yeah, practical things. Some things I've kind of held back because I'm not sure I can make it work. Like, there's a lot of things where I'm sitting there going, what is that going to be? Because originally, I guess I can do a minor spoiler. You were gonna you were gonna fight Charlotte's killers, and I was gonna make them ghosts. But the problem is size. Like, it's like fighting Charlotte. Like, it's Shadow of the Colossus all over again. You know how hard it is to make that giant figure hit something as small as Poppet? It's almost impossible to make Voodoo hit. Like, it took spent like half a week making Voodoo able to hit Poppet, because she kept missing every time. I was like, oh, cool. That's a problem. So a human-sized person is incredibly hard, and it's not like you can use the animations that exist for characters, like for the regular animations that for normal sized characters, because they're meant to fight each other at normal sizes. So yeah, well, I'm not going to tell you that much about her killers. Obviously somebody killed her, right? It's not a spoiler that Charlotte died. She's clearly she's dead. Somebody killed her. I mean, people don't become ghosts because they died in their sleep, not usually anyway. Yeah. Well, the problem really is just like, okay, well, now let's say I give them a weapon that they could actually, from a standing position, hit them. Now I need an arena that's absolutely massive for them to swing this weapon around. And then you run into the other problem of Poppet's tiny. You see, the reason Shadow of the Colossus worked is because you had that horse. Without that horse, you could never have moved fast enough for most of the fights. Now, I can give Papa the little flying option, sure, that'll help out. But, I mean, she's going to be pretty reliant upon it. It'll be interesting to see. I'm not sure how that will play out. I have a better idea how we're going to play it out now, because I decided I was like, okay, I don't know how I could physically make this happen. I've been planning it for a while. Exactly. That's why I don't have you fighting the toy maker, because it seems like it'd be a pretty lopsided fight. And Charlotte's a ghost, so she can't physically hit you. But the curse gets worse nearby her, so just being nearby her will kill you because the curse gets worse nearby her. You're no longer protected by the light if she's around. You are just screwed by the curse at that point. So it's bad, making her basically a roving death trap. But otherwise, like, even the ways, yeah, every plan I have, it's just like, I pretty much have found ways around the fact that you never have to fight anything that big. Yeah, not possible, exactly. This is pretty much it too. Like, well, Poppet can't block. I thought about it and I realized something as I was designing this. It's like, name for me a Metroidvania where you can block. I can name one. If you want to get, really not very restrictive on what you call a Metroidvania. Yeah, there's like a shield in it, yeah. So somebody's there you go, see? It's pretty unusual. But there is a shield in that you can kind of use that doesn't work very well. It blocks only projectiles and not like physical attacks. Yeah, exactly. Well, if you want to count, 3D Metroidvanias, then the Batman Arkham games are basically like a 3D Metroidvania, right? They have, I mean, you go open up new places by getting all kinds of new stuff, new gadgets and things like that to let you traverse stuff. There are all kinds of backtracking, get to places. It's basically a 3D Metroidvania. Oh, they're a lot of fun. The Batman Arkham games are awesome. I didn't play the third one. The first two were awesome. The first one was the Joker. Actually, the Scarecrow stuff in the first one was amazing. Yeah, but it's unusual. So Poppet can't block. But also, I mean, things are so much bigger than Poppet. It's like, okay. But what she does have is everything you get in a normal Metroidvania game, which is more traversal options so you could move faster, get away from things. She's also very quick. I made it because like she can get swarmed real easy, so it's like, okay, well, you can't block, so I gotta make you be able to move quick. That's fair. Yeah, fair. I mean, it's so cheap these days. It's probably like $5 on sale on Steam. I mean, it's ancient. It's like 10 years old. Still looks fantastic. Better than a lot of the new games. Better than Concord. So yeah, I was just thinking about the whole blocking thing. I was like, she can't block, so it's just like, okay, well, I gave her a dodge, and you'll get double jump, which is yet another way to dodge. I'll probably give her like an air dash if she has double jump, so it's like jump and a second time or air dash, because it's fun, the air dash. You'll have like a chariot that lets you fly, which is yet another way to get out of the way of things. You'll get all kinds of things to help out. So it's like other defenses exist, they're just alternative defenses. Yeah. I know time points fair. On a side step dodge? Oh, that's fair. Well, originally I was gonna have her do like a side step thingy, but what I kept finding was it was never enough distance. Because Poppet's not that big. So she sidesteps. Like a step does not put her out of the way of most attacks. So instead of playing the animation like that, the way I did the dodge. Are you? It's mostly about getting a direction, calculations for it, but yeah, root motion works too. So the way I did the dodge, I currently have it where it's a double tap. Actually, it's if you're holding a button, then it's like double tap a direction, something like that. No, it's actually just push a direction. So if you're holding the button, then it looks for the any key, and then it goes, okay, what was the last one? If it happens to be based on which of these buttons here, it changes up where it's going. And this is where I got the calculations for forward, left, and right. And they are nightmarish. I recommend just looking them up, following a tutorial on how to do it. But I also originally had the animation set here for each of the ones that was supposed to be done for that direction. I use like ninja dodges and stuff like that to make them like jump out of the way. But the problem is, it just never put her that far away. So I'd have to comedically launch her big distances, and it just looked like crap. So I eventually decided to go with the more Alice Madness Returns, because you ever see her dodging that? She turns into like, smoke with butterflies and then appears somewhere else. Like it just goes like that. So I just gave her, Poppet just kind of phases out and, phases in as a thing. So this way, I could explain why she could move this huge distance because, against regular enemies, the dodge was fine. But then you face something like Voodoo and a ridiculously big weapon, and that dodge, you just get clocked. Like, this doesn't help. This is terrible. I moved it, well, except for Blueprint? Oh. Well, I mean, you could just set her location. That does it. You can also, there's basically two ways you do it. There's the fun launch character where you just go, okay, well, I get a velocity and I just launch her. That's it. You just put this on her, give her a velocity, and that's it. And that's what I'm calculating over here is the velocity for various directions based on these numbers here, or based on the input things. But, yeah, launch character plus a velocity will throw you in a direction. And then you can also set actor location. And if you want, you can do it like we're using a lerp and a timeline to move it like a distance. And some people do that to get a perfect, distance dodge. Launch is not necessarily a perfect distance. It's based on, it adds more momentum, so you can get thrown a lot of distances. Also kind of fun though, since whatever, Yeah, probably. Prefab animations can be kind of hard to make work. I'm probably going to change out this dodge. I don't like it as much as I want to, how it's controlled. I might make it part of the Fool. I also want to take away the Fool's weird little pointer thing. I actually wasn't thinking about it. I don't want the Fool to launch projectiles anymore. It had it as an option. I need a third attack for it. And originally it has a cupcake attack, which you never see me use. Because I don't really want to keep it. But just to show it actually can launch a cupcake. See? I made it pretty costly, but I don't think I want it to launch projectiles. Like, I want it to be like a weird, funny beat weapon, not a projectile weapon, so I kind of want to take that away from it. It plays weird. My speaking animation for it, like turning around and spinning, but sidestep. Yeah. The thing about a lot of those animations is it just takes a lot of time and effort unless you can find one that's pre-made. And, for a game like mine where we're using magical powers, I get to get away with, using things that are bizarre and weird, and it's perfectly fine, I'm gonna color these. What happened? Where'd it go? Undo move node? I have no idea where it moved. And I don't want to know. Do that. We have red there. I can do orange or green. I can do a light green. I can do a light. Well, that's kind of movement color. Whatever. Here. Now that I can color the graphs is awesome. It's my favorite thing now. Thank you, 5.5. Yeah, I want to replace the secondary attack for this. I don't know what to do with it yet. I could give it a spin attack or something, I suppose. It's already kind of spin heavy anyway. But I could have her like hold out her weapon or something like that and spin in a circle like a top. Okay, that's probably not a bad idea, is it? Oh, could I ever spin like a top? That would be a thing, but I don't need that yet. But I'm gonna add that to my notes. Um, At this point, I'm trying to decide exactly what's going to be in the full demo, right? They've now cut part of the demo out. Such type of combat is basically power tripping. So the enemy allow a fantasy balance your numbers, but huh, interesting. I mean, sounds like a Dynasty Warriors thing where you just like base everything on just, you know, your character's like ridiculous and you just mow things down. I've considered that type of setup. Yeah, I guess technically now, this is the starting room now. Means I have to get the Fool from the other map anyway and put it in here. Let me do that really fast. The painting world there, I'm no longer getting the Fool out here, even though this, I think giving out the Fool would look like it fits. It actually gives out the star. Which is the actual representation of your character. That's fair. I mean, you know, building how the character fights is pretty good, and then building your combat around it. I've kind of been doing a bit of either or, to given that the tarot cards aren't very well designed. I've actually been improving them as I go, so whenever I get a good idea, I just go, yeah, I'll do this, and that happens. So I guess the Fool goes here. I mean, this is kind of I think so far, Ahmed Nasser, 2004. Hey, I'm up to the 210. Nice, nice. I think that like 2.5 months ago, I literally started here, and like, oh, sorry, 1.5 months ago, I started here, and I'm already up to 210 followers. That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. I'm so thankful that people like what I'm doing. It's just wild to me. All that time on YouTube, and you know, couldn't get anyone to even watch. And over here, it's like people just love what I'm doing. Crazy. Not gonna rotate this way. It's awesome, you know? Very thankful that people love what I do, because it makes me much more excited to release the game at some point. Or I was like, oh no, man, nobody likes this. Am I doing it wrong? Terrible. Sufficient fit levels, just enough room, it's not empty. That's fair, but you know, look what I'm trying to do here. More decor, yep, yep. Yeah, I change the scrolling emeralds, yeah. Scrolling textures, I should look into something like that. I don't know much about the materials, but I have found ways to, using dynamic material instances to change colors on things. That's actually how I change the color of the enemies when they get hit, when Poppet gets hit as well. Actually, Poppet uses a material property. It's a different method. That's how you can change the vats of goo to other colors, but I don't do that real time. I could technically if I wanted. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, keep track of things, you know, with documentation. It's a good plan. You know, you gotta just, it's a good idea to learn how to do a lot of these things, you know? I gotta put the Fool on something. I need a little home for the Fool. Like, just a little place for it. Like, right at the start, I think I want it to be like, it's dangerous to go alone, take this. Oh, okay, well, first of all, I think we can all agree that is something that actually needs to be written on here. I'm actually tempted to do, make a message for her. Let me do that really fast. If I want to have a bunch of Charlotte messages, I probably need to have this as a thing. Where am I going to put a text? How am I sorting this? It's just be a miscellaneous. I don't think there's a bunch of I guess I have text. Oh, the Patrick text, sure. EP Charlotte. All right. Got to be the guy. You get to be the guy. I want to be the guy. Yeah, I mean it's important to have that information, like, especially if you have a team. That 3D text. Here. I also want to add a cube. Cube. Delicious cube. We don't do planes because a plane sucks. And that it doesn't do every direction, so it's kind of garbage. Make it pretty thin. Right. And then we'll foolishly rotate something in 5.5. Thankfully, it doesn't matter that the numbers can be wonky. Actually, this time it rotated perfectly. First time for everything. That bug is so weird in 5.5. Let's do this. We'll justify it to center, switch it to Griffey, because Griffey's the default font. Wait. Am I going to use Griffey as her font? Or am I going to use a different font for her? 1 second. Did I use? I think I used the other font. I used the black cherry font. Sure, we'll use a different font for her. Do I not have the black cherry font? Right here. Oh, it's all BLK for you. Sure. Do this. I use this instant plastic. Okay. I think I used black for the backs of it or something like that. Pretty certain I did. Or I just used it for all of them? Interesting. So do this. I'm gonna expand the cube out to a reasonable size here, and also actually I'll make the text out of it first. Sure. Create a default cube size. I'm gonna put the black plastic onto here, which is my default go-to thingy for these. Sure, I think I'm gonna use. I could make them glow. Do I care if it glows? I mean, I can. What's going on here? Wrong one. We do that, and then it glows a bit. Then on the construction script. Actually, I'm gonna dupe the text here. First one's gonna go up here. And the second one's gonna go down here. Put the construction script here. Text. That's that text I was hoping for. Text.
This set text wanted more to variable. Second one too. That to variable. Could name it text too, you know? It'd be a lot of, like, smarter than text underscore 0. Let's make both these instance editable. Nice. The transform. That's a variable. This one to variable. Actually, next transform. Next transform. To transform. Awesome. Let's give these some defaults so that it's not like stupid. I guess the default's to 1 anyway, which will be kind of weird. Because you don't really want 1, 1, and 1. This I had these here, so let's go ahead and copy the scale real fast. The cube transforms, so I can be lazy. Pretty good. Like that. X3 there, copy this transform. Copy the rotation in the others too. For some reason it's kind of stuck in there. I think I need to adjust the cube a little bit. Not. Can't leave that anyway. I can do it here though. Good. Oh, I know what the problem is. I didn't give it a text thingy here, a default text. If I want to see the positioning, I need this. And text 2 needs to also have a thingy. Just to show where I'm going to position them, then we get rid of it. Right? Oops. Wrong one. Paste here. 90.5. 5. About right. Okay. Browse to the asset because I'm lazy and don't want to find it manually. I can drag my Charlotte text out here. I think it's tiny though. I don't know if I like how tiny it is.
Tiny.
6 is usually my default. That's unusual. Where are you? Something stupid? Maybe I did.
Oh, one thing I forgot.
Just make all these instances editable. Helpful.
But
Oh, I know what I did dumb. I did the dumb. That relative. My bad. Don't hate the play, I hate the game.
oh,
Because I was putting it at a specific point in the world, and that's not what I want. I blame the alcohol. I didn't have enough of it. Clearly, I needed more. Was ad break in progress? So I'll be right back then. Yeah.
breaks a good time. Good times. Heat her up a little more. It's kind of cold out there.
All right. So let me make up for my big dumb. Which again was, clearly because I didn't have enough alcohol.
That's okay. I've remedied that by getting more. Thus improving my creativity even farther. Eventually achieving, you know, the pinnacle of creativity. The most creative of all things. And have no programming skill at all. And no platforming skill, but I didn't have that to start with, so don't get too bad. There we go. Okay. First off, that's like huge mungus. That I think I'll default them to a little smaller than huge mungus. Like half of huge mungus. We do this here. Honestly, I guess that's actually kind of a weird glowy fun text. I don't know. Do this. Father says these boys. Too dangerous. Too dangerous to play with. Now instead of having these two stupid things, I can just go, yep, and now I have, there's an additional one. 3D text actually kind of hard to click on, by the way. Now I have these signs where I can just move them around. And if I don't like their size, I can shrink them. I can also just shrink the text too if I need to fit more on there. Mm-hmm. The real reason I had this, what I truly needed in my life, I need this sign on here. It's important. These might be a little too big. I think I might shrink them down to, like, you know, on average a little smaller. Like maybe like what's 2 look like? 2 might be okay. 2's probably better. So when you give out the fool, it'll have a little sign saying it's dangerous to go alone, take this, and you'll get the fool there. Doesn't matter, I don't get out much, okay? Don't hate. Or 2, you can hate if you want. Probably deserved. I gotta put some stuff over here for that. I'll put the fool card over here. Before you go inside, you know. I could put it over by this wall. Kind of almost like this thing here. You could just not do it. I guess technically I could put it on top of these things. Maybe. Pretty much established that she's the jerk that's riding on top of the landmines and riding on all the stupid on all the bookshelves and everything like that. And then she's really kind of, you know, just playfully mean, I guess. I mean, you're after all one of her toys. Need to adjust my phone so that it's plugged into a power source. I'm gonna run out. Moment, please. Put your head up. Put your head. Got you in my hands now. Shadow of the Colossus all over. Which chat? Phone's got a pretty good battery on it. There are limitations. How long it will last. Fast. I guess this is a pretty good sit area for the Fool. I mean, it is kind of a giant altar in its own right. I don't think I put enemies out here. Hear me out. I think that this is actually designed for more of a like an entryway. I put a few more enemies inside here. I want to give you the weapon first. So to avoid letting you just go in and fight, I'm going to make you get the weapon first so you can't just run in here. So I'll just put this out blocking the way. Right behind this. And this way you'll have to actually get the Fool. And I'll make it where you open up the box and you start here. And I'll have Tinker whispering at you from over here. What if Tinker could see the box? Let's see here. I guess I could drop a nav mesh. Make this play out way better because before it was very much a mess and now it's less of a mess. Still a mess, but it's kind of less of a mess, you know? Yeah, so now you can't just wander in. Actually, that's probably incorrect. Let me double check that. Okay, well, now you can't wander in? I don't remember how small Poppet really is. He fits in a lot of places. No getting through that. I think. How small are you, Poppet? Can I sneak my way through this? I might be able. Jump on this. Jump on that. No? Okay, I don't have the collision set up for that. Oh, I know what I need. Browse the assets. I think I have a thing. Doesn't actually work though. I don't know if I want to put this in here knowing it doesn't work, right? Because you're like supposed to hit it and you know it would like make it go up, right? Is this the front? Yeah, this would be the front, but it doesn't work. Kind of lame.
Might have to make a working one of these. Because it'd be too fun not to have work.
I put other weird stuff around it too. I got all these other assets here from the little circus thingy, and I didn't use most of them because they were kind of lame. Like, they didn't do much for you. Like this cannon here that is a dagger in my soul. Okay. Oh, if it loads. The double dagger in my soul if it crashes everything. Like, who thought putting boards over the end of the cannon was a good idea? Really? Really? Like, this is like a party foul. But you know, I could have made this cannon work otherwise. Now I'm like, ooh, what am I supposed to do with that? People just don't think things through when they design stuff. Saddest moment. That's an okay place for the fool. It's not as cool as the magician, but to be fair, it does have all this crap, so it's not like it's not quite an altar. Huh. What if I let you go partway into it first and I create like a special setup for the... What if I make this more gamified here? So instead of having the carnival thingy back here, I can have it farther up. I'm just going to go and give it. Alright. Like, move this farther up here. And I can actually lock this area out so that it's got like a room here first to enter, and then actually I can sleep here as a the red carpet treatment. I have to include all this crap. What's really funny is I had a carnival sign. Oops. But I end up using the 3D text over it because the 3D text is better. Because I have like a couple asset packs with the circus stuff because I was going to do a more of a circus thingy. And I actually have a mesh for the carnival. Yeah. The problem with this is you can't light it up. Kind of lame. Kind of lame indeed. Actually, I guess that's probably incorrect. You probably can actually. Here I can just put whatever I want as the text. Mm-hmm. Doesn't give another ad break. Wow. Anyway. I do this and then let's use the road spline. That's right. What's funny is I was using this as roads on this one map, and I decided to change it to, like, you know, it's just a lot of things. Still sometimes a road too. One map I use it as a road through space. But now I figure my plan is you'll jump out of the box. Right you in the box here. There'll be like a circus thingy here. You better walk over and talk to Tinka if you want. But then in here, once you look around, you can find this, you know, dangerous to go alone thingy, which I might make it a little different here, make it a little bigger. Even just outright getting rid of this entrance thingy. I don't know if I like this entrance thingy because it's just kind of barricades things all weirdly. I do this here, and then you can't get in there without breaking through this. There's like this thing right here. You get the it's dangerous to go alone thingy. I figure I might as well put like random jokes in here that, you know, gamers will get. It would still fit the world. Because writing this doesn't actually, you know, seem like something you couldn't do. Okay, one problem. This needs to go farther over. It's cutting out the words. Seems good. This is gonna be the altar where you get the Fool. And you can't even enter until you've gotten it, so you won't have to worry about, you know, being attacked. You have to actually get it, go in here, and you know, really start the game. There's no nav mesh down, but maybe I'll put some random things around here so that you can have more random crap on the field. I guess it's not too bad to get through there. I mean, the box is kind of in a weird spot. This door is in such a crap spot. I can also put a secret over here that you can go grab randomly. Maybe some stuff to break. So part of the plan, at least with the story, was to have Tinka try to wake you up. Means I kind of want her picture to face you. I might need to make a change here real quick on how I do this. I don't think I care about this. Because if that's the case, I'll be wrong for a second. I would want the painting probably about like here, right? Facing like this. And I can't successfully turn it 90. This way you can see her too, talking to you and trying to get you to get up to her. And I could put a small table next to the big table, I guess. That's fair. Get a small table and put it next to it. I'll put a lower thing you can land on here. You can also jump up to this and not have to land on there at all, but fine. I might get this over here because it's attached to that. This is way better than the plan I have for this. This way, when you wake up, Tinka will be, yelling things and trying to get you to wake up. And being, her usual playful self. This is actually originally where the game was going to start anyway. It's gotten way different since then, but that was originally where I was going to start the game. And I decided to put it in the Toymaker's Workshop, but then I realized there's no game for that. Like, why are you in there? Like, he made you in there, sure, but there's no gameplay in there. This puts you right into the gameplay, so I'm assuming the box will be closed when you wake up. No, because you have no way to open it without the magician, because you're not strong enough to lift that box lid. Obviously, the box lid's huge. So, that'll need to be open. And then she'll yell at you to wake up. Probably. I might want to move this over to the side a bit so you can actually reach into this. So it's not like super easy to get into it, but you can still break the thing and then jump over to it. Hopefully not fall. Maybe really sad. Oh, you can easily get to that. Not even a question. It's not even like a challenge. That thing is just a contraption. Like, however you look at it, that is a contraption. Yeah, so this is way more focused, I think, so it's very good that this is a thing. He's clearly broken because I changed her thing there. At the right rotation, I can't remember what the rotations were for it. Her movements are weird. She's trying to base herself on which direction the painting's going so she can lock down which thing she works off of. Okay, that's fine. He shoots you, she wakes you up. I guess the question is this. Would it be better if the Poppet box was over here? Tinka woke you up and then you wandered around to this? Find your way in? Or would it be better not to do that? Because Tinka could see you from either location. But this way, when you pop out of the box, you immediately see the carnival. This is better because you can see Tinka and the carnival thing, so you know where to go. The player doesn't have to try to figure out where to go, which seems pretty important to me. Because, you know, we'll just assume the player can't possibly figure out where to go without being literally just dragged there. This is the start of the game, so you really want to be, you know, a little better about it. Yeah, Tinka can yell at you, so you're over here. This lets you go through here. She can kind of watch you as you're going through this. This gives you the obvious, you know, floating thing here. These probably need a glowy on them, right? They don't seem very collectible with their lack of a glowy. So, kind of glowy. Kind of neat. Okay. The attack, I want the aura. They float up and down, so I want it on the static mesh because I moved the static mesh. So that's important. Can I not rotate you? Rotate in that way. Rotate roll, does it? I see. So it just doesn't really rotate. Like it wants to rotate, but it didn't really rotate. That's a little problematic, honestly. So I probably can't use it knowing that it can't really rotate. We'll see how it looks though, right? Really scale very well, did it? There we go. It'd be so much cooler if you could turn it. Like having it behind it would be pretty cool. But as it is now. Can't rotate it though, right? So it doesn't matter. But they usually rotate just fine, but not this time. Like that, but I can shrink it down a lot. Hmm. I don't know. Maybe it'll look like little, like, things levitating. I don't think so. I think it might in the air. Looks terrible. 0 out of 10. Do not like. This doesn't. So far, it's been a critical fail. The most critical of fails they ever failed. This is spazzing out at me. Just scrolling down a list and grabbing ones that look like they might be okay. I might just want to go with that one. So many of them, but they're not that great. Having it hover up in the air, terrible. Oop. Could put a frame on it. Also do 3D text here. That's an idea. Make a giant. This one, not that one. Thank you. I just had a weird idea. Not what I was expecting, but not square though, so it wouldn't actually work very well, but I don't know why I would do this. I was just curious. Like what you could actually do, what I might want to do with the cards is actually make a frame that goes on the card itself. And have the frame be lit up. So like just a small frame around it that's lit up. I don't hate that idea. Order. What I could do, this is kind of a ghetto way. Well, for some reason I thought I copied the static mesh too, but it didn't. Wild looking. Do that. And then and that real fast. I could put a border around them. I knew it didn't look very cool in there, but how about in here? I mean, that's basically like having a particle on it, right? You know for a fact it's a floaty thing that you can use. It's very colorful. Might change where the number is. I don't like where the number is. Maybe I move to the side or something.
That's probably way better right there. A little more space to play with. Something like that. Playing card. Possible this backing should be more than that. Not bad looking. Now they feel a little more special than what they were. He gets the Fool first. It comes in this giant thing that looks very much like a place you would find it. Can't progress without getting it, so that gives you a little thing to do. I still talk to Tinka. It kind of fills up a space that didn't really have anything in it before. I put some breakables out here or something once you get the thing. Gotta make them. Forgot how to make them, so I gotta look that up. This is just here so you can actually make the jump without, like, you know, you can make a crap jump, but I'll keep a big jump up there in case you want a bonus. That reminds me. This key. What do you think about this key here? This key is a convenience key. And it lets you open the magician door so you don't have to go all the way around. You technically don't need this key to progress, so I can make the key obnoxious because it's necessary. So, just for now, I can put it over here. If you happen to have it. I think I'll delete the save files. This way it appears, because then it didn't.
Yep, there's the key for that. They delete the save file that I've had forever. Basically, if you make the jump over here, you can get the key and it saves you a trip. Otherwise, it's obnoxious. You can make this jump. It's not like it's the hardest thing in the world. I mean, from there, you can easily go in and out. What I don't really like about that, though, is that it kind of negates the need for this. There's no reason for it to be. That's kind of not fun. So, not really what I want to do. It does give you something to get up there, and that's kind of nice. Also put nothing there, just not actually put the shelf there. And I have an extra jump and reward you for something. And obviously the key to the other room is over here, so you'll have to come back through anyway. Making this room quite the adventure. Maybe the most well thought out of the rooms. This could actually have pipes you could go into as well. First, that point, I should have the pipes go through the wall. He thought to remake this wall. A long week. I'll think about it. I don't 100% know how I want to do that. I do like the layout of this room better, though. I think that it's a more cohesive story, and it means that the game is now significantly closer to being done. At least a demo, because now it just comes down to this room here needs to have a way to get this. And I'll put things in here, but now this room's getting more interesting because it was really boring before, but now there's actually a little orange you can go to. This basically just needs to have a button that's also an option on it that I can summon. And the button will open it. And the button needs to be movable. I can place the button other places. It's possible I want to make a separate one that can be opened as opposed to just the default one. Ever work on this? The vat of goo. Code from that, maybe. Thanks for the follow, me, Megatron. How's your night or day going? I guess for most people it's probably day at this point. Or she might not be just be seeing ads at this point, in which case that's awkward. 5 p.m. There you go. It's 7:08 a.m. where I'm at now. Sound good? Nice, nice, nice. Can't go wrong with that. Not at all. I'm thinking of building some sort of a Mega Man type of setup here. Because I built this contraption. Waiting. All the tarot card you gotta get. And the contraption's cool and all. But currently, when I built it, I don't have any way to actually open this up yet. You get into it? I need to make a button that can be hit or something to do it. That makes the, you know, glass vanish or slide out of the way or something. Exactly, that's what I was aiming for. Yeah, I'm making glowies. Yep. I can give you a tour if you want. Give you the full tour for the new people. In case you want to see stuff. I don't have a nav mesh down, so I guess I put one of those down so you can see fighting, but like almost 9 hours into the stream after like an 8-hour day, so I'm a bit tired. So if I seem a little off, this is probably why. A good week of game dev and a great week of regular work too. Yeah, you know, I really like streaming and I really like game dev. Fortunately, I also really like eating, so I have a regular job. Nobody's quitting their day job off streaming, if you know what I'm saying. It's not me. Alright, so give you the tour. I'll drop a nav mesh down. I guess I can do this tour. Nope. Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Right here. Sometimes you just get lost. Don't worry about it. 200, and we'll do like 50. Anyway, I got a nav mesh down. Place this, sure, whatever. The game's called Poppet Quest. Happens it's a steampunky game, so here's my steampunky world around it. You play as a woman who's been killed and her soul's been put into a doll. She's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. And at night, all the dolls come to life because there's a curse around it that operates only inside of the building. As long as they're in there, brings them to life. Unfortunately, it also drives them crazy, so that's an issue that will have to be dealt with at some point. Thank you. Definitely put some time into making some goodies. All right. So, go over the basic mechanics and run you through some stuff. All right. This is Poppet. Hard to see her because not very good lighting. Come on, better lighting. There you go. Thank you. Yep. She's my own creation. I made pretty much. There's a serial killer who is basically based on Jack the Ripper, and he kills pretty much women because he's based on Jack the Ripper, right? I made pretty much all of his victims. And then, of course, him and some other people too. Yep. He's doing her thing here. The main mechanic of the game is Well, the curse thing there. We use up some of her curse ability. This is her dodge. A bunch. So in the dark, you gain curse power, which powers all your abilities. However, you lose your sanity. When your sanity hits 0, you die. Curse takes you over, and that's no good. So you go back to the light, you get your sanity back, but you gain no curse power, so you can't actually use a lot of abilities. Some abilities work without it. Some don't. So you have to balance between going between the darkness and the light in order to play the game for the most part. Uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. Also, she collects tarot cards for things like that. This is the upgraded Fool thingy. Grab it. Try to grab it. Grab it. It's a squeaky toy. Oh, thanks. I've definitely been toying with various ways to make this work and make the curse a reality. Never get tired of the squeaky noise. That's right. She's very menacing with her squeaky toy. Do not underestimate its awesome potentials and power and all that. Yes, yes. Do everything. It makes mist noises too. A lot of times. Like whiff. The comedic weapon. A lot of the other weapons aren't currently at or their abilities aren't currently at the production level yet, but the star trades sanity for health, or just operates as a heal if you're in the light. Later on, I can trade health for sanity. Let's use some other mechanics. I mean, you take screenshots of whatever she's currently doing. In this case, she's currently hovering. Alright, so let's talk about the Empress. Yeah. I'm gonna let you be able to, like, you know, save the screenshots like it's Pokemon Snap or something like that. So the Empress grows plants and also shrinks them. Also, its particle effect kind of ruins the light push. Also, bouncy couch. This is important because you get to bounce on the couch. No question it. You just get to bounce on the couch. It's fun. As her sanity goes down, you can see the light start to go bad. You know, okay, it gets worse. He saves by jumping into toy boxes. I'll once again bounce in the bouncy couch because I can't help myself. I want everything to be kind of interactable. Right, bouncy couch. There's also a bouncy bed too. So the magician manipulates things in the environment. I have the low distance set really low so you can't see things, but it opens windows, it can turn on lights. We'll get to some other things it can do. I really need to find a way to deal with that particle, making it hard to see. Yeah, I can turn on lights like my little steampunky lights. Even a little spinny thing. So if you have the right key for a door, you can actually open it with a magician. Pretty much telekinesis for all intents and purposes. I haven't made custom art for all the cards yet. One day. I'm gonna add the entire major arcana. This is my temporary thingy like that. Not I'm all in the game like that, but and I'm debating on what I'm gonna do about the minor arcana. I do have a sun option. Apparently, it's not that it's your own light source so much as it just summons a giant sun tarot card that acts as the light source. We'll see on like what I'm going to do with it in the long run. Basically, you're able to just run around in the darkness for as long as you want, as long as you have curse, but you can't gain curse back because you're in the light the whole time. So as long as you're in the light, it'll wear out because you don't have that. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Well, we put the other ones there. Actually, I have the sun there. That's right. And just because we must make the pumpkin larger, the smile pumpkin, very important. I just like the smiley pumpkin. It's actually there for a lore reason. You see, there's a 14-year-old ghost girl who basically runs the toy store at night, and he's put this toy in here in timeout because he kept eating the other toys, and he's trying to prove that he's a good toy now by putting smiley pumpkins around for her because she likes them. It's adorable in an awkward sort of way because, you know, he's still eating toys. So, you know. Yeah. I gotta have lore. It's important. Yes, world building. You said Patrick like things there. I thought that was funny because we have a Patrick. This one's Twitch chat's fault, so. Yep. Twitch chat was just like, yep, his name is Patrick. And I'm like, you're right, his name is Patrick. You win. You win, Twitch chat. Don't be like that. No. Yeah. It's definitely true. I was like, yep, that's awesome. So the other thing a magician can do, because, you know, it's the TK toy. Ow. You're so mean, Patrick. You can pick up that and throw it. It will hurt him. That's right. I mean, if Chad has a good idea, or even an awkward idea that I think can be turned into something good, it can get in the game. It does happen. Quite a few things. Chad has come up with interesting ideas. Sometimes Chat comes up with some really stupid ideas, but some of the ideas are pretty good, not gonna lie. Yeah, exactly. They're my secret dev group. So, the Fool has a superpower where it can grow huge. Being mean to Patrick. Mean. Aha. Don't worry, he has multiple phases, so. In a second phase, he starts spitting things and he summons little exploding minions too to help him out. Oh yeah. Well, this is like a mini boss. He's not even like all that great. I guess he's kind of like a boss. The major bosses of the game are the various the women who were killed. They're the victims. They're the real bosses. I actually never played Elden Ring. I've seen people play it, but I can't name the bosses. But pretty much, yeah. You know, you'll find. I won't say there's a lot of similarity to Dark Souls. Some of the areas, like this particular area, is very Dark Soulsy. Basically, there's a floor of the toy factory, a couple of them actually. The that is not for the public, and you wake up there and you're trying to get out. So most of the rest of the game is actually weirdly, it's almost like it's backwards because the later areas are actually much nicer because you're going through the actual toy store. Doesn't mean the things there aren't more dangerous. Just that these creations are more awkward looking. Yeah, he summons more minions and goes crazy jumping around during the later ones. Later phase. There you go, exactly. Yeah, Patrick's like a mid-boss. Yeah, there you go, he's a mid-boss. You'll know when you get to the boss. It's pretty obvious. Because that boss could probably be more of a Dark Souls boss. Until you realize that everyone's a toy, and Poppet's, you know, she's about 80% the size of a Barbie doll. And Patrick would be maybe about, not quite twice the size of a Barbie doll, but pretty close. Actually, he probably is about twice the size of a Barbie doll. So suddenly they're not as terrifying when you think about that. Dead Barbies, there you go. See, now you know the actual size of these things. So suddenly, I mean, like, it's like, oh, look, this is some ridiculous boss. And you're like, oh, wait, that's a window. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, she's really small. What happened? I don't even know. He broke. What is even going on? Well, you see, sometimes the game's kind of glitchy. It's only like maybe like 17 to 20% done, so there's a lot of glitches going on. Exactly. That's half the fun of this. I want you to think that, you know, have you ever seen like those Ant-Man movies where like that train scene where, you know, it's like all super intense, they're fighting on a train, and then it zooms out and it's a little crappy toy train set going around? That's what I'm trying to aim for here, where you're just like, oh, this is something, and you're just like, everything's so everything's so big and I'm not. Wait a minute, this is so awkward. So, you know, that's what we're aiming for here. That we want that weird feeling. You got to remember, you're at the end of the day, you're always a toy. Like, I want people to enjoy the life of being a toy. That's right. It is the size that counts. That could be like the slogan for the game. People are like going, I have the key to the store now. I got the chapel key there. Yeah. So one of the mechanics in the game is the Hierophant. There's possessed objects in the game, right? You try to use them and you can see they don't let you do anything like that. You'll hit them, they just are dumb. But the Hierophant's active. The possessed objects here will behave as long as the Hierophant is active. That's creating platforms. Pardon the weird lag. The longer I stream, the worse the lag gets on my computer because, you know, computer's only so powerful, I guess. It gets about 30 to 35 FPS normally when I'm streaming at the start of the stream, and about like 20 something by the end of it. I've been streaming for about 9 hours, so that's about right. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a thing. Boing, boing. Woohoo! I'll show you some of the other stuff in a second, but boing. Here's my fun Annabelle reference. I haven't put the model in. I did make this model, and she is a real one waiting there. But yep, warning: positively do not open. There's even a cross on top. I definitely put lots of random references to things in here. Yep. She'll break out at some point in the game. You'll just look away and look back, and there'll be like a broken case. You're like, uh-oh. I made the concept for this game off of a game jam, and she was the last boss of the game jam game, so you better believe that she's gonna be a boss in this game. She's not the last boss. No. Get the next key. Woo! I'm gonna make a better switcher, but I don't have a better one at the moment, so he's just gonna have to live with it. That's terrible, and I mean a lot better one. Yeah, thanks. So, second weapon is the Hanged Man, and it's a bubble wand that bubbles things. It makes a satisfying pop. Yep. How many enemies are there to fight anymore? I guess I need to add more. I changed the default on the enemy spawner to be not a high number, and you can tell that it's a problem. I'm gonna go over here and fight enemies in. There's enemies in this room. Oh, that enemy right there. Like, I'm just gonna sit on this. Don't worry about it. What you doing, boys? This weapon's not production ready at all, so it's not even gonna be in the demo, but doesn't mean I don't got it. They're just not even moving. They're just doing their thing, huh? That's no fun. That one is. So for another concept weapon here, like, the chariot's going to be a ship that you can fly around like a little blimp or something, potentially. I might make something slightly different. You might just fight enemy little toy blimps, but fires cannon shots, it currently has the worst aim ever. It's hard to hit anything, but hopefully eventually it's fun to fly things around. He's like doot 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 doot. You won't get it till way later anyway. But I had this key already. I have fun, helpful landmines. I like to put silly things in there, make everything basically interactable. Just so you can have fun doing dumb crap the whole time. We'll take a trip through the pipe. There's actually multiple ways I can do the tour. You can travel through some of the pipes just to go places. I haven't had enemies to this area yet, but that's okay. I've decided to make every single one of these, this is a storage room, I make them all creepy. Just for some reason, they're really creepy. The rest of the place, for the most part, not bad, but just make it like everything dilapidated, except these weird, you know, tables. Yeah, thanks, yeah. Lots of reflection things. I like how it makes it look like she has a sombrero. Because of the shadow. I see. Like ruining the power anyway. Enough. Pretty much for the demo, I'm only going to give you 5 of the tarot anyway. And not the upgraded versions, because I'm going to make you other ones to upgrade to get, you know, new abilities. I'll probably give you the second version of the full, and that's probably about it. I figure the demo will take about an hour to beat anyway. And you'll go all the way up from the start of the game to where you beat the first major boss, who is currently a buggy mess. You can still fight the full fight against her, it doesn't play out very well all the time. Sometimes it plays out great, but it's so random if it's going to or not. Once you get past the other area, the second area of the game is a Wonderland area. designed more for, you know, I mean, it's designed for humans to wander around, of course, but there's areas to play around for the kids and everything like that. You'll find weird models of things like pirate towns and stuff. And other bizarre mushroom villages and mushy tomato village. I'm just jumping on the picnic tables because I can. I haven't put the enemies in here yet. I mean, I haven't really made enemies for the Wonderland area yet. I do have an important thing that will eventually have an achievement. This is where you actually get the Empress. Can I click the tarot thingy? No? Maybe? Okay, it's just being slow. Fair enough. So, this is also Twitch chat's fault, by the way. This is very important. Twitch chat has been naming achievements for me like that. So, we all know the Lion King, right? Where it holds Simba up, you know, like, you know, it's like the circle of life thing, whatever. And have you seen the meme version, you know, where they hold Simba up and then they throw Simba instead? It's just like yeet and just throws him. Yeah, okay, so Twitch chat required that I have this same thing here too. So now you too can take the baby turtle and you can yeet the baby turtle. This is very important. You will get a circle of life thingy too. You achievement. You can yeet the turtle. Sometimes Twitch chat just has the ideas that I just have to, you know, use because they're like, yep. Gonna fall in the water. Oh, thanks. That would be Twitch chat's brilliance. I really can't claim any involvement in that level of brilliance. So if PETA's watching, listen, Twitch chat's fault. And if a publisher's watching, it was entirely my idea. How you get back? Did they really make a flash game where you grind up chickens? What? I don't understand, PETA, if they made that. Wow. Oh my god, PETA is like the most screwed up organization. Like a Tamagotchi thing? What? Wow. Well, I mean, PETA's also the thing. That's awesome. They also made a website that's human clothing, where all the clothing is made out of humans. So you can see all their various design thingies that are like trying to represent, you know, like saying it's so bad that, you know, making all these clothing out of animals. Yeah, it's that they make it out of humans. And it's like, PETA's a weird organization, okay? Like, I don't know how I feel about PETA sometimes. They're a little on the bizarre side. I'm just saying. Like, you found the site? Or you found the game? Oh, nice. You should link it in the chat so I can, you know, check it out later or something. Just add to my collection of dumb crap to play. I guess I haven't shown all the mechanics yet. I've just shown you some. So anyway, let's continue the tour from a different direction. And then, some people know the story of having gone to, you know, the storage room. But then in an alternate universe, I took the other direction. With rooms that really aren't that finished. So the magician can also manipulate drawers, as it's, you know, the TK toy. telekinesis toy. So you can create platforms by opening things up. It might shorten its range a little bit. Kind of a little far, but... Oh, hey, Junior McSteamy. Pretty good. Still awake. Best way to put it, I'm still awake. Okay, let me, we'll keep a backup of that. I'm gonna open it up in the background for later. Not right now, of course. Too often I get copyright struck for playing games on the stream because I also stream to YouTube at the same time. So to avoid that potential issue, I'll just play it after the fact. Because, you know, I'm pretty much streaming. You know, I stream like 40 plus hours a week at this point. I just keep getting people interested in the game and it gets so exciting. So I just keep telling about it and working on it and adding crazy things. I could. It's just, I don't know what I need to turn off. If there's even like, you know, a few seconds, like 15 seconds or less of like, actually 15 seconds of audio is enough to get me copyright struck on YouTube. Oh, I will show you something that's half Twitch chat's fault and half my fault. So on the bottom floor, there's a giant white and black checkered tile floor. And the chess and checkers are fighting over it because they call it the Great Board, and it's their, you know, they worship it as their god. And they have emoji faces. They're important. Originally it was just gonna be chess pieces, but then someone in, you know, chat's just like, oh, blah, 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 why not checkers too? So I made checkers. I'm responsible for the checkers. Anyway. When they're upset, you know, they have angry faces. They have emoji faces. And when they're happy, they're like, yay! Thanks, Streamy. I'm glad they think it's cool. People have been liking it. I guess I have no burst power left, huh? They don't have any attacks yet. These are concept enemies for like the first floor, and you're on the 5th floor, so it's gonna be a while. Yeah, there'll be puzzles. A lot of the puzzles are often like, you know, things like, you know, manipulating the drawers or picking like, you know, blocks up to get places. The traversal is often the biggest puzzle. There'll be other littler puzzles too. Because you can use the magician to pick up blocks too, as I was using them as weapons, but you can also stand on them, you know, like they're not just a weapon. You literally can just stand on the block. And with enough of them, you can actually climb up into shelves and stuff too. I don't have enough yet, I need to get 2 of them, but... Also, they can fall through the floor, apparently. And cause a horrible cacophony of noise. Why do they do this? I don't know. Oh. Can't successfully stack 2 blocks on top of each other. Too stupid. Perfect. Yeah, see, then you can get up on these kinds of things and you can walk on books to get to places and stuff like that, you know? There's things like that. Physics. Yeah, so there's a lot of platforming puzzles because, you know, he's so tiny she can fit in places. Also, there's movable lights because these things, they shrink over time if you hold them. But they're a movable light so you can take them places. Yes. Don't worry, there's still more. Oh, there's always more. Oh, physics. Your thing. It's okay, I can get on the bouncy couch. I feel safe on the bouncy couch. Boing. Oh, wait, there's more. So. Well, most of the characters got turned into dolls. Your hat on, lady. One of the characters, her soul got stuck in the paintings instead. And all her paintings are sealed, with the exception of like a couple of them. You can use them to, like, once you open them like that, she'll let you travel to the painting world, which is like a liminal space that connects all the various paintings. And whenever you unlock a painting, they appear floating in the painting world and you can travel through them. Part of the mechanic. Oh, there's another mechanic to do. Yep, this is Tinka. She's my Discord's favorite person. She's just floating in space. Yep. I'm also responsible for her. I pretty much made a lot of the female characters. To be fair, I mean, all the victims were women, so, you know. He is based on Jack the Ripper. If Jack the Ripper made toys out of him instead of dissecting them. But yep, she's just floating, doing her thing. So yeah. You can rescue toys by throwing them into the painting world. Not all of them, but one of them opens a shop, you know, an Amazon ripoff. Her name's Annie, so she opens Annie's Ons. It's important. I haven't made the shop yet. I had a shop and then it got broken because of the plugin that was involved with it. But yeah. They have their own dumb little lore too. They all fight for this hat, and whoever has the hat runs the shop. Why do they rent this hat? They just want to run the shop. Yeah, Poppet can duck. I haven't really had a use for it, but it's an option. Yeah, I put this dumb crap in here. And the character I made. It was a battle arena, but the same plugin that governed them all, the dialogue plugin, they pushed an update that broke it, and then the guy's like, we're not going to make it anymore. So there's no working version of the plugin anymore. It's like, couldn't you leave it on a working version? I also made this fine gentleman. I didn't make just women. I just switched to 5.5, so UE 5.5, so I think the only one that's been updated that I have so far is the Defender animated dialogue, so I have to see how it would adapt to my project. Yeah, or I can snag a shopper system out of 5.5 is amazing. Basically, my project was having some issues, like being like, you know, because I had to switch to friggin' emissive stuff because Lumen hates regular lights, and Mega Lights fixes that. It's literally just, it's everything they've said on the tin. It is amazing. People are like, oh, it doesn't work for like thousands of lights. Yeah, whatever. I don't have thousands of lights. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty much a straight, like, you know, I want to say it was like a 10 to 15%. Actually, it was a 10 to 15 FPS upgrade just off Mega Lights alone. And then nanite skeletons, like nanite skeletal meshes. Yeah, like, it was insane the difference. I had to change the whole game, you know, because like I was using emissive lights for everything, and this just came along and made everything better. It's amazing the difference. Like, it was just night and day. I already knew it was that good though because I tested on the preview version. With my broken version of the game, because I didn't have all the plugins I needed, I tested the preview and I was like, wow, this is amazing. And, I mean, nanite skeletal meshes is just, you know, I mean, why wouldn't I turn that on? It's just, I've been waiting for that for a while. They also had nanite for translucent stuff too, which was a problem they had before. So like Windows and everything couldn't have nanite. Yeah, I might use some emissives. The problem with emissives is that they don't cast a shadow on the player. So that's kind of obnoxious. Also, you know, well, I mean, Lumen doesn't like regular lights. You're stuck kind of with emissives for a lot of it. It's just, I don't know, they look good and they look bad at the same time. Like, they look good until you realize the player doesn't have a shadow, then they look bad. You're like, I like all emissive lights, but I still use emissive stuff. That's fair. Lumen is rough. But I mean, stuff like this where I can just have emissive signs, this might be slightly too bright for what I want, but that's great. Emissive text has been awesome. And these bulbs are pretty cool for emissives too, even though I have these ones set incredibly high for their intensity, and they probably don't need to be. I like that. I actually started cramming steampunk bulbs into everything now. I'm like, ooh, steampunk bulbs. Wait, this is the room you fight the first boss in, by the way. You know, here's your Dark Souls right here. This is your Elden Ring, right? This is the room. So, in case you're, yeah. Yeah, this is the Forbidden Toys room. Pretty much think like, either like the Warren Museum or like the Dark Vault from Warehouse 13. Or the toys too dangerous to play with are hiding in here, including Oliver. Let me slow it down so I can move up because, I'll open it up. You can. Oliver is a bunny. Oh no, it's not. There's no shame involved here. They have warning labels. Warning: Do not cuddle. Yes, do not cuddle. All are bad decisions. I have concept art for a lot of them, but I haven't put them all in the game. Yeah, like these are the toys that are considered so dangerous you just stay away from them. I mean, come on, it's a giant room with a pentagram on the ground. You know these toys aren't okay. Yeah. He's intentionally supposed to look nice, cute, and fluffy. I've got Don Fluffles, because, I very much follow an Alice in Wonderland thing, and one must have a cat. And Don Fluffles is, if you've ever seen, maybe you probably haven't, but there's a Sword Art Online abridged thing, and Don Fluffles is this cat in it that was just a regular cat that they added in, that they made one of the most evil characters imaginable. So I'm like, in honor of Don Fluffles is here. Yes. They actually had an episode that probably like I think half a year ago. Right up to where Kirito finds out that his sister was the elf chick. I can't. Yeah, they're in the Alfheim arc. They literally are up to the part where Kirito would go fight the tower the first time and he completely fails, and then he finds out the woman he's with the whole time is actually his sister. Yeah, they went with that. Only their version, like Sword Art Online, like abridged, has a way better canon than the real thing. The real Sword Art Online is terrible by comparison. Like, it's so funny. Yeah, DBZ as well. So, did I play the Alice Madness game? Well, yes, I did. I'll probably even play it on stream at some point, maybe on a weekend. I mean, I don't know how many people actually watch me play it on stream. Most people watch me are game devs, but I'll still play it on stream at some point. But yeah, yes, Nappa and that and is so much better, and Mr. Popo is like amazing. Oh my god, DBZ Abridged was great. I hear they went back to doing that. They stopped for years. Yes, they did. I actually put the other characters in here. I was building one of the characters. I think the only one's actually in here is that. I was building a character that was I'm testing out building the one in the game. Like I started with a base model from outside of the game, right? And then I'm gonna start adding gears and pipes to her and everything like that to make her a thing. So she's still very much under work, but I can grab this. But she's gonna attack you with, spinning gears and stuff like that too. I was building her like an outfit out of like steampunk thingies, so I haven't got very far into it because I don't need her yet. I just have her as a concept. But she'll be a thing. You can pull out the ghost girl too, so you can see her. We'll sew her in the lab. I made my steampunk lab. Warden up in the girl here too. She's already here. Perfect. Perfect. That's true. I could. We'll have to see. A lot of it'll come down to whether or not it gets in the way, but I want to give her some kind of, you know, outfit that looks more like a dress. So I was putting like, you know, the base stuff like that for where all the stuff was going to go to make basically like a dress on her. Unfortunately, to make a dress out of pipes, it takes a while, and she's not going to be necessary until like the 3rd area. So, yeah. I don't have the animations for this character yet, but this is my ghost girl. Most of the ones I use are Cascade, by the way, because they're easy to scale. Yeah, speaking of scale, this is a 14-year-old ghost girl. This is you standing next to the 14-year-old ghost girl. You're a little small. Because, I mean, you know? Yeah, she's actual size. You're tiny, and it's like, okay. She's like a roving death trap, basically. As the curse around her gets worse and there's no way to protect against it, so you have to stay away from her. But she plays with you, basically. I'm gonna make her a lot like the Grudge or, you know, the Ring Ghost. There's some animations on for that. Not stealth-like. Like, she'll know you're there. Like, she'll see you're there. But she's playing with you. So, like, she'll, like, you know, do things like be crawling along the ground while you're, like, up above. And if you fall, you're screwed. So she becomes a roving death trap. But, yeah, or, like, there'll be some rooms where she's just, like, you know, sitting up in a corner of the room, just, like, going, you know, all, like, crouched up here watching or something like that. In, like, a corner of some room. And you won't even notice her. She'll just creepily watch you. Like, and you won't know if she's going to do anything. I mean, maybe she will, maybe she won't. She'll just act as a roving thing like that. See, I can't make her an actual thing you need to run from for 2 obvious reasons. First of all, she's a ghost. So she can just pass through everything because she's a ghost. But also, you're so small. How are you ever going to stay ahead of her? Exactly. I want her to be a little bit of a creepy instance there, you know? But yeah. I guess I could look at all the steampunky things I was working on. I kind of just glossed over because you know, I've been making things in Unreal Engine, you know, like I made the towers in Unreal Engine. These are my vats of goo. I put names of people on them, various random names. I made chords for them. Made pumps. Pump the goo. Working on a giant heart that beats, but we'll get to it. It's not there yet. We started. By we, I mean me. I actually messed with it like a few years ago, but then I had some bad health problems. I had to stop for like 2 years, so I had like a few months of messing with it, and then stopped for 2 years, came back, and then I've been messing with it for like a year since or so. These are goodie boxes. They say things on them. The ghost girl taunts you. She's kind of mean. Well, I mean, she's kind of funny in a way. Yep. These are freebies. Can't have them now. Sucks to be you. Very important. Kind of a troll. I was making control terminals that you could actually go inside. I haven't put anything inside them yet, but you know. Soon. PM. I haven't finished the button I was making. Started. Steampunk clock, very important. I make these things on stream, so if you ever want to see how it's done, chances are. Yeah. Very exciting. Lots of fun areas here. I have so much concept stuff into things already made as well. Show you the fun pirate area. Also Twitch chat's fault. I make some of the models myself. Like I made a lot of the steampunk stuff. Either making the like portions of it myself or using static meshes that were already in there. Like making making the Tesla coil. I made like the orbs and like the various things that held it together. I didn't make the little the bulb inside it. The bulb I just use the same bulb for everything, but I make a lot of things. I didn't make this particular character. Those I got from a pack. I made these cards. I made everything on those cards, including the scans and everything. No. Actually, most of the characters were actually created using DAS of all things. But I like to... Wait, water kills Poppet, by the way. There is a tarot card to protect it. The Emperor protects against things. I haven't learned Blender yet. I mostly make a lot of the models just in the engine using the geometry meshes. Like there's like positive and negative geometry to make stuff. DAS is fantastic if you want to make, you know, incredibly attractive characters in very short periods of time. It's not as easy to make Pixar or DreamWorks style characters like I do. That takes a bit more work in DAS, but they're pretty much good to go. It's like the ultimate character creator for all intents and purposes. You can also just swap out all the materials and things like that too, but it lets you morph your character very quickly. That's fair. Obviously, photorealism doesn't really have much of a place in this kind of project, but you know, I understand. Yeah, one of the things I like doing is playing with perspectives. You see, I have little toy like dioramas to play on, like here, like little pirate village. Then you look over here and you have like giant human areas, just to mess with you more, because it's like, oh, look, what a cool little area. I'm doing my little adventure. Oh wait, I'm just a tiny toy. I mean, you get to wander around those big areas too. You got to get to these little dioramas. And then you remember, at the end of the day, you're just a tiny little toy. Doing tiny little toy things. I hide secrets all over the place too. I'm a terrible person. I double jump? Okay, I did. I picked up double jump. Almost out of sanity. But yeah, I put places like that. Boing, boing. Every time for the sun, I guess. Yeah, any point where I haven't locked a window, you can go out the window, by the way, too. Like these windows, I haven't put anything out here for this to really do yet, but... Go behind the waterfall, you can go behind there, too. Well, you'll need the Emperor. At this point, I haven't put the kill zone in it for it yet, but eventually this will kill you to try to jump in the water if you don't have the Emperor. Secret areas. Ooh. I have some enemies that are nowhere near along. They look like weird little chicken people. They fire chickens too. Where'd they go? There's just one? That's awkward. Anyway, never mind that guy. It's launching him from somewhere. I hear the chicken noises. They launch exploding chickens. I thought it was funny. Apparently I can't grab this. There we go. I figured the hermit getting it, you know, getting it out here in the middle of nowhere looking down at a town would be kind of a cool place for it, but yeah, thanks. Yeah, I figured it'd be a good place for it. I haven't really made the hermit do anything yet. I thought it'd be some kind of weird teleport, but kind of boring. I don't know. I think I can do better with it. I don't know yet what it is. Yeah, I got those areas. We already went through that room, didn't we? We sure did. It's this room. I've got a tomato village where you can, you know, go into the tomatoes and go into pipes that connect the things to get places. I'm also going to put worlds under the water, and you'll have to backtrack with the Emperor in order to go to him. No, you won't get the Emperor immediately at all. It'll be somewhere. I actually have a lot of the Wonderland areas made, even though the demo is only gonna have one of them. That's I don't need to put in more of it. I think I can live without it. But yeah, I have secret platforming too, because you can fall through these, like, you know, holes in the bridge and you can just fall to your death. Like, the water kills you, so these are secret platforming. Also, you can use these to launch yourself. Woohoo! Oh no, I missed it. I'm a terrible person. I was trying to land on the chandelier. It's the little things in life. Just landing on the chandelier. I'm gonna put secrets up there so you'll have to, like, you know, bounce yourself off a couple of those. I put the Emperor as a temporary thing. I like this effect on these. I just recently added this effector on the cards so you can see them better. Yeah, this is my underwater thing. I haven't really done much with it yet. You can open the clams and get freebies, though. Kinda. For some reason, the collecty thingies aren't working very well for these. I don't know why. Whatever. I didn't like them anyway. Yeah. Kind of like a fish tank with, like, you know, I'm gonna have mechanical fish in here. I don't have underwater physics yet. I'm not exactly sure when you'll go to get the Emperor, or when you'll actually be able to make use of it, but the Wonderland area is the second area. I'm currently in the only area with water, so you'll probably backpedal after you've gotten to, like, probably the third area. You'll probably find the Emperor somewhere in there, my guess. Yeah, I can't jump on that, huh? I guess I can. Cool. Yeah, I'll have stuff down here to play with too, and there's also pipes above too you can run through as well, because, you know, why not? Areas down here too. There's lots of places. Kind of a big game at the moment. And the third area is going to be some sort of city model. I just have a bunch of things in here, like, you know, trains and things, just so I can remember to put things in here. This is where you'll fight blimps and stuff like that too. We'll see how I build it, because it'll be interesting to see how I triple. Because the other one's like 2 stories is the biggest. This is like be like a triple story thing, so that's a lot of verticality to play with that I'm not sure how will pan out yet. And of course, the bottom floor will be the great board with all the chess pieces and stuff. Basement will be where the broken toys are, and a ritual thingy that I just moved down here. And then a super secret sub-basement full of corruption and terrible things. Assuming I get to that point, I might cut that out of the game. That could get added to this floor. We'll see how it pans. But we'll show you the last of the things. I mean, there's rooms I didn't show you, but, you know, whatever. Most of them should probably give you the idea. The nav mesh look like at the moment? There's no nav mesh? There is, it's just tiny. Well, make it bigger. Make it huge. Make it blend. Calculate yet? Still waiting. Waiting. Guess I clicked off it. That was a mistake. All right. Oh, cool. Awesome, Ruben. Awesome. Yeah. I was giving it to someone else, but, you know, then you show up right in the middle of it, and good timing, really, because I hadn't gotten that far. Well, actually, I guess I showed some of the things. I don't know. There's so much to show at this point. The tour takes like 40 minutes. The full tour. Going to every room. Yeah, definitely. Oh, thanks. So yeah, this is the Forbidden Toys room. And a buggy boss fight. The voodoo here summons a voodoo doll of you. And you have to protect the voodoo doll of you, because if the voodoo doll of you takes damage, you take the damage. Because it's a voodoo doll of you. So. I'm also responsible for her model too. If you time the dodge on her launch, you can avoid all the damage from it. Like if you just dodge just you're about to hit the ground. I kept it in because that was cool. The first phase of her is actually somewhat brutal, and the last phase is pretty good too. The middle phase is broken. Voodoo voodoo, pretty much, yeah. Stop picking on the voodoo doll. The voodoo doll is incredibly stupid at the moment, so she needs a lot of work. Yeah, for some reason, she really wants to run over to this corner and often will attack nothing. And I have no idea why. I'll use the super move on this so it gets big. Yes! I have it just make this fight a little faster. I also set it like 30% health too to make it fair. I don't have any upgrades besides the gear, the weapons like that, basically. I don't have the stat upgrades. Still debating on how the upgrades are gonna work. I have some ideas. I'm trying to aim for what I think would be the most fun. Yeah, for some reason, she just really wants to run over this area, and I've never been able to figure out why. I'll probably work on it on Monday. I just want to get to the third phase. Go to the third phase. Do it. Take damage now so I don't gotta do it later. Broken character is broken. Fair enough. Okay. So, in the third phase, whenever she does it, she teleports to the center and summons 5 helper minions, and then she gets an invincible force field, and as long as those minions are alive, she won't take damage. She also starts spinning the battlefield too, so you have a very hard time running in one direction, and the lights are constantly moving away from you, so you gotta be careful about that. It's hard to actually get the enemies too. Also, thanks for whoever followed. I'll properly thank you in a second. As soon as I'm done with this. Thankfully, I brought the super hammer with me to make it faster. Super mode. It really does save a lot of time and effort. Oh, she's over there. I broke her shield, but doesn't mean I can catch her. I almost had to ran the full circle because she's literally faster than me, so I can't even catch up to her that way. Yep, she summoned it again, yep. If you, the floor will rotate you as well, but keeping track of where the light sources are is pretty important because without them you die, so you gotta be careful. I know the enemy's more aggressive for this. I made him less aggressive for the rest of the place, but in this area I want him aggressive, so I have to change that. Or give her special versions of the enemies. Then maybe I'll do that. Big version. He does have invincibility frames. Oh, well, thanks for the other follow. Are you picking out my voodoo doll again? Unfortunately, the third part phase, like the voodoo doll, is hard to keep track of, so I don't even know how I feel about that. I need to make it better. This fight needs a lot of work. Like, it's got some good ideas, but certain things play badly, and there's a lot of glitchy things that need to be fixed. Oh, thanks thanks, Nads W. I'm definitely working at it in hopes of it being awesome eventually, even if it is a bit broken. Yeah, I need a way to keep track of the voodoo doll. So, and to make her more aggressive towards it, so she'll hunt it. He has a way to summon it back to her in this phase, but in my experience, it hasn't really played out very well. She's supposed to have 3 times the health and for this fight, so this is actually supposed to be a much harder fight, but since I do the demo fight over and over, and so I can test the other phases, she has way lower health. I also need to make the enemies do drops. There's your early guy. Like, you're here somewhere. You picking up my voodoo doll again? Really? I need a better way to track that thing. I'll find something. Come back and fight. You're so annoying. Giant hammer is giant. Broke. Okay, good. Can I catch her? It's actually easier to catch her if you run inside and then run out because of how that spins. Unfortunately, her death phase is also broken too. She's just broken. So for being broken, you are being punished. There you go. Yep. And then from this point, you would let out all the toys, and they would, well, she let out all of her. And that leads to good times. Plus, you can also save your voodoo doll by dragging it to the toy world. But, you know, that won't be in the demo. Also, her hair is so messed up, it's adorable. It's pretty funny looking. Tiny you. Bigger you, which looks less good in the light, this particular light. Yep, tiny you is tiny. Followed me. Oh, well, thanks for the follow on Twitch as well, Dreamy. And ads. No. Yes, yes. Doing good things here. But yeah, I need to figure that out. I also need to put a painting in here for you to take. I think you take the voodoo doll back to. But through here, to the painting world, and here would be a part of what has to happen. And I'm still designing the last rooms up to the fight. Also, the bouncy bed. This is important. This is just stupidity because everything should be interactable. And I knew that if I didn't put it in there, people would get upset if you couldn't bounce on the bed. So, kind of a ghetto effect. It's still, one must bounce upon the bed. And it's a comedically large bounce because you know what? It's fun. That's all that matters. I probably weakened it a little. Yes. One must bounce upon the bed. You can go into that too. Dude, of course this bed doesn't have anything going there. This room's not in the demo, so you know it's fine. But yes, I have so much to work on though. I forgot what I was working on. That's okay. Oh, I know. I was redesigning this area, the first room. I changed the first room in the game, so you're no longer starting in the Toymaker's lab, but instead in the room I originally was going to have you start in. So you wake up in your toy box, awoken by Tinka, and you have to enter the carnival. Also, I couldn't help myself. It is dangerous to go alone. You should take this. This is where you get the Fool. And break stuff. Can't enter without it. It makes whiff thingies. Can you miss? Oh yeah, the library thing. Yeah, the checkers and chess pieces aren't supposed to be in there. They're just kind of, I just dumped some in there to test them out. To show people, but yeah, they're... Actually, what I was working on was making the magician altar, but then I decided to work on this room because I am easily sidetracked. There you go. Not that I mind. Being easily sidetracked is perfectly fine, because then I just talk to Twitch chat instead. Or YouTube chat periodically, but YouTube chat usually doesn't have that many people in it, so it's usually Twitch chat that I'm talking to. Maybe one day. Apparently the collectibles are really hard to collect for some reason. Oh no, I'm running out of Really? Death from above? That really the world we live in here? Really? It's cold, man. I guess I have this key already, huh? I'm still gonna try to make the jump. Hey Bam Bam, how's it going? I'm retooling this first room to have a new setup to it, where you get the Fool. I took the Toymaker's workshop out. It's still up there, but I'm gonna have the resurrection ritual there, so it's gonna be way later in the game. And that means you don't go to the painting world first. You'll come to this room first to start out. Tinka wakes you up by yelling at you. And then you run through the maze there, and you get the Fool here. I'm adjusting this room a bit. Also, she can apparently leave the building. Now, whatever. I've been working on a new device for where the magician is, and a new area you can go to. I go up here too. Go boom. Woohoo! I don't think this jump is possible, but maybe it is. It is most definitely not yet. Yep. I'm making a new altar for the magician. No, I'm gonna hold off on that. It's not that I can't do it. It's that there's 5.5 has a broken rotation in the blueprints. The numbers it gives you are completely off. And when you try to rotate things, it'll just go in bizarre ways that don't make any sense. And you can just simply spin something by rotation and just see the numbers going crazy. So it's just broken. So I'm just gonna wait until they patch that, because it's It's basically impossible to rotate things effectively. Like, it took me so long to find a way to get over this, and as soon as they patch that, I'm gonna have to fix it because it doesn't rotate like it should. It rotates like they have it currently. I'll show you the mistake there, but yeah. Yep, this is my new thing here. I'm gonna make a button so you can open it and get at the fool. I don't get at the magician. So it's gonna be all cool. Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. This is so stupid. Just outright nonsensical. So we take the second hand here. Oh, that's cool. Second hand. Yeah, you just rotate the cylinder and this like, you know, thing is attached to the cylinder. Sure. That's awesome. So pay close attention to the rotation, shall we? Let's just go in a circle. Okay, we're going. Oh, what happened there? Wait, they're like negative 90 to 180 on those numbers now. Okay. Cool. That's weird. Neat. Look, we're rotating just fine now. Oh, look, what happened now? You see it flip out? Now it's like at 90 and 360? Huh. Weird, huh? I'm just going in a circle. I keep going in a circle, huh? Looks like it's good. Oh, did it did it again. You see that weird flip out? It just does. And then sometimes the numbers just come out weird. Like right there, look. See? 450. And it'll just cause it to flip out. It won't understand. And in other directions, it can be even worse. I definitely prefer blueprints over code dreaming. I definitely do. The engine's awesome. It's a lot of fun. Hey, I'm Andy. Yeah, just doing the tour and enjoying all the fun stuff and pointing out a bug in Unreal Engine 5. Oh yeah, the numbers are just so wrong. Anytime you rotate any axis you want, it'll start flipping out numbers. Well, actually, this axis works fine. One of the axes is good. The other two seem really screwed up. Like this one here. I'll start adjusting numbers too weirdly, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it's just might just be this axis that's screwed up the most because it just changes things in weird ways. Yeah, it's that axis. Yeah, it's just problems. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait until they patch that because I can't rotate the thing the way I want to. So yeah, it's like, I could do this, but counterpoint, I could not do this too, and just wait until I don't hate my life. You know? Initial rotation axis causes the tool to interpret and learn it to rotate some other relative axis. I mean, you can simply open up any blueprint you want. Yeah. It's just like, yeah, it's dumb. You can open any blueprint and just try to spin anything and it just... But, you know. Now we know. The interesting bug. It sucks. I hate it. Yeah, I started putting enemies more places and adjusting how they work so that they don't attack at a range anymore. They don't just wander around perpetually. That's been good. Of course, building that thing there. Adjusting this room to be... You get the full... You're just going to take these. Making the cards look better. Now they glow. At least around the outside of them for reasons. Fixing bugs. I don't even know what I did today. I did stuff. I don't remember what I did, but I did stuff. Did stuff. Very much stuff. But yeah, I came to the conclusion I was going to switch this room to the Resurrection Ritual room, and there's no reason to start in this room anymore. I'll figure out the toy maker up here doing the ritual thing, and the bodies of the victims in these. Oh. And you'll have to try to, stop it before, he uses them to try to resurrect Charlotte. There'll be like a midpoint in the game, near the end, not the end. After you've gone and collected the souls of the other girls who, you know, were the victims, you can try to bring them back to their bodies. So there are actually 6 victims because there were 5 girls who were killed, and then you were also killed, but you know, you're in one of these. So I might change that a bit. I'm probably going to go with that. Draw it in the center. Not the Toymaker's victim. Yeah. That's kind of this thing's going on. I don't know. I've just been working on things. Definitely too late for me to make this button right now. My brain is well past fried at this point. I worked an 8-hour day and now I'm at 9 hours and 52 minutes streaming. I'm just like, we're fast approaching an 18-hour day. My creative juices stopped flowing, I think, a bit. A little. And pretty much bam bam. I by this point in the day, it's just it's rough on me. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go at this point. I mean, as much as I would like to go, keep going because I love streaming and talking to people. Kind of rough. Kind of rough. I want this up there. I wanted that texture. I was testing making changing these things here so that they are not wood. Thanks, Bam Bam. Yeah. We kind of will keep streaming during these times. A lot of times, especially during these times, I'll end up with a lot of people who would just raid me. The more I get raids during this time, because the longer you're on, the more likely people raid you, which gets you even more people. So it makes you want to keep streaming. But usually I end up going until there'll be a point where there'll be a minute or two that'll pass, and I won't actually remember what happened during that minute or two. Like I won't even actually really been there. I'd be practically already asleep, and they'll be like, "Okay, it's time to sleep." But I'm trying a stylistic choice here now. Of once I saw this and all the steampunky things, I want more steampunky things. So I started changing these out for metal to see if I like the metal better, and I kind of do. Weird as that is. Yeah. Fast approaching the end of my day. Pop this out too. Yeah. It's definitely it. Like, you know, I mean, I found that, you know, with how much Twitch has been, you know, embracing what I've been doing, it's been like, I just want to keep doing that. Cause, you know, I mean, I've got like 14 viewers right now, and, you know, I've only been streaming on this platform for like a month and a half. So it's like, that's pretty good, you know, for averaging there 213 followers. I mean, that's pretty good. Cause, you know, before I really didn't have any following. Like I've streamed on YouTube for quite a while, but I didn't really gain much of a following there. Here, it's surprising how fast the following's been. It makes me just want to keep streaming. Yeah, I kind of like the metal chairs and the metal tables, as opposed to the wood. I mean, I might make a slightly different version of it, but just so I can get a little variety. But I don't know. It also matches these things better, so I might just be switching to more metals. Yeah. there's just more fun metal to it, you know? It's just exciting. I mean, sure, the detail is kind of nice on these, but is it really that great? The weird glow is kind of strange at a distance. That's how I feel about that, but overall, it's just so striking, the difference, especially compared against this floor. And I kind of want to use it more. So I might make a slightly varied color for the others. This doesn't hit the ground, that's fair. As opposed to these kinds of tables, which really just look kind of boring, right? I mean, these just seem more noticeable. I got my books that I'm, you can adjust all the images around everywhere and all the text too. But yeah, things are getting better. This room's gotten way cooler looking with a bunch of extra stuff added in. Yeah, I should probably look for someone to send to raid or something like that at this point. Feel as though I am fading fast. Not sure I'm gonna make a too much more, you know? Yeah. Yeah. So I'll, you know, big goodbye to YouTube since I can't really have YouTube raid anyway. I'll be back pretty much 2 days from now. My Monday, everybody else is Tuesday because I'm a weird future person. Actually, I'm a weird past person. Everyone else is future person. So yeah, you know, hey YouTube, then raid Twitch.